Chapter 01. If you notice any errors, please feel free to give me constructive feedback. English is not my first language, so if you notice any mistakes, please mention them in the comments section at the end of the chapter. I do not own Overlord. All property rights belong to their respective creators. Let's begin the story. Chapter 01. On a silent afternoon, a boy stared into the dark abyss of the clouds that swallowed the sky, a sight typical of the world he now inhabited. The everdark clouds blotting the skies all hours of the day, an unusual sight to people of my era, he mused. The boy sighed as he turned away, his gaze looking ahead, watching an unusual sight across him. Seated comfortably on a sofa, he gazed through a giant glass window at the hallway beyond. As people rushed through the corridor, scrambling to gather the pieces of the now destroyed trophies, cracked frames of certificates and the broken shards of glass that were embedded on one side of the wall of the long corridor to hold them, all of which were now scattered across the floor. A cry of some past glory. The sight pained his heart. It's been, 15 years, since I was reborn in this world. He sighed as the memories flooded his thoughts. Well, it's more like time travel than proper isekai. He mused. Reclining further into the sofa, he rested his chin on the back of his hand, eyes distant as he wondered about his current predicament. Gazing at the scene across the glass, he fell silent, lost in thought, as he pondered about his actions, mildly regretting the destruction he caused. Those trophies, they were the proof of his testament to being a genius, proof of what he had achieved in the short span of time he had spent in this life. They numbered hundreds, if not thousands. All those trophies and certificates now lay wasted, broken on the ground, as he quietly stared at them. When he had been abruptly thrown into the future, into this new life, the shock had taken a heavy toll on his mind. It was no easy task to remain calm in the face of such a jarring reality, to start over, to accept the truth of his own demise, and his rebirth into a time far ahead of the world he once knew. After all, he had been just an ordinary college student in his past life. All I did was help a friend, drive a van to move some machines for his new startup. He recalled. He was in desperate need of help. The operation was set to begin the next morning. He was behind schedule and he couldn't let his startup fail before it could even begin. Else, he would have lost all the fundings with just a day's delay. So, being the good friend I was, I drove the van late into the night, as he failed to find anyone else to drive the fourth van across the city. We were already tight on schedule as it was. That night, I drove the van with the heavy heart, knowing that my long-cherished crush had found herself a boyfriend. A smile graced his lips, as his mouth arched upwards awkwardly, as he found the irony of his situation from that night to today's. I had already been in dumps for days, since I found out the situation. Yet, I was coping by prioritizing her happiness over mine. But that night was the turning point of our dynamics, as I got forwarded a video in the boys' group. The boy shook his head at his past self, his actions now felt over the top and immature to the present him. His past problems appeared minuscule and childish compared to his current predicament. Just a leaked video of their love affair rattled me. It broke my heart, he mused, sighing at his misfortune. The non-stop barrage of the sound of notifications and calls diverted my attention from the road, as I rammed the van through the flyover. I remember the sound of the crash, distracted, while my eyes were glued to my phone. As a pained smile graced my lips. The thought made him frown. We men are a bunch of unique creatures. Smiling, which is usually associated with happiness, and tears, that is associated with sadness and grief. We men smile in pain and defeat, hiding away our grief behind smile while we cry tears of joy at moments of happiness, unable to keep our emotions in check. The boy sighed for the zenith time today, lamenting his misfortune. He whispered to himself, "Aren't we weird? Isn't my life crazy?" Interrupting his musings, the boy heard a voice, "Master Kai." He raised his head slowly and looked over. A man in a well-tailored tailcoat stood bowing beside him, waiting on the boy, now known as Kai. Kai sighed as he slowly rose to his feet, his gaze fixated on the destruction he had wreaked beyond the glass window. He spoke calmly, addressing the man beside him, though his eyes never strayed from the art he had created. "What is it, Konima? Has the punishment for my transgression been decided? It's awfully cruel of them to keep me waiting for this long," his tone sarcastic as he turned to look at the man named Konami, as if waiting for him to pass his judgment. I beg your pardon, Master Kai. But. Understandable." Kai turned away as he spoke, interrupting Konami, "I must have been labeled a failed product by now. No wonder they wouldn't be bothered about my tantrums." He paused, pointing his finger at Konami, he continued. The look of shock on your face perfectly explains the situation. They have forsaken me, haven't they? Taking a pause, he studied the look on Konami, the myriad of emotions flickering through Konami's face. Clearly amused, Kai let out a laugh, a look of amusement pastured on his face. I was kidding there, Konami. Kai spoke. As he looked Konami in the eye, he continued, you shouldn't let such things like that throw off your rhythm. Life is wonderful, as it is cursed. He paused. As he let out a breath, he didn't realize he had been holding. Master, Konami tried to speak but was stopped. Kai raised a hand, gesturing Konami to stop, as he continued to speak. It's time that I return. Didn't they send you to fetch me now? Without waiting for a reply, Kai turned and began walking away, leaving Konami behind. Konami stood still for a moment wondering about Kai's words, before he quickly followed, as his duty demanded. Konami, noticing Kai's gaze fixated on the broken frames, spoke in a reassuring tone. I'm sure they don't mind it, Master Kai. Anyone with your circumstances would have reacted in the same way. The words caused Kai to stop in his tracks, as he looked over at Konami, who looked over at him with both kindness and an unpleasant emotion, something that he wished was not directed at him. Konami, I'm not sure about these things, but I can clearly understand the underlying pity in your words. Please stop it. Konami quickly responded, flustered, Master Kai, it was never my intention to. It's fine, Konami. Kai interrupted, his voice softer now. As I said, life is wonderful as it is cursed. He paused. What if I have been handed my death sentence? He paused, causing Konami to worry. Still Konami chose to remain silent, patiently waiting for Kai's words. Wishing to let Kai, a young kid from his perspective, to unload all his worries at his pace. Kai struggled to find the words, then he sighed, as he continued walking in silence. Silence reigned supreme, as both of them walked quietly to their destination. Eventually, Kai stopped right before a large door, Konami stopping just behind him. Kai reached for the doorknob, then paused, gesturing for Konami to stay back. His lips parted, then closed again, like a fish gasping for air. After a moment, he steadied his breath and spoke, Konami, life is full of surprises, I have at most 10 or 12 years to live. Well, that's what the doctors have to say. It is quite shocking and a lot to take in for me. I may have been called a genius and I have excelled and dominated in everything I picked up. He paused, his voice dejected nearing the end. Kai turned to face Konami, one hand still on the door as he slowly turned the knob. He stepped backward into the room, his eyes never leaving Konami's. What use are those trophies and certificates to me, if I'm not going to be here? He smiled faintly, and closed the door. Leaving Konami lost for words, his faint and pained smile etched into Konami's memories. Kurenai Estate. Tokyo, Neo Japan. 22nd century Earth. Thank you, for the food, Kai said, dabbing his lips with a napkin and stood up. He ignored the pitying and indifferent gazes directed on him around the dining table. Without a second glance and with disregard for the decorum of the dining hall, he walked out of the dining. The corridors were quiet as he moved through them, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the evening quiet. He passed the hall that stored his trophies, certificates and medals. All of which were repaired and put on display on side of the long hall, as if the earlier destruction was but a dream. Kai came to halt in front of one particular trophy, set neatly inside a glass wedge embedded in the wall. Beside it hung a medal, a framed certificate and a photograph of him receiving the award at the venue. Kai's gaze remained focused on the photograph, as he reminisced. Time moves fast, huh? He stood there, phased out, watching the photo, lost in memories of his past life and the strange accident that brought to where he is now. The mysterious time travel and reincarnation, a surreal experience. Kai, unsure of the purpose, and reason of his life, resumed his slow walk. The Earth of 22nd century is quite different, it's nothing like the 21st century Earth. He thought. A barren dystopia, unfit for most life forms. And, as for the nuclear wars, I never would have considered them to happen on such scale. Who am I kidding? With the way things were before my accident, it's a wonder that the planet is still inhabitable. He shook his head at the thought, and he stopped, pausing beside a row of towering windows. His gaze wandering to the view of the city far below from his house on top of a skyscraper. Reflexively, he placed a hand against the cold glass, silently taking in the view of the night life of the Neo Japan. Kai sighed, his thoughts drifting, he mused, life sure is short. Even counting both of my lives, I haven't even lived the average lifespan of humans of 21st century Earth. But here, getting to live in such luxury, even for a short period of time is more alluring than to be born on the streets, where hundreds needlessly die daily. To them surviving is by itself a struggle. A resigned smile curved his lips. Well, compared to them, haven't I been living a privileged life? Kai let out a sigh, at the mess that was his life. And he retrieved his phone from his pocket. For a moment, he simply stared at it for a couple of seconds, before unlocking it. The world moves on, he mused, idly browsing through social media and blogging sites. The glow of screen reflected in his iris, a tired expression masking his face. Master Kai. Kai turned his head slowly toward the voice that called his name. Konami, he said with a faint smirk. Did everyone finally finish dinner? Is that why they have let you roam free now? To attend the young master, Kai Kurenai. He spoke in a light and sarcastic manner. Shaking his head, he turned back to watching his phone. I'm sorry, Master Kai. Konami tried to speak, but Kai waved a hand dismissively, eyes still fixed on the screen. He spoke, I was joking, Konami. You do not need to take this young master's word so seriously, and yes, I have changed. He spoke observing the bewildered look on Konami's face from the corner of his eye. Though I still supposedly have a decade or so to live. The foreknowledge of death changes people. And with the environment like mine, that should be the least of your worries. But in Kai's mind, the words that he wished to say, things that he held himself from saying out loud flowed freely. It's not like I am treated as the center of the family anymore. The love I receive isn't same as before. After my biological mother of this life died and my biological father of this life remarried. For this to be coming from the me, who did not love them as much as my original parents from past life is hypocritical. Yet, to be treated as a trophy of the family and a monster is something that I abhor. He mused, as a faint smile tugged at his lips. Alas, to revel in the family's opulence while complaining about them. I must sound like a hypocrite. Konami blinked, puzzled by the long silence and the faint smile that lingered on Kai's face. Konami introspected silently, Master Kai has changed a lot. The knowledge of one's death does scar the mind. And, here I am, serving the madam, just as Master Kai implied. What Master Kai said is undeniable. He frowned slightly, I came to visit him not out of my own will, but under the madam's instruction. Even for a genius like him, this kind of treatment, under his condition, it's unjust. He's still a child, after all. He shook his head, trying to get rid of the excessive thoughts before he forgets his purpose for visiting, Master Kai. Master Kai, Konami began, but was cut off. The sudden clatter of Kai, phone hitting the floor startled him, jolting him upright. As if Kai's erratic and unhinged behavior throughout the day hadn't been enough, he stood rooted in his spot, hearing the words uttered by Kai, this moment leaving him stunned. Fuck. The words left Kai's lips, as he remained frozen rooted to his spot, making no attempt to pick his phone. While his eyes remained glazed over, staring at the screen of his phone, locked onto the post displayed over the screen off the phone. Konami stood motionless, unsure whether to speak or simply observe. Something had changed subtly, and deeply in that moment. It was more so in Kai's life's purpose and his reason for this reincarnation. Greetings, players. We're thrilled to officially announce that the beta server for the first ever MMORPG Yggdrasil is now taking in applicants while the official game's launch date will be soon announced. This is a huge step forward for our team, and for you, our amazing community, as we move closer to the full release of the world's first fantasy MMORPG game perfected to the finest. The beta will give you early access to a working version of the game while allowing us to test core systems, gather feedback, and fine-tune performance. We look forward to the beta testing applicants, those who are eager to jump into the worlds of Yggdrasil. Closing curly bracket. The end. Drop a comment and leave a review. Be it negative or positive, but make sure to give constructive criticism. Also, if you think you can add anything of value to the FIC, then you are more than welcome to comment. Any thoughts or questions, ask them in the comment section. I'll try to answer them as soon as I can. 8 comments 0 vote. Chapter 02. If you notice any errors, please feel free to give me constructive feedback. English is not my first language, so if you notice any mistakes, please mention them in the comments section at the end of the chapter. I do not own Overlord. All property rights belong to their respective creators. Let's begin the story. Chapter 02. Kurenai Estate. Tokyo, Neo Japan. 22nd century Earth. It's finally time, Kai mused, a quiet anticipation for the game, butterflies fluttered in his stomach. He reached out for the dedicated console, neuronal nano interface and carefully plugged in the cable to the neural port at the base of his neck, connecting to his computer. His vision dimmed briefly as the system synchronized. A calm smile graced his lips, as he entered the immersive mode. Spotting the Yggdrasil icon among many others, he clicked on the Yggdrasil icon. Opening the beta version of the game, he waited patiently for the server to allow access to the beta testers. The beta server of the game was set to launch at 12 p.m., but Kai had logged in early 11:50 a.m., eagerly waiting for the launch. The game was the last ray of hope that he could find in this dystopian world with his circumstances. He sighed, chiding himself, to have ignored and overlooked any and all signs of this world to have been the same world from Overlord verse, a light novel from his previous world. What have I been doing all this time, to have overlooked terms like nanointerface and the term MMORPG? He exhaled slowly, steadying himself. The trajectory of Kai's life, his very existence now depended on a game. Well, compared to living a rotten life in this dystopia for a few more decades, this is much better option. From what he remembered, the game itself was a pay-to-win game. Collecting the world items and staying in the game till its shutdown should get me the ticket to the new world and the immortality of my character by Dragon Emperor's summoning magic. A life of godhood is certainly an attractive offer, alas I will have to first survive till the server shutdown. A soft, bitter smile curled at his lips. Those doctors won't be sleeping anytime soon, at least till they buy me time till the server shutdown and I have moved on to the new world. Kai yawned, his eyes half-lidded, waiting for the beta server's opening. He sighed, for reverting to his past self, he mused. Health is wealth, he smirked at the thought, amused at himself, especially for someone like me. Ever since I heard the news, I've gotten lazier, just like my past life's self. Kai's expression softened, a serene expression settling over his features. Surprisingly enough, my body is behaving in the same manner. To not miss out on the launch, I slept for 14 hours. He exhaled, trying to get rid of his drowsiness. In this era, where everyone desire for and crave to get a good sleep, suffering from insomnia. My body craves for more sleep, even after I have slept the whole day and night after finalizing my plan for Yggdrasil. It truly is a wonder, that my current body has started to behave just like my previous body. Kai broke out of his stupor as the servers opened. Entering his details on the virtual keyboard before him, he clicked on the login icon. He was presented with a loading screen, taking him through the introduction section of the game. Watching the lore of the game, he smiled, the excitement coursing through his veins. Kai clicked on the less than enter greater than icon after he finished watching the introductory cutscenes. Now, presented with the character creation section, he wondered about his decision, rethinking his decision of his character's race. Should I go with Imp? After all, he selected Imp from the heteromorphic race section, as his finger hovered above the enter icon. He chuckled, dragon would have been the ideal choice to go with, but of course, players can't become dragons. So, a demon it is, then. Kai smiled, even though I have purchased the stocks of the parent company of Yggdrasil. It is better to avoid over-interfering in the game management and misusing my powers, lest I miss my chance. He sighed, remembering the dream he had after purchasing the stocks through his personal assistant. He had the strangest experience, from the realistic feeling of his surroundings to feeling the gust of wind against his skin in the chilly atmosphere. Kai mused to himself as he started working on his character creation, the strong gusts of wind I felt on my skin was way too realistic. Walking on a wooden stairway from the peak of one mountain to another. He felt a chill down his spine, reminiscing the dream. With darkness surrounding the region from all sides, and a dark abyss, awaiting below, the bridge stretched on through darkness. I saw nothing, no stars adorned the skies. No sky, or land, except the two mountain peaks and the wooden bridge connecting them both, while I stood at the center of the bridge, far away from either side. Reminiscing the dream, sent a chill down his spine. Finished with character creation, Kai joyfully clicked the less than enter greater than icon. A new screen appeared before him, as he was presented with the worlds of Yggdrasil. He chose Muspelheim for his starting world. Pixels fractured and raced past his vision like streams of light. His surroundings dissolved into a giant ray of white light. Moments later, he materialized in a random location of Muspelheim. An illusion of a wave of heat washed over him. Lava bubbled in the distance, glowing rivers snaking through a charred, obsidian-cracked terrain. Jagged spires pierced a crimson sky, and ash danced like snow through the air. Kai nodded slowly, absorbing the detail. His eyes traced the horizon in admiration, taking in the molten landscape. They've done a wonderful job. Alas, the excitement did not last forever, as Kai's gaze sharpened, spotting a group of lesser imps beelining towards him. Maintaining his cool, he opened the console window and checked for any beginner pack items in his inventory, to only find a wooden stick and a tattered coat that gave 15% resistance against heat to the user. Sighing at his misfortune of choosing a heteromorphic race, he equipped both the items on his character. After all, demi-human players receive a health potion with the wooden club and a broken armor depending on their class. While humanoid players receive a health potion, a steel sword with a broken armor or a wooden wand with a tattered cape, from what he remembers from his conversation with a dev. Kai helplessly sighed at his circumstances, as he mused while chuckling. Despite the discrimination forced on heteromorphic players, they have racial class that changes the whole dynamics, as some unique racial classes provide with powerful skills, like TGOALD, the goal of all life is death. He stood holding the wooden club, ready for the clash. Since he had created his character to be both a mage and a melee fighter, as he wished to have more options, he had built his character attributes and stats with Jack of all trades model. He wept at the thought of not possessing magic. Observing the imminent battle, Kai muttered, "Let's get this started," as he rushed against the horde of lesser imps with his wooden club. He lunged forward, wooden club raised high, charging straight at the horde of lesser imps closing in from the front. Their shrill screeches pierced the air, claws swiping hungrily toward him. Kai weaved between their strikes, ducking low, twisting his body, using all his experience learning and mastering various martial arts in this life, to avoid getting mauled. His club came down on the first imp's skull, a satisfying thud resonating as the creature backpedaled, and with a followed-up shots, it collapsed, dead. From killing one lesser imp to defeating 5 lesser imps. He tightened his grip on the club, an illusion of it played out, of him doing so, in his mind, supporting the adrenaline rush that he felt. As the fight neared the end, a ravenous smile was plastered across Kai's face in the real world. Kai had managed to defeat 228 lesser imps, an unusual number of enemies for a beginner in the supposed beginner region of a game. He chuckled, as he muttered while he sat upon a heap of lesser imp bodies, watching as their bodies lay scattered across the land. No wonder, the game is still at the beta phase. Kai remained seated, taking in the view, when he received multiple notifications. Opening his console, he noticed the multiple level-up notifications he had received during the battle and several other unread notifications. If not for the continuous level up, I would have surely lost with the minimal stamina of an imp. His battle against the lesser imps was an art. He had bludgeoned a horde of lesser imps all alone. Clenching his wrist, he mused. The game mechanisms is a work of art. The quality of the game is too good. He clenched his fist and opened them for a couple of times. Kai resting atop the horde of lesser imp corpses, he browsed through the swarm of notifications. Ignoring the level up alerts, he checked through the earlier ones. Less than thank you for choosing to play Yggdrasil beta version. As the first player complete watching and reading lore of game creating a heteromorphic character, you've been granted title God class, origin. Choose God class among given list origin class. You've become first player race. Greater than. That's amazing. Is it some hidden feature of the game? I don't remember reading about this in light novel. Kai read the notification, amazed at the possibilities of such a unique class. As he clicked on the list. Why the FCK are there only fighting class-based gods here? I wish to hold magic and weave magic. I've chosen to become a jack of all trades to not be weak physically. After all, I plan on using the world item that turns a player into a world enemy. That should help me balance out my build, and with overwhelming strength against players. But in the end, I wish to be a master of magic or the god of magic in Yggdrasil. Planning for his future, Kai continued browsing through the notification after selecting tier for his origin class. He similarly read past multiple notification, when his gaze turned towards the new notification, while he was busy choosing the origin class. Less than you've received a racial class, demon greater than. Less than your racial class, imp has evolved to primordial demon for the battle showcase against horde of imps greater than. Less than for the unwavering spirit to do impossible and for amazing presentation of your skills in battle against horde lesser imps fight them all alone. We devs have decided gift you a mysterious egg, designated as pet. The pet does not require job class, tamer. Hope like present. And thank demonstrating wonderful use our game mechanism. Greater than. Less than unlock egg, establish a guild greater than. The end. Drop a comment and leave a review. Be it negative or positive, but make sure to give constructive criticism. Also, if you think you can add anything of value to the FIC, then you are more than welcome to comment. Any thoughts or questions, ask them in the comment section. I'll try to answer them as soon as I can. Chapter 03. If you notice any errors, please feel free to give me constructive feedback. English is not my first language, so if you notice any mistakes, please mention them in the comments section at the end of the chapter. I do not own Overlord. All property rights belong to their respective creators. Let's begin the story. Chapter 03. Kurenai Estate. Tokyo, Neo-Japan. 22nd century Earth. Kai groaned as the firm yet respectful voice of the assistant butler, Hiroshi, echoed through the grand bedroom. Master Kai, it's time to wake up. He buried his face deeper into the blanket, grumbling under his breath. Just 5 more minutes. I'm afraid 5 minutes passed 10 minutes ago, master. With a resigned sigh, Kai turned over and blinked at the ceiling. The pale rays of artificial sunlight diffused through the tall curtains inside his room. His body still ached slightly, a ghost of fatigue from yesterday's late-night gaming session. Dragging himself out of bed, he trudged into the bathroom, letting the shower's heat chase away the remnants of sleep clinging to his skin. As the warm water cascaded over him, Kai leaned his forehead against the cool marble wall, allowing himself a moment of peace. Back to reality, he mused, watching the mist gather on the glass door. Or whatever passes for it these days. I'll have to get things sorted out fast. Now that the beta phase is over, there's only a couple of months left before they launch the official game. Refreshed, and with a towel lazily slung over his neck, Kai returned to his room, quickly dressed, and followed Hiroshi. They walked on the familiar path through the corridors of the estate, eventually arriving at the opulent dining hall. The long, polished table stretched across the room like a runway of silence, devoid of chatter or presence. He paused at the entrance, letting his eyes scan the room. Empty chairs. Silverware perfectly in place. His expression didn't change, but the corner of his mouth twitched ever so slightly. Hiroshi, ever dutiful, stood by door, bowing slightly as Kai entered. Master Kai, the table has been set. Please have your breakfast. The madam and others have already had their lunch. Yes, I noticed, Kai cut in dryly, stepping forward as he pulled out a chair and sat down with practiced grace, moving past Hiroshi. How thoughtful of them to not let me suffer through the burden of family bonding. Hiroshi, for his part, remained unreadable, as if the sarcasm had wafted past without touching him, as his hands remained stretched out frozen, awkwardly, trying to pull the chair for Kai. Kai gave a breathless chuckle, shaking his head as he reached for the coffee. It's not like I expected otherwise. He held the coffee cup with a lazy elegance, eyeing the plate before him, pristine, warm, meticulously arranged. A breakfast meant for one. Kai picked up the spoon with a lazy rhythm, twirling it slightly in his fingers before dipping it into the still warm bowl of cereals. As he did, he turned his head slightly toward Hiroshi, his tone casual, too casual. Where's Konami? The question lingered. Hiroshi hesitated. The silence stretched just a moment too long. Kai smiled, eyes not lifting from the bowl. Ah, I see. Finally pulled him off me, have they? His tone dripped with humor. It's a wonder it took them this long. Poor Konami, he was far too fond of indulging my little hobbies. Can't have someone like that encouraging the wayward heir, now, can we? There is no such order from the madam, Hiroshi answered, though the quiver in his voice betrayed the truth. Master Kai, Konami is simply. Kai raised a hand mid-sentence, halting Hiroshi's explanation with a quiet finality. Well, having Konami purchase the stock of Yggdrasil's parent company on my behalf, might have shocked them. Well, it's no use worrying about it now. As far as I know them, neither will he hand over the stocks, nor will they snatch it. He mused. Soon the sound of the silver spoon gently tapping porcelain took over, filling the silence as Kai began to eat. After all, what did they have to gain by meddling with a small company that makes games? That's beneath them, moreover they wouldn't want me to be intruding on the family business. So, to them, it is better for a small game company to hold my attention. And they most probably took Konami to make a point or to dig up information on me. He mused, as let out a breath, before continuing his breakfast. Hiroshi bowed his head slightly, stepping back once more, resuming his silent vigil behind Kai. Nothing more was said. Kai placed the spoon down with a faint clink, dabbing the corners of his mouth with a napkin. He leaned back slightly in the chair, exhaling softly as he prepared to rise. Just as he pushed his chair back. Master Kai, Hiroshi spoke gently, stepping forward. Kai paused, eyes narrowing slightly but saying nothing. The formalities for your withdrawal from the academy have been completed, Hiroshi continued, his tone professional but carrying a hint of regret. All necessary documentation has been processed and approved by the school board. Kai remained still, then gave a small nod, more to himself than to Hiroshi. I see. There were also some messages, Hiroshi added after a moment's hesitation. Kai's brow lifted slightly. Messages. Hiroshi inclined his head. From your classmates. They were delivered through the academy's network and forwarded to the family mail. He spoke, with sadness evident in his tone. As it seems, you have abstained from sharing your personal contact information with them. He paused, observing Kai's reaction, he continued. I took the liberty of compiling them. Kai gave a tired chuckle, shaking his head as he slowly rose to his feet. I didn't think I'd leave such a mark. He stepped away from the table, stretching briefly. Though, I imagine most of them are just hollow words, more out of obligation than anything sincere. There were a few who seemed genuinely concerned, Hiroshi offered, carefully. Kai looked over his shoulder, his gaze unreadable. Concerned. Or just curious how soon they can climb over the top, without me in the picture. He sighed, before continuing. Well, if they were to get to know about my condition, I'm sure, there will be many among those who will be overjoyed by the news. Hiroshi didn't answer. Kai waved a hand lazily. Anyway, who will be saddened by an egotistical person like me dying? He sighed, as he continued. And send the messages to my mail. I'll look through them when I feel like disappointing myself. He walked out of the dining hall, the soft fall of his footsteps echoing behind him. Hiroshi remained behind, his eyes lingering on the now empty chair, feeling of guilt consuming him from within. The soft rustle of pages filled the quiet air as Kai lounged in the rooftop garden, his back nestled against the cushioned chair, a thick economics book resting in one hand. In the afternoon, the artificial sun filtered gently through the glass dome, casting shifting shadows of the ivy-laced trellises that surrounded him. While Kai remained still, absorbed in the dense paragraphs. Footsteps approached, alerting Kai. Kai didn't glance up, his eyes trailing the lines of text. You rarely walk all the way up here, Hiroshi. There was a pause, before Hiroshi spoke with practiced composure. You have a guest, Master Kai. That made Kai's brow twitch slightly, though his eyes stayed glued to the page. A guest. She insisted it was urgent, Hiroshi added. Kai flipped a page with a practiced motion, faltering at the end. She. Hiroshi hesitated for a fraction of a second before speaking the name. Kai's eyes stopped midline. Say that again. Hiroshi repeated the name. This time, Kai closed the book with a quiet thump, pressing the spine against his leg. He leaned his head back, facing the sky as he brought up one hand to pinch the bridge between his eyes, letting out a long breath. Of all the people, doesn't she hate me? He muttered under his breath. He lowered his hand and placed the book gently on the stand beside him. Rising from his seat, he straightened his shirt with a flick and nodded once. You can bring her here. This place should be suitable for a conversation. Hiroshi bowed slightly. Understood. Kai turned his gaze back to the skyline for a brief moment, watching the distant shimmer of Neo-Japan's cityscape. The light in his eyes dimmed just slightly. What could she want with me? He murmured. It's not as if we are close. And neither of our families are on good terms with each other. Kai sighed with exasperation. He mused, it's a first, for a girl to visit my house. Anyway, meeting her shouldn't shorten my life, maybe, probably. Kai stood at the entrance of the rooftop garden, arms loosely crossed as a gentle breeze from the air conditioner set to maintain the garden's ideal environment, tousled his dark black hair. The glass door opened with a quiet hum, and Hiroshi stepped through, followed closely by a girl whose composed steps barely made a sound on the stone pathway. A subtle flicker of emotion crossed her face the moment their eyes met, but like a ripple on still water, it vanished just as swiftly, replaced by a practiced calm, while Kai failed to notice the change. Shoko Hashina, Kai greeted, voice even. Welcome. She nodded lightly in return. Kurenai. He stepped aside, motioning toward one of the cushioned chairs nestled under the ivy-draped trellis. Please, take a seat. With a glance around the serene rooftop, Shoko walked forward and sat down. Kai turned slightly toward Hiroshi. Tea, coffee, and some snacks. Prepare the usual. Hiroshi bowed. Right away, Master Kai. With practiced grace, he made his quiet exit, leaving the two in a silence filled only by the rustle of leaves and distant hum of the city. Kai seated himself across from Shoko, resting one arm on the armrest of his chair, as he offered her a calm smile. When their eyes met once again, with a measured voice, he spoke. So, what brings you here, Shoko Hashina? Her answer came swiftly, wrapped in cool detachment. I've just come to make sure you're alright. You haven't been to school for so long, after all, so you don't go blaming your health the next time you lose. Feigning ignorance to the fact, him discontinuing school. Kai raised a brow, letting out a brief chuckle. The corners of his lips tugged upward as he leaned back into his chair, being blessed with a superior body that was the epitome of physical perfection, and a great computational mind than most, in this life. I really did make use of it to dominate everything I set my sights on. Maybe it was my ego, that the situation turned out this way. He let the thought linger a moment longer, amusement glinting in his eyes before speaking aloud. Well, you've never been the type to worry about others, so. What truly brought you here? A quiet fell between them, charged and oddly delicate. Shoko said nothing. The silence dragged on, with neither Kai speaking nor Shoko replying. At that moment, the door opened once more, Hiroshi entering, pushing a sleek food trolley ahead of him. The gentle clink of porcelain followed as he rolled it beside the table, bowing to both. Would you prefer tea or coffee? He asked them both, while he held a cup, making arrangements to pour tea or coffee into. Coffee, Kai answered without a glance. Tea, Shoko replied softly, while she observed his every step, her eyes refusing to meet Kai's. Hiroshi moved with methodical ease, pouring coffee into a porcelain cup and placing it before Kai. Then a delicate teacup followed for Shoko, fragrant steam curling in the air between them. Beside the drinks, he placed a selection of pastries, muffins, croissants, and perfectly baked cookies, arranged with artistic precision. He took a step back and bowed once more. Your refreshments, Master Kai. Lady Hashina. Kai turned to look at him with a small smile. You can take your leave now, Hiroshi. I'll call you if I need anything. With a respectful nod and a rare smile, Hiroshi replied, as you wish, Master Kai. Turning, he exited, the sound of his footsteps fading behind the door. Shoko's eyes lingered on the butler's retreating figure, but Kai simply took a single glance before reaching for his coffee. Lifting the cup with his usual elegance, he took a long sip. Then, with a smile, he motioned toward her cup. Go ahead. It's not poisoned. Shoko gave him a measured look, uncertainty flickering in her gaze. Her hands held the cup with hesitation, an inch away from her mouth. Kai sighed, throwing his head back slightly with exaggeration. Her lips twitched watching him, then parted into a small giggle. She finally lifted the teacup and took a sip. Another sigh escaped Kai as he relaxed into his seat. The end. Drop a comment and leave a review. Be it negative or positive, but make sure to give constructive criticism. Also, if you think you can add anything of value to the FIC, then you are more than welcome to comment. Any thoughts or questions, ask them in the comment section. I'll try to answer them as soon as I can. Chapter 04. If you notice any errors, please feel free to give me constructive feedback. English is not my first language, so if you notice any mistakes, please mention them in the comments section at the end of the chapter. I do not own Overlord. All property rights belong to their respective creators. Let's begin the story. Chapter 04. Kurenai Estate. Tokyo, Neo Japan. 22nd century Earth. Kai set his cup down with a soft clink, as he let his gaze drift toward Shoko. She didn't notice. Her focus was on the tray before her, where she reached for a pastry after finishing off a muffin. The way she eats, careful, unhurried but gluttonous, is uncharacteristically human for someone so often compared to an ice sculpture by her classmates. He watched her in silence, the corners of his lips lifting slightly, not in mockery, but in something gentler. He made no move to draw her attention, content to let her eat in peace. If she caught his expression, she might stop. And he didn't want that. He wished for her to enjoy her food. A rare look of calm softened his features. The breeze shifted slightly, drawing his eyes to the sky overhead. Through the expanse of the glass dome, a sliver of sunlight broke past the overcast dark sky, painting faint streaks of gold across the gray. He followed the light, as if chasing a forgotten memory. I miss my ordinary life, the thought rose unbidden. Back then, life was too simple, uneventful and ordinary. While I lived my life in peace. He shook his head lightly, trying to banish the thought, dragging his attention back to the rooftop and the girl seated across from him. She had finished eating. The moment felt right to him. So, Shoko, he began, voice steady but probing. What is it that brings you here? Her gaze flicked up, the pause in her motion enough to confirm she knew this was coming. I'm sure, Kai continued, leaning forward slightly, you've already heard about me dropping out of school. I doubt that slipped past someone like you. So, tell me, what is it that really brought you here? His voice was calm, not cold, just precise. Waiting, watching. Shoko sat in silence, her fingers lightly gripping the edge of the helm of her dress. Her expression, which had remained unreadable up to this point, slowly shifted. A shadow passed over her eyes, and her lips parted slightly, before pressing into a tight line again. Kai noticed the subtle shift, the way her shoulders drew in ever so slightly. A frown tugged at the corners of her mouth, and she seemed to be bracing herself. I've heard about your situation, she said at last, her voice barely above a whisper. The words lingered in the air, heavier than the dark clouds outside. Kai's brows rose slightly, the calmness on his face giving way to mild surprise. He didn't speak immediately. Instead, he studied her closely, reading the discomfort that lingered behind her composed mask. He leaned back slightly, resting his elbow on the arm of the chair while his fingers tapped against the armrest. So, she knew. He mused. He had expected it to come up eventually. News always found a way to trickle out, especially when the subject was someone like him, with enemies, living under the same roof, he expected nothing less from them. Still, hearing it spoken aloud, even in the most careful tone, brought an odd stillness to his mind. Shoko, meanwhile, looked down. I didn't believe it at first, she continued, the sorrow in her voice more evident now. You never seemed the type to fall ill. You were always ahead of everyone. Like nothing could touch you. Kai let out a soft breath, barely audible. She isn't the type to worry about others, it's unlike her usual self. He mused. She was a competitive person, who always found herself at the forefront to compete with him in everything. Is this what death does to people? His fingers drummed once against the armrest again. He turned his gaze back toward the glass dome, watching the last rays of light glint across the skyline like threads of gold. Shoko's gaze remained fixed on her teacup, her voice quieter now, tinged with hesitation. I thought it was a rumor, or maybe just some twisted joke someone came up with. You always had people who envied you. You were flippant, egotistical, it wouldn't be exaggeration to say, people hated you. Och, Kai responded humorously. Shoko stared at him with a hollow eyes, before continuing. But then I confirmed it. I asked around. Pressed some people I shouldn't have, got my grandfather's men involved. And eventually, I learned it was true. Kai's expression didn't shift, but the silence stretched between them like a taut string. He made no move to interrupt her, nor did he offer comfort. Instead, he studied her, the way her fingers slightly clenched the helm of her dress, how she didn't dare meet his eyes now. He had seen that look before. Pity, confusion, guilt, sadness and pain. The same faces he had begun to detest in recent weeks and some emotions that he failed to understand. Still, coming from her, it carried a different weight. After a few moments, he spoke, his voice low and calm. So, you came to confirm it with your own eyes. Shoko flinched at the accusation that wasn't quite an accusation. She looked up at him, meeting his gaze at last. No. I came because I owed it to you, she said firmly. You were always ahead of me, always one step beyond everyone else, and maybe I envied you because of it. You never let anyone see you struggle. I have always stood behind you, watching your back, despite being so close, yet it felt distant. And now, everyone just talks behind your back like you're already gone. A sharp breath escaped her, more frustrated than sad. I didn't want to be one of them. I wanted to see you. To talk to you, just once, even if you didn't want me to. Irrespective of your opinion of me and the value of my existence in your life and disregarding the animosity between our families. Shoko paused, trying to gather her thoughts, as she unhurriedly spoke in a pained voice. Each word she uttered carried untold emotions that she had been suppressing. You, Kaikuranai are, my friend. No matter the flaws in you, your unfiltered, unassuming and indifferent attitude towards me in life. From you being on first-name basis with me from day one, disregarding my feelings on it and the reckless, inconsiderate and impetuous attitude of yours. She sighed, before continuing. Well, it does not matter, even if you don't consider me to be one. You still are my friend and the one I trust the most. Kai blinked once, slowly, as she turned quitter towards the end, all her energy drained. Her words weren't particularly grand. They weren't poetic or overly sentimental. But they were honest. And honesty, he was shocked. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, not a smile, but something close. You've always been the persistent kind, he murmured, eyes drifting back toward the skyline. It's one of the reasons you were always behind me. Never knew when to stop. She scoffed, softly, but said nothing. Kai turned back to her, resting his chin lightly on his knuckles. I'm not dead yet, Shoko. Don't act like you're here for a final farewell. I'm not, she replied, and this time there was a spark in her tone, something stubborn and alive. That's exactly why I'm here. Something shifted then. Not between them, but within the air, like the tension had lessened, even if only slightly. Kai leaned back in his seat, reaching for his coffee cup again. Well, he said, lifting it in a mock toast, if nothing else, you've made today far more entertaining than I expected. She lifted her cup too, eyes never leaving his. I'll take that as a compliment. Kai's smile deepened, fleeting, but genuine, when he chuckled out loud, causing Shoko to doubt his sanity. Observing her reaction, Kai paused. With a smile plastered across his face, he spoke. But Shoko, reckless, inconsiderate and impetuous, don't they all apply to you as well? Shoko blinked, her brows furrowing slightly at his words before she leaned back with an exasperated sigh. Her gaze narrowed, not in anger, but in mild resignation. I came all the way here out of genuine concern, and this is the thanks I get. She muttered, placing her teacup down with careful precision. You really haven't changed. Kai gave a slight shrug, eyes half-lidded with amusement. Oh, I have. Just not in the direction most people were hoping for. Shoko tilted her head, one corner of her mouth twitching. So, you've doubled down on being insufferable, I see. He chuckled, pleased with her response. I'd say I've become more refined in my delivery. A small smile crept back onto her lips, despite herself. She looked away for a moment, watching the leaves of a potted vine sway gently with the synthetic breeze. The quiet between them wasn't awkward now, it had settled into something companionable, if still fragile. You're right though, she admitted softly, turning back toward him. Maybe those words do apply to me too. I wouldn't be here otherwise. And I definitely wouldn't have dared to confront you if I wasn't at least a little bit reckless. Kai leaned his cheek against his knuckles again, the faint curve of his lips still lingering. It's mutual, then. For once, we agree on something, she replied dryly. While, Kai mused, amazed at himself. Maybe it's all because of the unfound confidence I've gained after reincarnating, tired of my previous life, I've always sought ways to redo things. To not care about the world anymore and live freely, to not give AFCK. Maybe, death was the trigger that brought on this change. The afternoon light shifted above them, streaking through the glass dome in longer rays. For a moment, neither spoke, content in the calm that had settled. The city below them buzzed as it always did, distant and disconnected. Kai stared at his empty cup before placing it back on the saucer with a gentle clink. You said earlier that I always seemed so far ahead. Truth is, I've just been running blindly for a long time. Faster, harder, just to keep the thoughts at bay. Shoko's eyes softened, but she said nothing. I'm tired, Kai confessed, voice barely audible. But, maybe it's alright to slow down once in a while. The silence that followed wasn't heavy, it felt like a quiet understanding. You don't have to run alone, she said at last. Not anymore. Kai didn't answer immediately, but the way his eyes lingered on hers, the brief flicker of warmth that surfaced and vanished, it said enough, a friend that's a first in this world. And then, with a dismissive wave of his hand, he shifted the conversation. But don't get used to this version of me. I prefer being mysterious and misunderstood. Shoko rolled her eyes, reaching for another cookie. That ship sailed long ago. You're not nearly as mysterious as you think. Kai laughed. Genuinely. And for a moment, the world outside the rooftop garden seemed a little quieter. A little kinder to him. The 21st century Earth isn't as heartless as I've imagined it after all. Shoko leaned forward, elbows resting on her knees as she nibbled on a croissant. I still don't get how you manage to eat all this and stay in shape. Unfair advantages, I suppose. Kai stretched slightly in his chair, a lazy smirk on his face. Superior genes. Maybe a cursed life expectancy too, it balances out, don't you think? She chuckled softly, brushing crumbs from her lap. You'd call that balance. Everything's relative, he replied with mock wisdom. Besides, if I weren't this charmingly tragic, I doubt you'd be here wasting your afternoon on me. Tragic, yes. Charming. Debatable, she said with a teasing glance. Kai sighed, exaggerated and theatrical. You wound me, Hashina Shoko. Truly. Don't you ever get tired, the so-called Mr. Genius. He gave her a sheepish grin, one eyebrow raised. Fair enough. But isn't it the same for you? True, still, it is unfair that isn't just me blessed with such a body. Anyway, how about this? Since you're here, and so concerned about my tragically short and ever-dwindling lifespan, why not compete once again? Shoko narrowed her eyes warily. I'm listening. Kai leaned in, elbows on the armrest, hands steepled. Play Yggdrasil with me. She blinked, caught off guard. What? Yggdrasil, he repeated, like it were the most natural thing in the world. It's a new MMORPG I've been beta testing. The world's huge, unforgiving, beautifully designed, and full of potential. You can compete with me again there. We can see who's really better, though I'll still win, obviously. Her mouth twisted into a knowing smirk. Yggdrasil, huh? He quipped. Besides, you wouldn't wish for our competition to end on such a note, would you? He spoke, drunk on emotions. She looked at him, considering. You really want me to join? Only if you're ready to lose, he said. Shoko laughed, the tension around her finally loosening. You'd hate that. But fine, I'll bite. Don't cry when I beat you. I'd be more impressed if you did, Kai replied smoothly, settling back into his seat. Then again, miracles do happen. They exchanged a glance, neither backing down, both smiling, the competitive spark rekindled beneath the sunlight. You're on, Kurenai, she said firmly, lifting her cup in a mock toast. Kai grinned at her gesture, the air between them softening into a rare moment of peace. Then let the second round begin, he said, half in jest, expecting her to decline or perhaps indulge the idea for a while before inevitably losing interest or quitting. Yet, what he couldn't have foreseen, not even in the wildest stretch of his imagination, was that the girl sitting before him would become one of his most trusted allies in Yggdrasil. And would one day become the vice guild master of his guild. He couldn't have ever imagined to meet the vice guild master of his guild, even before the official launch of the game. The end. Drop a comment and leave a review. Be it negative or positive, but make sure to give constructive criticism. Also, if you think you can add anything of value to the FIC, then you are more than welcome to comment. Any thoughts or questions, ask them in the comment section. I'll try to answer them as soon as I can. 0 comments 0 vote. Chapter 05. If you notice any errors, please feel free to give me constructive feedback. English is not my first language, so if you notice any mistakes, please mention them in the comments section at the end of the chapter. I do not own Overlord. All property rights belong to their respective creators. Let's begin the story. Chapter 05. Kurenai Estate. Tokyo, Neo Japan. Earth. Year 2126. Overlord verse. Kai sat in front of his PC setup, the ambient light of the room casting a dim glow on the surrounding. The neuronal nano interface rested in place, its thin cable snaking from the console to the neural port at the base of his neck. He exhaled, long and steady, the anticipation thrumming in his chest. All right, he murmured to himself, eyes glinting faintly with excitement, let's do this. He powered on the system. A moment later, his field of vision shifted, as the interface booted up, he entered the immersive mode. The world dissolved around him, replaced by the menu of the immersive view. His fingers moved instinctively, as he tapped on the Yggdrasil icon. Excitement coursing through his veins. The logo pulsed briefly before fading into the game's login screen. Today's the day, he hummed, watching the loading animation swirl before him. The official launch. I thought I'd be calmer, considering I've already played the beta. But, I can't help it. It's finally here. He smiled till the ears, unable to contain his excitement. He entered his credentials for the beta test account, still active, as he had been allowed to continue his beta account to the game, and hit login. The intro cinematic began to roll. Welcome to the world of Yggdrasil, player. The world tree Yggdrasil is dying. The world tree, with its countless leaves, is dying because of a gigantic monster that appears and eats them, until only 9 leaves remain. These 9 leaves are the previous incarnations of the 9 worlds. The world devourer now continues its advance and tries to devour the remaining worlds. Asgard, Alfheim, Vanaheim, Nidavellir, Midgard, Jotunheim, Niflheim, Helheim and Muspelheim. We ask you players to stop the advance of the devourer and protect your world from this catastrophe. The intro cutscenes were improvised, but what truly caught him off guard was a cutscene he hadn't expected to be included. There he was, his avatar, mid-fight, dodging and weaving through a swarm of lesser imps, wooden club in hand, the tattered coat fluttering as he maneuvered through the horde of monsters. The angle was dynamic, edited for dramatic effect, but it was unmistakably him. A grin crept across his face in reality. Hey, they really used that, A joyous emotion spread across his chest, welling with pride. The devs had hinted at it, but he wasn't sure if they would end up using it or not. The cinematic ended with a flourish, and the familiar less than enter greater than icon faded into view. Without hesitation, he tapped on it. White. The world blinked out into pure white space, the familiar character lobby with the world tree, Yggdrasil in the distance past the white screen, floating in the Ginnunga gap. Players were dropped here at the start for character creation or when they die, before being dropped into one of the 9 worlds of Yggdrasil. Kai stood staring at the floating console in front of him. Then, a soft ding. A new notification blinked at the edge of his vision. You have received a new message. He opened it with a flick of his finger. A small pop-up appeared. Less than from GM less than P greater than. Subject. Welcome back. As thanks for your participation in the closed beta, your character build has been preserved and granted access. Happy adventuring, travel and unravel the secrets of Yggdrasil. Greater than. Kai smirked. Great. He had known it was coming. One of the developers he was in quiet contact with had hinted at this gift a few weeks back. Still, seeing it made it all the more real. And it wasn't just him. There were few others alongside him, who had been allowed to continue their beta account into the game. That makes things a lot smoother, he thought, though the grin faded slightly. Still, I should really be careful with how deep I get involved with developers. Every time I get involved too much with Yggdrasil's creation, that same dream haunts me again, threatening me of the impending doom, as the wooden bridge's structure threatens to collapse with my every intervention. His gaze lowered slightly, recalling the vivid sensation of the dark wooden bridge suspended between 2 mountain peaks, the endless abyss below, the suffocating darkness that surrounded it all, and his heartbeat that slowed down. The feeling of wind against his skin. And the feeling of suffocation as the bridge hinted at collapsing, piece by piece. While he raced through the bridge to reach the other side, tragically he would wake up from the dream before he could make any major progress. A quiet breath escaped him. Right. No more meddling. I'm a player, nothing more. I can't afford to mess this up. I have to get to the new world. He straightened, steadying himself. Let's see if they have made any changes to world. With renewed resolve, he confirmed the character load. His beta character shimmered into existence, demonic wings, tattered coat, and the wooden club. He mentally noted. Yep, can't forget about the weapon that was featured in the cutscene of the game. Kai found himself standing on a scorched ridge, blackened rock stretching endlessly beneath his feet, the jagged horizon flickering with rivers of molten lava that moved through the terrain like living veins of fire. The sky above was a deep, sullen red, dotted with drifting ash and occasional flares of lightning dancing through the clouds. He blinked once, slowly, taking in the full breadth of the world around him. So, this is the new and improved central region of Muspelheim, he muttered under his breath, eyes scanning the terrain. TCH. They weren't exaggerating when they talked about improving it even further. The world was nothing short of breathtaking. Jagged peaks loomed in the distance, some crowned with ancient, crumbling citadels of giants. Towering obsidian structures pierced the heavens, their surfaces etched with runes and murals of demons and fire giants. Kai tilted his head up slightly, watching a massive, fire-winged creature glide lazily across the blood-red sky, its screech echoing across the rocky plains. Still feels like a dream, he mused. Everything's far too vivid, almost like this place exists beyond the virtual world. The distant roar of magma bubbling below interrupted his thoughts, reminding of his purpose in this game. Kai's gaze drifted lower, toward the remnants of a nearby skirmish. The remains of a slain monster, half-burned and pixelated, faded into embers a few meters ahead. A group of players could be seen in the distance, moving toward one of the ruined towers, likely a dungeon entrance. But Kai. He simply smiled. Aren't they too fast? He mused while he had taken his sweet time watching the cutscenes and in the lobby exploring the changes in the console, and was busy replaying the cutscene of his fight. He wondered, they might have also been part of the beta testing. He shook his head, trying to rid of unnecessary thoughts. Raising the wooden club, he placed over his shoulder and started his journey. An ugly imp staggered across the burning wastes of Muspelheim, its body steady, posture upright, and gaze fixed toward the horizon. Crooked horns curled from either side of its head, its skin a mottled crimson that shimmered faintly against the heat haze rising from the scorched ground. Clawed feet kicked up ash with every step, and a faint trail of black dust marked its passage. Of course, that imp was Kai. Or rather, the game avatar he had painstakingly optimized for his demon build, helpless as he was. He trudged forward, alone, across a cracked expanse of volcanic stone. How difficult is it to find monster mobs? He sighed. Remembering the group he had spotted earlier, he sighed. They had managed to wipe out a good number of mobs already. And it looked like they had leveled up along the way. He exhaled through his nose. The thought of joining them or fighting for the right to dungeon didn't even cross his mind, not out of pride or arrogance, but because the last thing he needed was an unnecessary fight. And besides, there was something unappealing about crashing someone else's rhythm, especially this early in the game. He wished to take it slow at the beginning. Kai had wandered off in another direction, deeper into the wasteland, away from the ruin and the group he had spotted early. Sighing to himself, he flicked open the virtual console with a subtle hand gesture. His translucent interface shimmered into view in front of him, and he navigated quickly to his character sheet. The numbers and stats popped up in elegant columns: his level, his skills, equipped gear, and his attributes. A rare smile tugged at the corner of his lips, but soon it froze. The imp's grotesque expression remained unchanged, flat, with those unnerving, wide red eyes and a sneering mouth permanently curled into an expression that bordered on mockery. Kai winced slightly as he glanced over at the 3D rendering of his character model. Quite an ugly sight, he mused, before sighing aloud. Well, an imp is a necessary stepping stone for demon builds. An ugly monster, but necessary. Still, to equip primordial demon racial class, I need to be level 65, while I'm stuck at level 27 currently. Still a long way to go. He closed the console with a wave. After closing the console window, Kai blinked at the movement in the distance. A group of goblins, 15 or 17, maybe more, lurking just past the jagged rocks, weaving through the smoky orange haze of Muspelheim's cracked landscape. His eyes narrowed slightly, an imaginary grin tugging at the corners of his lips. Perfect, he muttered under his breath. With his trusted wooden club raised high, he let out a sharp, guttural battle cry and sprinted forward, as dirt kicked up under his feet. The goblins turned at the noise, startled, just as Kai began casting. Fireball, he chanted, raising his free hand. A fiery orb of fire formed in midair, darting forward and striking the closest goblins. The impact staggered them, giving Kai the opening he needed. With a practiced leap, he landed in the midst of the scattered formation, bringing down his prized club with a sickening crunch on the nearest goblin's skull. Upgrading this from that dwarf in Niavelier was the best option after all. The few weapons I have in my inventory are good, but nothing beats this. Moreover, during beta server, they had turned off many rewards and shop system. You couldn't get any special reward for beating most monsters except experience and some class upgrades or classes that you could get from defeating specific monsters. Even the monster spawn rate had been reduced. He mused. He turned around as another goblin rushed towards him, but he was faster. Ducking low, he smashed its legs from beneath it before slamming the club into its chest. The rest didn't last much longer. One by one, he dismantled the entire horde, wielding his prized club with brutal efficiency, layering in spells where needed. It was over in less than a minute. Kai stood amidst the flickering pixelated corpses of the fallen goblins, their bodies beginning to dissolve into shards of light. He breathed out, as he pictured his chest heaving slightly, not from exhaustion, but excitement. A familiar rush coursed through him, that same rush from his many battles in the beta. Opening his character screen, he watched the notifications pour in: experience, items, and gold. His level had increased by 1. With a few swipes, he accessed his class tree and began picking his next skills and spells. With each level up, a player can learn 3 spells from their class tree, he recalled, his fingers moving automatically as he selected his preferred choices. A flicker of pride passed over his face. Efficiency. Precision. This was how you play Yggdrasil. Well, he exhaled, glancing at the fading particles around him. On to the next one. The end. Drop a comment and leave a review. Be it negative or positive, but make sure to give constructive criticism. Also, if you think you can add anything of value to the FIC, then you are more than welcome to comment. Any thoughts or questions, ask them in the comment section. I'll try to answer them as soon as I can. 0 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 06. If you notice any errors, please feel free to give me constructive feedback. English is not my first language, so if you notice any mistakes, please mention them in the comments section at the end of the chapter. I do not own Overlord. All property rights belong to their respective creators. Let's begin the story. Chapter 06. Muspelheim. Yggdrasil. Earth. Year 2126. Overlord verse. Kai pressed on through the wastelands of Muspelheim, relentless and methodical in his advance. For the couple of days, he hunted, fought, and conquered. Monster after monster fell before his club and spells, solo encounters, ambushes, roaming mobs. He even managed to locate and clear a low-level dungeon nestled between two ridges. The dungeon's final boss, an orc warchief, had fallen after a prolonged battle, pushing his level up further. By the time he emerged victorious from that dungeon, he had made his way up to level 37. And as such, he had also managed to complete many side quests along the way with clearing a few other low-tier dungeons. Still, a pang of dissatisfaction lingered within him. Though I stand numerically ahead of many players, my jack-of-all-trades build has left me stretched thin. Stats evenly distributed, hybrid classes unlocked, but I have no specialization to push me into overwhelming superiority compared to other players. He mused. Still, he compensated with strategy and overleveling, picking fights only when he could brute force them by level advantage. It wasn't the best strategy in the long run, but he will have to hold on, to get his desired build. Ah, this is quite grueling, and if I were to fail to find the world item that turns one into world enemy, I would remain weak for most part of Yggdrasil. He mused silently. Now, he stood in the heart of another dungeon, a cavern alight with the eerie, ambient glow of magma veins, the air heavy with ash floating around. Before him lay the slowly dissolving corpse of a massive fire snake, a serpentine creature with volcanic scales and emberlit fangs. It had been the boss of this upper low-tier dungeon, and its death had granted Kai another level, pushing him up to 39. He exhaled. I should have thought about this more thoroughly. Well, now it's all up to fate. All I can do is hope for it, unless I cheat and somehow mess up. His gaze shifted to the loot that materialized at the center of the chamber. A familiar chime rang in his ears as the reward interface popped up. Less than you have cleared. Fallen Pyre Cavern greater than. Dungeon boss clear reward. Fire Snake's Nest. Molten Fang Blade. A jagged short sword forged from crystallized serpent fang. Deals fire damage over time on hit. It also has a flame burst mode that causes explosion on impact. Closing curly bracket. Ashen Scale Mantle. A defensive cloak made from the shed scales of the fire snake. Grants 20% resistance to fire magic. Closing curly bracket. Orb of Emberheart. A rare material used for crafting or upgrading fire element equipment. Can be sold for a high price or used in a forge. Closing curly bracket. Minor Fire Elemental Summoning Scroll. One-time use scroll that summons a lesser fire elemental to fight for 30 minutes. Closing curly bracket. 35,000 gold. Kai let out a soft whistle. Well, this is more generous than I expected. He accepted the loot, storing the items in his inventory. The mantle, in particular, would be useful given my lack of natural resistances. He mused. Walking toward the exit tunnel of the dungeon, footsteps echoing lightly against the scorched stone, he mulled over his next steps. Leveling is starting to get arduous, he mused, fatigue laced beneath the thought. Maybe I should look for higher level dungeons, but with this build, going solo might be too risky. He sighed, rolling his neck. The jack-of-all-trades style gives me versatility, but I lack the firepower or superior strength that I would need to battle alone. So, finding friends it is, I'll need comrades to conquer this game. But should I consider joining Ains Ulgaun or build a guild of my own? He mused. In the end, I am not sure if I wish to limit myself to Ains Oolgaun's rules. Moreover, they only take heteromorphs who are adult and are working. My gaming style would not suit with theirs, after all I am playing with my life on the line. There's also the thing about not getting too deeply involved with Yggdrasil creation or Overlord plot. I suppose, I should also maintain my distance from them, lest I mess up the plot and lose my ticket to New World. While I haven't been able to confirm the connection between my dream and my reincarnation, but I do not wish to risk it. There is always time for me let it all out, once I am in the New World. I should focus more on getting to New World now. And not worry about trivial things. He contemplated, as he nodded, formulating the plan and making decisions getting forward. As he emerged from the dungeon entrance, a gust of hot wind swept over the barren wastelands beyond. The red sky of Muspelheim stretched endlessly before him, painted with ash and smoke. Still, despite the grind, despite the uncertainty, he smiled. Alas, the smile did not hold up for long. Without warning, golden arrows rained from the sky, tearing through the air, crackling. The first few struck the earth around Kai, and before he could react further, two found their mark, one grazing his arm, the other embedding into his thigh. The damage dealt to him with just two arrows shocked him. His moment of satisfaction, of reward and reflection, vanished instantly under the assault. TCH, seriously. Less than body of effulgent greater than. He spun on his heel, as he tried to retreat into the dungeon's mouth, where he might find cover to fight back. But before he could reach it, a flaming arrow whistled through the air and struck the path just ahead of him. The arrows are powerful enough to break my barrier, he cursed. The resulting explosion was deafening, flames burst outward, debris rained down, as a wall of fire rose. Smoke curled around him as the impact knocked him back a couple of meters. Forced to brace himself, Kai raised his wooden club in defense, cursing under his breath as he anticipated another volley. And it came. Arrows upon arrows, relentless, blindingly fast, his club caught most of them, but it shuddered and splintered under the force. With a sharp crack, his club broke. He stared at the two broken halves of his precious club in his hands for a split second, just long enough to see a golden shimmer out of the corner of his vision. A long, radiant spear, glimmering with light magic, pierced him straight through the torso. The sheer force lifted him off his feet and pinned him to the cracked, scorched stone below. The difference, it's like the gap between heaven and earth. The sheer strength, the range, the accuracy, this is not some low-level weapon. How the FCK did they get their hands on it? Is it a divine-tier weapon? But this early into the game, he analyzed. The edges of his vision tinged red. He never even saw them. There was no time to curse. No dramatic monologue at deathbed, waiting for his attacker to appear. Just a message less than you have died greater than darkness. It was his first death in Yggdrasil's official game. FCK, he screamed out loud at his defeat, while his last words echoed in the empty region. As his body laid lifeless, impaled to the spear. Just like that, Kai died for the first time, slain on the edge of the Muspelheim dungeon he had cleared moments earlier. The world faded, the light disappeared, and all that remained was the hum of silence. The spear remained impaled to the body against the ground. A moment later, footsteps echoed across the scorched terrain. A female human avatar appeared, her golden armor radiant in contrast to the red, bleak surroundings. Elegant, deadly, a golden shimmer trailing behind her red cape as she walked up to the spear. It's quite an ugly sight, she muttered before she in a single motion, she gripped the spear and yanked it free from the cracked stone and the body. The aftermath was quiet. She stood still for a moment, expression unreadable, before bringing up her console. Her gaze moved lazily across the experience report, then the loot drop window, and finally stopped at the kill log. Her eyes narrowed, while she held a piece of cloth in one hand less than ashen scale mantle greater than. Less than you have killed a heteromorphic player, Ligmaballs at 6'9". What sort of name has he chosen now? The corner of her lips twitched, half amusement, half exasperation. Her shoulders shook with a small, involuntary laugh. He really does outdo himself at every turn, she muttered, closing the console window. She glanced at the spot he had fallen, still marked by a faint scorch on the rock. While his body lay lifeless. For him to give just this much experience, what level is he now? She muttered under her breath, while her level was displayed on the corner of her console. Less than game ID, Evernight Candidum, race, human, level 100 greater than. With a quiet sigh, she sat down on a nearby boulder, resting her spear beside her, the tip still faintly glowing. She crossed one leg over the other, her expression remained emotionless, as she looked out over the silent wasteland. There wasn't a doubt in her mind. He would return. She had hurt his ego by not even allowing him a chance to retaliate and finishing him off, before he could even spot her. As she fired from under the cover of the smoke from a fumarole. He will come for the kill, most probably. Knowing him, he wouldn't let this slide. She mused. Waiting for the demon to come. Kai blinked. The white space stretched out before him with Yggdrasil in a distance, floating. He floated in that blank space for a moment, dazed, before the crimson letters faded slowly into view before his eyes. Less than you have died greater than. Less than you were killed by a human, Evernight Candidum greater than. He stood frozen, his expression blank. A long moment passed before his lips parted, but no sound came out. Instead, he just stared, stupidly, almost childishly, at the floating message, refusing to process the obvious. He sighed, cursing and stood frozen, as if it could somehow wipe away the memory of the golden spear ripping through his chest. What the FCK was that? He had died. Not to a dungeon boss. Not to a sudden trap. But to a player. For the first time since his beta test days, he had been PvP'd into oblivion. Clicking open the console window, he checked the battle log, dreading against the penalty he experienced for his death. IFC King lost 2 levels. He cursed under his breath. Calming down a bit, he sighed at himself for his reaction at his defeat. I'm getting too emotional at that 2 levels. I'm FC King getting too aggressive at a measly loss in a PvP. He mused. But FCK, I couldn't even locate them before they FC King killed me. Kai clicked his tongue, suppressing the groan that threatened to rise. Just like that, hours of grinding, gone. His expression soured looking at his current level. Less than game ID, Ligma balls at 6-9 race, heteromorphic, level, 37 greater than. Well, he muttered, glancing at the player's name. Evernight Candidum, that's a first, I've ever heard of that name. He mumbled, focused on his console, checking for equipment he lost in the battle. Seeing that he had lost Ashen Scale Mantle, he resigned to his fate. Ah, he groaned while gazing upwards, at the white space he was stuck at. They were strong and even executed the kill with precision. He'd never seen that name during the beta. Nor did he remember any player by that name in light novel of Overlord. Shaking his head at the loss, he straightened himself. Well, considering that Ainzer Momonga wasn't even the strongest player in his own guild let alone in the whole of Yggdrasil. That's to be expected, there are plenty of strong players in Yggdrasil, and I can't use Momonga as a reference for power here. Momonga was a strategist and his build was purely for roleplaying. Though, he was strong, and could defeat many players by pre-planning the battle. Without it, he would have lost most of his PvPs against those with min-maxing and stronger power build. He held his head in frustration, then he sighed as he closed the console window. His thoughts churned like a vortex. There's at least a difference of 20 levels between us. With their supposed divinetier weapon, I stand no chance in a fight with them. But the question remains, was it an ambush or a chanced encounter? He let out a groan, going by the circumstantial evidence, they had the tactical advantage here. Everything was stacked against me from the rain of arrows, the moment I walked a couple of steps away from the dungeon entrance to blocking my path. It was as if, they had planned the whole thing. While lying in wait for me to come out. There's also the possibility of them coming across the dungeon and lying in wait for the previous challenger at the exit. Well, it doesn't matter much now, I'll have to plan my next steps. He mused. He folded his arms and exhaled slowly. So, what now? Kai stood still in the white space waiting for his revive countdown to complete, his mind racing. Revenge wasn't just a possibility, it was a certainty. But charging at them recklessly now would only repeat history. I need more time to prepare. Leveling up is the first and getting a stronger weapon and a gear is a must. He mused, as he tapped his foot against the non-existent ground. Well then, I guess I've got my next objective. Planning out his next move, he opened his console again. I shouldn't waste my time doing those side quests for now. He mused, preparing a rough plan, deciding his immediate plan of action. Kai's brows furrowed slightly as his eyes locked onto the small, blinking envelope icon at the corner of his interface. An unread notification. Did I miss this earlier? He thought, as he selected it. The message window expanded in front of him. A message from the GM, his gaze narrowed, after opening the message. Kai stared at the screen. Sorry. He repeated under his breath, the word confounding him further about his situation. His brows furrowed. What the hell is this supposed to mean? Sorry for the bug. For the kill. For the dungeon. None of it made any sense. This whole situation baffled him. He squinted at the message for a long moment before closing it with a sigh. No point overthinking it now. I'll call him later. That dev he knew, he owes me an explanation for this message. For now, he allowed the respawn process to take over. With successful revival, he observed his surroundings, no dungeon. No monsters. No path. Just a dusty, cracked patch of land of lava puddles in the middle of nowhere of Muspelheim. Kai sighed at his fortune, as he resumed his journey. Far away, atop a rocky ridge of Muspelheim, overseeing the winding gorge below, a female avatar sat cross-legged on a jagged stone. Her golden armor glinted against the dull light, the spear resting against her shoulder like an extension of her body. Evernight Candidum remained still, her console window closed now, her eyes scanning the landscape absent-mindedly. She didn't know when exactly he'd return, but she had no intention of leaving without seeing him again. Her lips curled into the ghost of a smile. That idiot better hurry up. She rested her chin against the back of her hand, tapping her fingers idly. She wasn't done with him. Not even close. The end. Drop a comment and leave a review. Be it negative or positive, but make sure to give constructive criticism. Also, if you think you can add anything of value to the FIC, then you are more than welcome to comment. Any thoughts or questions, ask them in the comment section. I'll try to answer them as soon as I can. 0 comments 0 vote. Chapter 07. If you notice any errors, please feel free to give me constructive feedback. English is not my first language, so if you notice any mistakes, please mention them in the comments section at the end of the chapter. I do not own Overlord. All property rights belong to their respective creators. Let's begin the story. Chapter 07. Muspelheim. Yggdrasil. Earth. Year 2126. Overlord verse. Revived in the middle of nowhere in Muspelheim, Kai let out a low sigh. The barren wasteland around him stretched into the distance. He squinted at the desolate terrain, brushing imaginary dust off his tattered in-game robes. A deep sigh left his lips. Well, revenge can wait. He tapped open his console again, setting aside the sting of lost levels and pride. Right now, I need to level up. There's no point confronting anyone with these stats. Recalling the layout of the world from his beta testing days, Kai turned southwest, toward a ravine known among early players for being dungeon-rich, forgotten, skipped by most due to poor early mob drop rates. But he remembered otherwise. He moved fast, sprinting and leaping over cracked earth and smoldering pits, dodging low-level monsters he no longer deemed worthy of his time. It's interesting that I can run faster than I can fly. He mused as he continued racing to his destination. It wasn't long before he stood before the crumbled arch of a collapsed shrine, its entrance swallowed by the earth. With a smile plastered across his face, Kai stepped inside. The dungeon proved moderately difficult. Lava slimes, obsidian scorpions, and magma serpents slithered through its chambers. Kai moved with calculated precision. At times, he danced through groups of enemies, casting spells between swings of his sword, he had replaced with the broken club, now resting in his inventory. Shockwave, he invoked a spell, unleashing a wave of repulsive force that sent smaller mobs flying. When a fire-wreathed salamander cornered him in one of the lava-choked corridors, he grinned, raising both hands. Ice Ball. Freeze Wave. Freeze Lance. The combination of crowd control effects and attack magic stacked with his weapon's knockback effects reduced the monsters to easy fodder. His jack-of-all-trades build was starting to show its versatility. The boss room stood beyond a long magma bridge, suspended over a pit of bubbling lava. As Kai stepped inside, the hall erupted in a roar as a monstrous creature with a head of a bull, Mintosaur, appeared. Magic Arrow. Scatter Shot. Hold of Flame. Enhanced physical reinforcement. He weaved through Flaming Flail, using terrain to his advantage. His movements were polished, as he continued ducking, baiting, and retaliating with bursts of magic and sword strikes, dampening the boss's HP. After several minutes, the beast collapsed in a tremor that rattled the stonework. Less than you have cleared. Fallen Pyre Cavern. Greater than. Dungeon Boss Clear Reward. Fallen Pyre Cavern. Mantle of the Crete. Cloak imbued resistance against brute attacks. It grants plus 25% physical attack resistance and passive intimidation aura against monsters below player level. Closing curly bracket. Echo Fang Charm, consumable. Grants 10 seconds of immunity to fire damage and a 2% HP regen for every 10 seconds for 300 seconds. Closing curly bracket. Molten Horn Fragment, crafting material, used in forging rare demon-type gear or augmenting fire-aligned staffs. Closing curly bracket. 55,000 gold. Kai stored the loot, pleased. A weapon stronger than this sword would have been preferable, but this is better than nothing. With a satisfied grunt, he moved on to the next dungeon on his mental map, a sunken ruin beneath a collapsed volcanic ridge. It was darker, hotter, and swarmed with molten constructs and animated statues. He cut through them all. His movements began to show a measure of confidence bordering on elegance, as he waved the sword artistically, his swordsmanship cleaved through his enemies. Finally, he stepped into the next boss room. A three-eyed fire giant warlord awaited, its massive form seated on a throne of molten rock, a flaming greatsword clutched in one hand. The chamber glowed in infernal orange, casting long shadows over the bones of failed adventurers sprawled through the throne room. The ensuing battle was brutal, pushing Kai to the edge. Even Kai's level advantage was barely enough. The warlord's hammer swings caused small quakes, and one grazing hit dropped Kai's HP by nearly a quarter. His final blow, a synchronized combo. Explosive lance plus burst reinforcement plus cleave of execution. With his consecutive strikes connected, he smiled gazing at the HP bar of the fire giant. In the end, he stood victorious once more. As he received the notification. Less than you have cleared. Ashen Crown Dungeon greater than. Dungeon Boss Clear Reward, Ashen Crown. Sunforged Gauntlets, gloves crafted from the Fire Giant's scales. Adds plus 25% attack power for fire-aligned attacks, slight damage resistance against blunt weapons. Closing curly bracket. Emberheart, a rare accessory. Once per in-game day, allows the user to automatically counter a physical attack with Phoenix Flame. Ashen Crown Fragment, unique quest item. Part of an unknown item set related to a hidden dungeon quest. Closing curly bracket. A horn of an unknown beast, an item that originated from a dwarf village that had migrated to Muspelheim, which was later destroyed by a fire dragon. The horn was picked up the giant from the village. Closing curly bracket. 105,000 gold. Kai took a long breath, his hand raised high as he stood victorious in the wreckage. A smile adorned his lips, as he leaned against the doorway of the chamber, wiping imaginary sweat from his brow. Level 46. That's something, considering the many nests I've destroyed on my journey to these dungeons, he muttered, glancing over his console. Still a long way to go. With that, he turned back into the molten corridors, the lingering sound of his footsteps swallowed by the dungeon's quiet, as he made beeline to the exit, planning his next dungeon raid. Kai stepped out of another dungeon. The Muspelheim sky cast a reddish hue across the scorched landscape, the familiar haze of heat distortion waving in the air above the cracked earth. He paused for a moment, his gaze lifting upwards. A quiet breath escaped his lips, one of tired satisfaction. And, with that, I'm level 49, he mused. The rest of the dungeons I remember around here are going to be far more difficult to handle alone, especially with my current stats. Guess it's time to move to another world. Bringing up the translucent console in front of him, he navigated to the map screen. His finger hovered over the areas he'd explored, the explored area lighting up across the map. The progress made him smile faintly. He was just about to close the map when he spotted a silhouette of a person, a humanoid player. The flickering haze parted just enough to reveal a glint of gold, armor reflecting sunlight in all its polished grandeur. Kai's eyes narrowed immediately, the sight of the golden spear in her hand felt all too familiar for him. The memory of being impaled by it remained fresh, the sight of it thrusted towards him, played out before his eyes. His body moved on instinct, as all his nerves remained on full alert. Less than fly greater than. The spell lifted him high above the terrain. The figure didn't pursue. She merely stood there, waiting. As he watched for a path to cover, or a high ground to retaliate. A defeat is a defeat, he thought, watching her warily, but that doesn't mean I'll back away without a fight. Still, who the hell is she? And what grudge does she have against me? He attempted a quick scan through his appraisal spell, but failed. She is clearly in leagues above me in terms of level. He mused. Then, unexpectedly, the space between them folded in a blink, and she appeared before him, with precise teleportation spell. Kai flinched slightly at the proximity, the flight spell still keeping him afloat, but he didn't retreat. I won the first battle, she said, her voice clear and confident. And just like that, she leaned backward into open air, letting herself fall. He watched, stunned, as her form descended with grace, the red cape fluttering behind her like a standard, before she landed with a soft thud, elegantly against the molten rock. Kai floated above in silence, brows furrowed, the voice familiar. Before he uttered her name involuntarily, doubtful. Shoko. Kai descended slowly, dispelling the less than fly greater than spell. His feet met the scorched earth with a dull tap, his wary eyes fixed on the woman standing just ahead, her golden armor gleaming beneath the blood-red sky. She stood silently as Kai looked over her with doubtful eyes. Took you long enough, Mr. Genius, Kai Kurenai, she called out, her tone dry with a trace of amusement. Well, it seems I have won the first round after all. Kai's brows furrowed slightly, his brain still trying to come in terms with reality. The golden armor, the red cape, the spear. Shoko, you actually came. He spoke out loud, his voice sounding disbelief and a bit surprised. He stepped closer, narrowing the gap, though he still kept a healthy distance. Her posture remained relaxed, casual even, as if this confrontation was a reunion over tea instead of a battlefield after she had blindsided him. You, actually remembered? He asked, voice laced with disbelief. I thought you'd laugh it off, or at best, entertain the idea for a few months before you would have all but forgotten about it. Shoko didn't respond immediately. Her expression was unreadable, her gaze momentarily falling away from his, letting silence to descend. But then she spoke, changing the subject entirely. I suppose, but don't you dare forget that you were impaled and lost before you even saw me. I'd say it qualifies as a humiliating defeat, she said, mockingly proud. Kai groaned internally. You didn't have to say it out loud. Well, someone has to keep your ego grounded. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. Fine. I'll give you that one. Now, mind telling me how have you leveled up so quickly? His gaze moved pointedly from her pristine armor to the divine grade spear in her hand. What level even are you? She didn't hesitate. Level 100. Kai blinked. What? Level 100, she repeated with a straight face, almost too casually. The silence that followed was long, broken only by Kai's exhale. Level 100, already, he muttered, his voice distant. And here I am, barely clawing my way through level 49 like AFC King useless goblin on a bad day. Shoko tilted her head. So, you've chosen goblin as your race. I guess, you have come to terms with it yourself. I'm a demon, he corrected bitterly. And just you wait, you will see me in all my glory. His voice tinged with bitterness. He folded his arms. So, how'd you get there so fast? And don't tell me it's grinding. Shoko's imaginary smirk faltered ever so slightly, her eyes darting off for a moment before she scratched her cheek, clearly embarrassed. Well, turns out, the parent company of Yggdrasil is owned by another holding group. Which is owned and managed by an investment firm, one that happened to belong to my father. And now, well, me. Kai stared. And my grandfather, she continued, with his political background and a few strings pulled here and there, I was able to get early access. I mean, once I heard about the game from you, I was curious. So, I started testing the game, just out of curiosity, of course. She cleared her throat. Since they were busy working on the game, they allowed me access to the Valhalla dungeon, as all I wished for was to try out the battle system and check out the game mechanisms. It is currently closed and is not set to open till Gods of Asgard event. Well, it is a 100-floor dungeon. That can be only challenged by players who have participated in the Gods of Asgard event, as she continued. It's more a challenge to players than the typical dungeons here in Yggdrasil. Kai stared her in disbelief, while she continued. And as for the spear, it is custom-built weapon by developers for me. It has 4 forms, a bow, spear, sword and a shield. One of the developers had been a bit rude to my request. Well, it is a compensation by the devs team for his rude behavior. Kai let out a low groan and sat down on a nearby rock. I don't even know what to say to you anymore. Shoko chuckled softly. You're not mad about the unfair advantage now, are you? I don't have the energy to be mad, Kai muttered, rubbing his temple. Fine. Whatever. That's just how you are. She looked genuinely indifferent. It wasn't entirely cheating. I earned the kills. And leveled up on my efforts. Moreover, haven't you always been giving advantage your opponents during competitions, hurting their pride in the process? She muttered the last part silently. Yep, you have worked really hard, haven't you? And as for our duel, ambushing me the moment I stepped out of a dungeon I just cleared, is still acceptable, as it can be considered negligence on my part but, he said, tone heavy with sarcasm. It was a real honorable duel with you grinding prairies. Well, considering it is the same for me with Beta, the difference being that I did it on the record while you did it off the record. Shoko smiled coyly, unfazed. Right, anyway, I wanted to settle the score. So, you can't entirely blame me. Kai froze slightly at her phrasing but decided not to press further. Whatever score she meant to settle, I don't have the mental bandwidth and energy left to hear. And how did you even find me? He asked, resigned to his fate, raising the question that had lingered in the back of his mind. Her expression turned mildly smug. I asked a dev. Kai blinked. Her smile widened innocently. You remember the one you were in contact with? I asked him. Nicely. Kai's mouth opened, then shut again. And suddenly, it all clicked. Sorry, message makes sense now, he mused, his eyes narrowing. Shoko tilted her head. He waved it off with a long sigh. Nothing. Just another betrayal in the long list of betrayals in my life. Consider it a lesson, she said dryly. Kai looked up at her again, this time a little more at ease. Though frustration still swirled under the surface, it was softened, dulled by the absurdity of the situation. He chuckled, just once. Anyway, he muttered, what took you so long to come to me after the battle? His question caused her to turn silent, while he patiently waited for her answer. Taking a moment to collect her disoriented self from the question, she shyly and lazily answered him, in her tone sounding indifferent. I fell asleep waiting for you. After some more light-hearted banter and a few exchanged jabs, both of them turned silent. The exhaustion from their extended hours in-game began to catch up to them. Kai let out a long sigh, stretching his arms above his head, as he let out a yawn. That's enough gaming for one day, he muttered, pulling open his console. I need my sleep, I can already hear my bed calling for me. Shoko chuckled, mirroring his action as she brought up her own menu. So dramatic. He turned to her with a half smile, a glint of mock seriousness in his eyes. You speared me to death, while enjoying the view from a distance. At the very least, I'm allowed to be a little dramatic. A soft snort escaped her as she tapped through her menu. Fair. Well, I can't afford to die before I get to enjoy whole of Yggdrasil. His sarcastic remark ended with both of them going silent. They stood in the silence of the cracked plains, as volcanoes erupted in the distance, a sight that was typical of Muspelheim. Kai lingered for a second longer, then was about to click on logout icon when Shoko interrupted him. Wait a minute, she spoke as she sent the friend request to Kai. Surprised by her interruption, he stared at her, when he received a notification. Opening his notification section, he was surprised at her initiative to send the friend request. It was accepted. He smiled, as he clicked on the accept icon. See you tomorrow, then. She asked. Kai nodded. As you wish, Madam President. And with that, his avatar dissolved into particles. While she stood there alone, as she let out a groan at his remark. Standing alone, she sighed at his theatrics. Now, looking at her console, she stared at the friend list, before sighing softly. A warmth spread across her chest. Before long she clicked on the logout icon and disconnected her console. The end. Drop a comment and leave a review. Be it negative or positive, but make sure to give constructive criticism. Also, if you think you can add anything of value to the FIC, then you are more than welcome to comment. Any thoughts or questions, ask them in the comment section. I'll try to answer them as soon as I can. 1 comments 0 vote. Chapter 08. If you notice any errors, please feel free to give me constructive feedback. English is not my first language, so if you notice any mistakes, please mention them in the comments section at the end of the chapter. I do not own Overlord. All property rights belong to their respective creators. Let's begin the story. Chapter 08. Muspelheim. Yggdrasil. Earth. Year 2126. Overlord verse. The next day arrived with quiet anticipation. Logging in once again, Kai appeared near the central outpost of Muspelheim. His was calmer now, a steadiness in his eyes that hadn't been there the day before, as the loneliness that ate away at his psyche had dwindled. The days he spent playing Yggdrasil alone during beta had made him crave for comrades, while he had been against the idea at the beginning, but the solo grinding bored him to death, the endless battles with never-ending monsters in the whole of Yggdrasil, with no one to share glory and failures with. Exploring the vast worlds of Yggdrasil, battling boss monsters was not possible for a lone player without the world item that turned a player into world enemy. And with the limited progress he could make playing solo in a DMMORPG, his ambition to be the top was not feasible. I'll have to find potential members for my guild. As joining Ains Ulgaun is not an option now. With Shoko in tow, we should be able to create a stronger guild. Her meddling hasn't triggered the dream yet. It could be a loophole. After all, the moment I called and tried talking about future plans of Yggdrasil with Kayaba, the memories of that place, of that dream gets triggered. She could be my salvation in this accursed world. He stood alone, contemplating his future plans, as a thought occurred to him. But will Shoko play the game till the end? Her current enthusiasm is admirable, but will it last? He stood pondering as he reached a roadblock on his future plans. Well, it up to her. All I can do is play till the end, with or without anyone. While it is her decision to make. Moreover, we still have 12 more years before closedown. I am sure it will somehow play out, while, all I can do is try. Not long after he began his contemplation, Evernight Candidum appeared beside him in a radiant burst of light from the skies, the familiar red cape flowing as she took in her surroundings. You're early, she said. While Kai stood dumbstruck at her method of travel. Though I have a lot of questions about that flashy entrance, but it's easier and better for my serenity to have some questions unanswered. He mused. Kai sighed as he turned to face her. Anyway, I logged in 10 minutes ago. Let's get going now, we can't have anyone else snatch that dungeon from us. She mentally rolled her eyes at his indifferent attitude, while she had so dearly wished for him to question about her entrance. I hope you're ready, he said, snapping her out of her thoughts. Opening the map, He pointed towards an unmapped region of the map. There's a dungeon in this region I've been eyeing since beta. A middle or upper intermediate tier dungeon. It's quite a difficult dungeon in the early stages of the game, for a low-level party to challenge that is. With it being in the open, it's begging for players to attack it. I suppose the devs wished for it to be cleared at the early stages. Oh, she exclaimed. He had managed to grab her attention, igniting both their competitive spirit. Tyrant of Flames. It should not be too hard, but it isn't easy either, not unless you're a decent player with a good team. It should prove difficult even for a level 100 player to challenge the dungeon alone. But then, how are we supposed to clear it with you, a level 49 player? She spoke skeptically, doubt evident in her voice, with none of her flamboyant attitude present. Kai smirked. Well, it's level 62 now. I did grind in a good monster-rich region and cleared a dungeon along the way, late night before going to bed. She grinned. I guess the level gap may have wounded someone. Still, that does not explain about the plan for dungeon diving. With you still being level 62. Noted. And as for the dungeon, it's quite simple. We can clear the mobs, no worries, and that's the easiest part of this dungeon. I'll explain the plan for the boss on the move. Less than gate greater than. With Kai casting a gate to the nearest point he could, both of them walked through it. The Tyrant of Flames dungeon stood carved into the heart of a magma basin. Lava flowed through deep channels, casting orange light across the jagged obsidian walls. The inside was hot enough to distort visibility, heat shimmering off the ground in waves. It's great that I have resistance against heat. Kai sighed in relief. As none of the previous dungeon dealt as much fire damage as this dungeon. Kai and Shoko stood at the entrance, their footsteps echoing off blackened stone. This place is filled with monsters, Shoko muttered, firing off arrows from golden bow. Kai grinned. That's how you know it's a good farming place. Having formed a party, the experience gained by them both is equally divided between them, it was quite an advantageous situation for him. Kai could have never expected to get carried by another player. Still, this should allow us to concentrate more on quests and side quests. He mused, while punching, slicing and firing spells at monsters swarming them. They advanced, fending off fire slimes, ember hounds, and molten skeletons, flame serpent, salamanders, imps, fire elementals and many other species of monsters. The enemies were tough enough to warrant caution but not overwhelming, thanks to their combined synergy. Kai handled the aggro and ranged bombardments using less than shockwave greater than, less than greater magic, arrow greater than, less than freeze lance greater than, less than dragon lightning greater than, less than ice storm greater than and even a less than force explosion greater than spell, while Shoko handled close combat, cutting through enemies with precise spear thrusts and firing arrows. Stop stealing my kills, Kai called once, half-joking, as her bow that had transformed into a golden spear tore through an intermediate fire elemental. Then hit faster. They reached the final chamber in just under an hour. The ground trembled as a gigantic figure rose from his throne of molten rock. The Tyrant of Flames towered over them, eyes glowing like coals, his body encased in glowing runes. He held a long blade made of hardened lava, molten rock and earth. Ready? Kai asked, checking his buffs. Shoko pulled her bowstrings. Let's get this over with. A towering monstrosity, easily 30 meters tall, with skin like molten stone veined with frozen magma. Every movement exhaled steam and crackling embers. The long blade he wielded was forged of magma-infused ore, so vast it scraped against the ground, hissing and carving trails of fire. Its glowing eyes locked onto them. Less than boss battle, Tyrant of Flames, initiated greater than. He's big, Kai muttered, already casting less than greater shield greater than, less than wall of hell greater than and less than lava ward greater than. Don't worry, Shoko smirked, stepping forward and drawing her golden spear. The boss roared, shoulders heaving with volcanic fury, and swung the sword sideways in a wide arc. Kai immediately cast less than fly greater than to avoid the sweep, while launching less than ice storm greater than from above, watching as frozen spears pelted the boss's shoulders and slowed its movements. Steam hissed violently where ice met molten skin. Shoko darted in, her golden spear glowing with buffs as she slammed into the boss's knee, agile and aggressive. Her attacks chipped into the runes engraved on its legs, drawing its ire. Draw aggro. She called out. I'm trying. Kai yelled, casting less than force explosion greater than to knock the boss back, to no effect except dealing few HP it lost. The tyrant bellowed and slammed its fist on one side of a wall, summoning 4 magma-clad rocky arms through the air that lashed outward like whips. One caught Kai mid-flight, slamming him into a jagged wall. Okay, he growled from the impact. That hurt. It FC King took quite a bit of my HP. Less than dragon lightning greater than surged from his fingers, crackling across the boss's shoulder and causing its molten armor to harden and fracture. Shoko used the opportunity to vault off one of the arms and land a deep slash into the monster's back. Then the tyrant raised its sword overhead. The runes on its body lit up blindingly red. Kai's eyes widened. It's moving. Less than greater magic, ice coffin greater than. Less than protection barrier greater than. The ground beneath them cracked as the blade fell, an earth-splitting cleave of molten rock and fire. The entire chamber quaked. Lava splashed skyward like geysers. Kai took the full brunt of the outer wave, but his dual layers of shielding kept him upright with quite a loss of HP. Shoko had dodged just in time, leaping onto a pillar before firing arrows straight into the boss's eye. Now, she yelled. Kai cast less than summon shadow doppelganger greater than. 3 shadowy versions of himself appeared on either flank and behind the tyrant, their forms flickering with dark mist. He didn't have time to waste. The tyrant's anger surged, sensing its impending defeat. Kai barked out the command mentally. Less than maximize magic, freeze lance greater than. All 3 versions of himself acted in tandem, launching icy lances that streaked across the chamber. The projectiles struck true, crashing into the tyrant's chest. The doppelgangers cracked and dissipated instantly, fading into smoke. A great spell that's demon race exclusive, but they can only be used to cast a single spell each or a skill once before they disappear, Kai reminded himself. The tyrant screamed, not in pain, but in defiance. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently. As the tyrant of the flames invoked its special skill, less than throne of fire, activated greater than. A wave of explosion of flame burst outward in all directions with the tyrant at the center, searing and wild. Lava surged upward from the explosion in the chamber floor, spiraling around the room, as they collected behind the tyrant, forming an illusion of a setting sun. The ground shook violently as magma geysers erupted from beneath, blanketing the room in a flood of liquid flame. Fall back, Kai shouted, casting less than teleport greater than to dodge a column of rising fire. Shoko dashed to the side, spinning through a wall of heat with less than aerial step greater than, her form wreathed in golden light as she hurled her bow-turned spear forward, just as the lava reached her heels. The battle raged on, as Kai summoned monsters, demons, and undeads to keep the tyrant in check. After what felt like eternity, Shoko dropped from the air like a falling star. Her golden spear surged with blinding divine, or holy, light. She plunged the weapon straight into the tyrant's forehead. A shudder ran through the boss's colossal form. Its eyes dimmed, the flames flickered, and then, finally, the tyrant collapsed with a tremendous roar. Molten rock cracked apart as its body disintegrated into obsidian shards and ashen mist, its throne crumbling behind it like a mirage. The room grew quiet. Only the faint hiss of dying lava remained. Less than you have cleared. Tyrant's Palace Dungeon greater than. Dungeon Boss Clear Reward, Tyrant of Flames. Rewards. Molten Emperor's Gauntlet. Arm equipment. It provides plus 30% fire resistance, plus 30% strength, with a passive skill less than heatburst greater than that emits a wave of fire when dealing damage. Closing curly bracket. Core Flame Necklace, accessory, it increases fire magic damage by 35%, grants resistance to burn status. Closing curly bracket. Forged Soul Ash, crafting material, a rare material dropped by Heidier fire elementals. Used in forging divinity fire weapons. Closing curly bracket. Forged Gauntlets of Caldera Might, arm equipment, it buffs the user with plus 18% physical attack, plus 10% fire resistance, plus 10% attack speed and has a passive skill less than Flame Coil greater than. Each successful melee strike adds 1 stack of Flame Coil. At 5 stacks, next attack triggers a small explosion for additional AoE fire damage. Closing curly bracket. Scorched Giant's Core, a rare crafting material, a condensed magic core infused with fire elemental mana. Essential for crafting fire-aligned Heidier gear. Can be fused into weapons or armor to imbue, burn, or ignite effects. Closing curly bracket. Fire Tyrant's Throne Fragment, Guild Hall upgrade item, when installed inside a guild base, adds plus 50% fire resistance to all guild members while within base. Also allows the summoning of fire elementals. Closing curly bracket. Tyrant's Heart Divine Tier, a cuff or a bracelet, that grants access to the skill, Reign of the Tyrant, allows the summoning of up to 9 massive earthen arms with molten rock musculature and frozen lava vin-like patterns. Each hand scales in size and strength with the tyrant who was level 90. Active skill, Hands of the Tyrant. Summon up to 9 tyrant hands that persist for 60 minutes or until destroyed. Each hand can grab, crush, slam, or act as independent weapons. Cooldown. 180 minutes. Passive skill, Tyrant's Judgment. Once per day, summons the Tyrant's Greatblade, a 25-meter obsidian magma-forged sword. Carried by the summoned Tyrant hands, the weapon delivers a singular slash from above, dealing massive AoE fire and force damage, that leaves the target with burn status and has a fiery aura passive skill. Closing curly bracket. Less than 350,000 gold greater than. Kai stood staring at the disappearing body of the tyrant, as he spoke. It was a great battle. Shoko smiled, resting her spear against her shoulder. You didn't get impaled this time. He grinned. I suppose, I've made some progress on that department. Together, they walked toward the loot, the flames of the battlefield still crackling behind them. His heart was still racing, the rush of combat clinging to his breath. It had been intense, chaotic, even, but for once, it didn't feel empty. The silence that followed wasn't lonely. Just, peaceful. Not a bad day, he thought. And in that moment, under the blistering heat of the dungeon, Kai smiled. Less than game ID, Ligma balls at 6-9 race, heteromorphic, level, 68 greater than. Less than game ID, Evernight Candidum race, human, level 100 greater than. The end. Drop a comment and leave a review. Be it negative or positive, but make sure to give constructive criticism. Also, if you think you can add anything of value to the FIC, then you are more than welcome to comment. Any thoughts or questions, ask them in the comment section. I'll try to answer them as soon as I can. 0 comments 0 vote. Chapter 09. If you notice any errors, please feel free to give me constructive feedback. English is not my first language, so if you notice any mistakes, please mention them in the comments section at the end of the chapter. I do not own Overlord. All property rights belong to their respective creators. Let's begin the story. Chapter 09. Asgard. Yggdrasil. Earth. Year 2127. Overlord verse. The wind howled through the outer reaches of the central city of Asgard, distant spires crowned in frost and golden runes shimmering in the sky above. Kai sliced the last of the monster he had come across on his hunting trip to farm some data crystals from the monsters. Collecting the loot, he glanced at the time on his console. I still have a few minutes before the scheduled time. I could have gone straight to the rendezvous, he sighed. But I can't miss on these precious data crystals now, can I? I've got a lot of my weapons and items that are waiting to be upgraded and many that are waiting to be created. Bringing up his console, he opened his map to check his current location. Should be a straight walk from here, he muttered, scanning his map. Let's farm for some more data crystal en route to Asgard Castle. He mused and began his dash with the intent to cut down all monsters he came across. Interrupting his musing, a wolf-shaped creature lunged at him from the side of the path, its glistening fangs bared and eyes glowing faintly with ice elemental magic. Kai sighed, already drawing his spear. With a clean swing, his spear carved through the creature's flank in a single motion. It collapsed with a distorted whimper, pixelated shards breaking apart and fading into the terrain. He didn't even stop walking. Yep, Kai muttered under his breath, checking his data crystal haul through his console. The things that you can do as a level 100 player in this game is amazing. His console pinged lightly in the corner of his vision, a soft reminder of his system status. Less than game ID, Ligma balls at 6-9 race, heteromorphic, level, 100 greater than. With so many players still farming experience, he mused aloud, mixed in with new players still learning the ropes, things are finally starting to feel different. It had taken him days, dozens of dungeons and monster mobs to finally hit the level cap. And with Cash Shop unlocked, he'd brought Creator Kit in abundance and made quite a drastic change to his items and himself. He brought up his status console and swiped to check the 3D visual of his character. His avatar now wore a dark coat with golden embroideries, long dark black hair tied neatly, his amber gold eyes glinting with reserved sharpness. It was a look taken directly from another game from his world, Genshin Impact. From one of its most well-known characters. Zhongli or Morax. Not like I ever actually played the game, he thought with a half smile. Only installed it back then to shut my friend up. It was a strange, almost nostalgic ache. His best friend's voice echoing from a past life. Come on, just try it. You'll like it. Trust me. The story is great. Not to mention the characters. But Kai never had the time in his past life. Not with the drama. Not with what followed. He shook his head, briefly lost in the memory of sheets of regret, a childish incident, an accident, a death, and an entirely new world to live through. I had only installed the game, to get dragged into that FC King mess. He sighed. Zhong Li's calm elegance suited him just fine now. Well, I may not have played Genshin, but this look suits me and will be quite useful in Yggdrasil and the New World. It should help me score brownie points with most of the residents of the New World than a skeleton. The next moment, his map screen lit up again. Still got a few minutes. Let's farm for some more data crystals en route to the castle. He mused. Well, it's better than letting them see me like this. And that's when it happened. Just as he moved past a rock outcrop, 5 arrows whizzed past him with 2 arrows bouncing off him. Kai sighed. Of course. A moment later, 5 figures emerged, 3 humans, 1 elf, and a dwarf. Their equipment wasn't high-end, but they weren't beginners either. Solid mid-tier gear, probably crafted or were drop items. Ligma balls at 6'9", one of them called, checking his name being displayed above his head, oblivious to its meaning. Bit far from your guild, aren't you? Kai didn't reply. He had no guild. Not yet, anyway. Another chimed in, nice gear for a demon. Kai gave a tired shrug. I guess targeting solo heteromorphs is in fashion nowadays. Nothing personal, the elf said, knocking an arrow. No karma penalty for killing monsters. That was the loophole. In Yggdrasil, or rather a privilege, humans and demihumans faced no penalty for PvP kills on heteromorphic players. It was by design, heteromorphs were seen as enemies by them and by extension as monsters. That made them perfect farm targets. Just as he thought of dealing with them, fast, he heard the sound of notification. Incoming message, Evernight Candidum. Less than, we're waiting at the castle gates. Where are you? Greater than. Kai sighed as he invoked message feature to reply, while the 5 of them moved to encircle him, assuming he'd try to run. He didn't. Less than, we'll be there in a minute. Greater than, he replied and activated his skill. Less than Reign of the Tyrant greater than. A skill of an item less than Tyrant's Heart greater than, he received after defeating the Tyrant of Flames, a dungeon boss. The ornate cuff on his wrist pulsed. A second later, molten earth exploded upward as 3 giant hands formed from stone and lava crashed into the field, scattering 2 of the attackers. What the FCK is that? One of them muttered. Is that even allowed? Another muttered. Hacker, muttered another player. It's a skill, get yourself together, screamed the elf. While, they remained awestruck at the display of power, but recovered fast with elf's realization. As they returned to their formations, all the more motivated to bring him down for a good loot. Speculating the quality of his equipment. One dashed at him with a curved blade. Kai blocked it by bringing up another of Tyrant's hand to shield himself, deflecting the slash, and countered with less than reality slash greater than, the slash bisecting both the dwarf and human in one go, yet it failed to finish them stacked with Tyrant's hand, leaving them on low HP. He retrieved a spear from his inventory to strike but received another ping. Incoming message, Evernight Candidum. Less than, what's taking you so long? Don't tell me you were busy dungeon diving, while we are waiting for you here. Greater than. Kai smirked and replied mid-dodge from the barrage of arrows and spells. Less than, just busy clearing out some pakurs. Nothing to worry about. Greater than. The elf tried to retreat and fire from distance, but one of the tyrant hands shot forward, grabbing and slamming him into a tree. Another attempted less than teleport greater than, only to be caught midcast and interrupted by a well-timed less than force explosion greater than. It didn't take long, for him to receive another message. Incoming message, Evernight Candidum. Less than, should we come help you? Greater than. Take this, shouted the dwarf, as he took flight, beelining towards Kai with this hammer raised high. That's cute. Kai mused. Kai slammed the dwarf who came from above with the intent to slam him with the hammer he carried by less than echo of repulsion greater than. Quite a useful 9th tier spell for magic casters, that it hits the attacker rushing towards the caster to attack with twice the repulsive force that was being used by the attacker. As he replies to Shoko. Less than, I've got this. They are just a bunch of noobs. Greater than, he spoke. Less than, you sure you don't need help? Greater than, she asked. Less than, nope. And go on ahead to the Valhalla gate. I'll be there in a bit. Greater than, he replied. To which he received, less than, make it fast. Greater than. Smirking at the message he received, Kai mentally replied, will do. And he invoked a 10th tier spell, less than primal blaze greater than. An orb of red flame materialized in front of him, as the edges of the flame burned with a golden hue. The flames of the orb intensified, making Kai smile. This should do, he muttered, snapping his fingers, pointing towards their direction. The flame orb burst forth in all direction on his cue, without harming the caster. The flames raged, as they ate away a significant part of the HP of the Pakurs. Kai watched as 3 of the 5 Pakurs were on their last leg with less than detect life greater than, after the many assault by Tyrant's hands. Ignoring their struggle to consume a HP potion, he slammed all of them using less than Reign of Tyrant greater than skill. The attack managed to eat away what little HP was left of 3 of the 5 Pakurs. Kai let out a sigh, receiving yet another message from Shoko. Less than, are you done getting stabbed, or should we send flowers? Greater than Shoko's voice rang clearly in his mind. With a dwarf and a human mage left of the party, they made preparation to teleport and escape, observing Kai aka Ligma balls at 69 inches deeming him to be a tough opponent. You really don't learn, do you? Kai spoke out loud, eyes flicking to the last 2 Pakurs, a dwarf with a hammer, and a human mage midchant. Less than dimension lock greater than he casts. His act angered the dwarf as he dashed towards him with his hammer raised high. Kai smirked and replied to Shoko mid-dodge. Less than, make it 5, white lilies, Madam Candidum. Greater than. And he received no response for his sarcastic reply, making him chuckle. Kai stood silent after replying to Shoko unmoving. The dwarf finding the opportunity, strikes from behind, alas, he passes through Kai's body. Staggering, he turns to look at Kai with shocked expression, but was met with, less than gravity maelstrom greater than, which ate the remaining HP of his, causing his body to fall lifeless on the ground. Kai, having dealt with the dwarf, he moved to the human mage, using teleport within dimension lock using a world item, less than bell of locked greater than. The world item, that he had also used against the dwarf, letting him pass through his body, by turning intangible. Standing in front of the human mage, he used his spear dealing damage with consecutive strikes, as he kept on slashing away his HP, using many martial arts he had learned in this second life of his. It didn't take long for him to deal with the Pakurs. Kai sighed in relief, putting away his spear. He opened the console, exhaling slowly as the game registered his 5th kill. Less than you have killed a human player, MILF lover at 1. Less than you have killed a human player, HNTAI lover at 80085. Less than you have killed a human player, daddy at 69. Less than you have killed a human player, NTRLOVR greater than. Less than you have killed a human player, NTR hater greater than. Kai hadn't paid attention to the names floating above their head, while he was busy messaging Shoko and planning his moves. Now, looking at their names, he bursts out laughing, a hand of his clutching his face. The FCK were they thinking, naming their accounts in such manner? He muttered, in between his laugher. Well, considering my name, theirs is more about their preference, while mine is a failed joke. Anyway, I am in no situation to judge them. While my name is in English, theirs is in Japanese. Making it difficult for most of the players to understand the meaning of my game ID. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter what it is. I am in no condition, going to use my name or my game ID, in the new world. I remember reading about wild magic being able to affect anyone with just the knowledge of their true name. I am not sure, if it was true, but I am in no situation going to risk finding out. He mused. He turned toward the horizon, the great castle of Asgard looming in the distance, its white stone bastions rising above the clouds. Time to go. Less than gate greater than. He stepped through the swirling portal. Kai stepped out of the shimmering portal, the tall silhouette of Asgard castle looming just ahead, its spires piercing the overcast heavens. Time to go, he muttered. Ahead, waiting near the castle's marble gateposts in a distance, was Shoko, clad in her usual radiant gold armor, her long black hair fluttering slightly in the breeze. With her were 3 others, Wandering Soul, the elemental mage, Indomitable Wall, the tank, and Nameless Shadow, the dual-wielding assassin. They'd fought through dungeons, events, and against players together. Kai couldn't say they were close friends, but they were reliable. And that counted for a lot. Kai, having spotted them, calmly walked towards them. The Wandering Soul was the picture-perfect happy-go-lucky girl and the second girl in their party after Shoko. While, both the Indomitable Wall, the serious one and Nameless Shadow, the silent guy with assassin syndrome were male. The 3 of them were college students, while Shoko was in her 2nd year of high school. And as for Kai, he had dropped out. Seeing them, standing together, waiting for him in a distance, did make him feel a little bit guilty, but he was ready to apologize. The end. Drop a comment and leave a review. Be it negative or positive, but make sure to give constructive criticism. Also, if you think you can add anything of value to the FIC, then you are more than welcome to comment. Any thoughts or questions, ask them in the comment section. I'll try to answer them as soon as I can. 0 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 10. If you notice any errors, please feel free to give me constructive feedback. English is not my first language, so if you notice any mistakes, please mention them in the comments section at the end of the chapter. I do not own Overlord. All property rights belong to their respective creators. Let's begin the story. Chapter 10. Valhalla Dungeon, Asgard. Yggdrasil. Earth. Year 2127. Overlord verse. Kai slowed his pace for a moment, as he glanced at the looming gates of the castle. From this distance, the Valhalla Hall was partially visible, its obsidian dome contrasting against the white marble towers of Asgard Castle. A faint shimmer in the air marked the sealed entrance to the Divinetier dungeon. It still felt surreal seeing it in person. A year, Kai thought to himself. It's already been more than a year since we started playing this game. He remembered the first few months, just him and Shoko, clearing one dungeon after another with nothing but stubbornness, ridiculous builds, and blind ambition. Reaching level 100 had been a goal to me back then. A challenge. He mused. After that came the party. Wandering Soul, Indomitable Wall, Nameless Shadow. Reliable players, and a better company. They'd met in an unexpected PvP tiebreaker over dungeon rights, and from there, the 5 of them had bulldozed through every high-level dungeon they could get their hands on. Kai chuckled quietly at the memory of him and Shoko going wild in the in-game cash shop, maxing out cosmetics, mounts, vanity effects, items, weapons, artifacts and everything they could set their sights on. And then there was the seller's market, the open auction boards filled with rare materials, player-crafted items, enchanted weapons and rare drop items. They had bought it all. But the Valhalla dungeon. It was different. You couldn't just walk into Valhalla. You had to earn it. He mused. The Gods of Asgard event had begun the week prior, an ongoing series of PvP battle royales held within the Great Valhalla Hall itself. Hundreds of players thrown into a free-for-all, every hour from 12 p.m. to 12 a.m., where the rules were simple: survive and kill. Any player who reached a total of 100 kills in the event would be granted the opportunity to challenge Valhalla Dungeon. But there was a catch, one that made it far more brutal than a normal PvP event. He reminisced. If you saw another player, you had to fight. The system made sure of it. Site-based proximity locked battle status. Fleeing the battle meant ineligibility to challenge Valhalla and their kill count reset. He mused, as he continued recalling the event. And to make matters worse, a floating marker above everyone, their real-time location, visible to all. It wasn't about stealth or strategy. It was war, plain and simple. He sighed. Anyway, the event was hosted to advertise Yggdrasil, attract new players and bring in more gamers from different sections with this unique event. It was mostly to spread the name. Weil cleared the threshold in his first session, Shoko did it in 2 sessions. They were used to fighting alone. Used to being hunted. By now, they'd mastered it. And now here we are, he thought, eyes flicking toward the castle walls and the shadowy outline of the Valhalla gate beyond. The reward for clearing the dungeon wasn't officially disclosed, but everyone assumed it had to be something massive. After all, it was a one-time dungeon. Once cleared, it was locked forever. No duvers. No reruns. No loot drops. Whoever got through first would walk away with the only tangible spoils in the entire server. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if squinting through the thin veil of memory. Kayaba was pretty smug when he mentioned it. But I saw his eyes flicker when I asked about the reward, he slipped. Kai wasn't interested in some leaderboard entry or rare cosmetic. He wanted that. Whatever it was. And he wasn't going to let someone else take it first. As he walked close to them, what caught his attention, though, were the 2 unfamiliar players standing beside them, engaged in conversation with Shoko. One of them was talking animatedly, with arms flailing around. He played the conversation, creating a dramatic flair. He presented himself with the confidence of someone used to being in charge. Kai slowed, doubtful as he presumed. So that's why she didn't reply. He approached. It was Wandering Soul who noticed him first. She waved energetically, calling out, "There you are." The others turned. Indomitable Wall gave a sharp nod, and Nameless Shadow raised a hand in silent greeting. Shoko turned at the sound of their voices, her expression, one of tiredness. Finally. Took your sweet time, didn't you? Kai shrugged, walking up. I was experimenting with them. I still can't decide on my fighting style. He muttered. Exasperated at his indecisiveness, she sighed. Couldn't you just continue the way you have been? I suppose. He answered undecided. She rolled her eyes but smiled at his childishness. It was a stark contrast to the Kai Kurenai she had come to know, before Yggdrasil happened. One of them, a tall, clean-cut man with straight black hair, stepped forward. He had the composed air of someone used to attention. So, you're the infamous genius junior everyone kept talking about, he said with a confident tone, assured of his assumption. Kai blinked. I'm sorry, what? Shoko stepped in, her tone casual. This is Manabu Hojo. He took over as student body president after I stepped down. That made Kai pause. You stepped down. I figured I already had enough on my plate. Besides, I had no attachment towards the position. Her words were light but carried a quiet undertone. That drew a pause from Kai. He hadn't checked on the school's affairs in a very long time, not since he'd withdrawn. Shoko stepping down was news to him. Her grades and record had made her an obvious choice, and with the school board's support to score brownie points with her grandfather, who, if rumor was to be believed, practically ran the entire political structure of Neo-Japan. He mused. So, the idea of her stepping down shocked him. Oblivious to his inner thoughts, Manabu extended a hand. Nice to finally meet you in person. I'm Manabu Hojo, current student body president, but since you've dropped out, I suppose that doesn't mean much. In here, I go by Rex Sub Luna. Kai shook his hand, his grip firm but casual. Kai Kurenai, he replied. The supposed genius, I suppose. But in here, I go by Ligma Balls at 6'9". The name displayed above his head had been bugging Manabu but hearing from the man himself. Manabu froze. He had clearly seen the name before but had been avoiding. Next to him, Shoko let out a sigh. Kai, I understand it that you wear that name with pride, she wheezed. But for you to actually said it out loud. And you Manabu. Don't mind him, he's quite a jester, indifferent to the worldview and societal opinions. Manabu's jaw tightened for a second before he gave a faint chuckle. Quote. Bold. The second stranger stepped up. Hitoshi Kirishima. In-game name's Heiki Kaji. Nice to meet you. Kai nodded. Same. Shoko spoke. Anyway, you should give some thought to changing that name, already. Kai smiled faintly. Life is short, why worry about others' opinion? I've already learned my lesson about it. And believe me, the universe is quite a jester. His speech resonating with different meaning to everyone present. Manabu recovered, lips twitching. Anyway, I hear you're planning to challenge Valhalla Dungeon. Mind if we join you? Shoko cut in before Kai could respond. There's a 6-player limit on every party that are challenging Valhalla Dungeon. The words hung in the air. Manabu's friend, Hitoshi, stepped forward. Then I'll sit out. My level isn't high enough for this anyway. Manabu glanced at him, then back at Kai. If it's an issue, I'll stay behind too. It was more curiosity on my part. Before either of Kai or Shoko could continue, Wandering Soul spoke up, raising her hand. I don't mind skipping either. I didn't mean to get in the way of a reunion. Which was followed by Indomitable Wall and Nameless Shadow. And Shoko tried to open her mouth to speak but was interrupted. Kai raised a hand, silencing the protests. It's fine. You guys go ahead. I won't be joining this time. The others stared at him. Wait, Indomitable Wall frowned. You're not joining us. Are you serious? Nameless Shadow finally spoke. We've been planning this raid for a week, Shoko interjected. And you're bailing now. Kai shrugged. I still plan to challenge the dungeon. Just not with the group, at least for now. Valhalla is structured differently. Individual competency and team cooperation matters here. Valhalla's dungeon system doesn't allow teams to move ahead, unless everyone in the party has cleared the particular floor to progress further. If someone new joins after, they'll need to catch up anyway. So, it's mostly individual progression that matters. And I was planning to go solo regardless. I just didn't know on how bring it up. And you're going to do that alone? Hitoshi asked. At least, that's the plan. Kai replied. The words shocked them. Shoko took a step forward. You're joking. Kai, this isn't some ordinary dungeon. Even with good stats and gear, Valhalla isn't a solo-run dungeon. Indomitable Wall frowned. This place scales harder the deeper you go. Even full parties of level 100 have been wiped out. Wandering Soul added, not to mention, it's one-time only dungeon. Once a random party clears it, that's it. No entry, and no rewards either. Are you sure? Kai glanced toward the enormous doorway in the distance, the Valhalla gate. Kai sighed. Kayaba mentioned there being a special reward for one who has cleared the most numbers of floor, solo, before the dungeon is closed. He mused. He let his slip, during our conversation, while we were discussing about the bugs. Alas, that dream got triggered and I had visions of that place and had stopped his smug ranting, as he pridefully flaunted the capabilities and the features of the game, the result of the blood and sweat of his team. Kai smirked, while his face remained emotionless. And I don't plan to miss that reward. I can rest assured about Shoko making it far, and with her the others. He mused. Shoko crossed her arms. And you think you can make it far enough? Alone. I've made it this far, haven't I? Kai replied, voice even. Besides, I have a few things up my sleeve. Silence lingered for a moment before Indomitable Wall let out a laugh. Well, if anyone can do it, it's probably you. Nameless Shadow nodded once. I understand your stance, all the best. Wandering Soul stepped forward, placing a hand on Kai's shoulder. We'll see you at the end, then. Don't take too long. Kai gave her a small nod. Then he turned to Shoko. I am sorry about the planning. He spoke. She scowled. Well, considering that it is you, I suppose I understand. You are flippant, impetuous, reckless and a fool. She spoke, while she considered contacting Kayaba later to dig deeper into his reason. But considering the world items we have collected so far, he should be good on his own. She mused. To which, he laughed. Fair enough. And with that, they turned toward the towering gates of Valhalla, and the trial that awaited within. As they all began walking toward the towering gate of Valhalla dungeon, Kai let his pace slow, letting the others drift ahead, Shoko at the center, with Wandering Soul already chattering animatedly beside her. Indomitable Wall followed steadily, arms folded in usual silence, and Nameless Shadow simply melded with their pace, his presence quiet but watchful. Even Manabu and Hitoshi, the new additions, had been drawn into the discussion, their voices mingling. Kai, however, kept his distance, eyes narrowing as they landed on Manabu's back. Hojo Manabu, huh? He stared at him for a moment, then at Shoko. What are the odds? The heir of the Hojo family and the daughter of the Hashina family. A short breath escaped his nose. Neo-Japan is basically run by three major families with some other small families. Hashina family controls the political scene, Hojo family manages the public sector, and the Kurenai family monopolizes and controls the private sector. They practically own the entire private industry. So here we are. An heir of the Hojo family, a child of Hashina family and me, the child of Kurenai family, together, playing Yggdrasil of all things. I've caused quite a butterfly effect in this world. The irony wasn't lost on him. And here we are, walking to the Valhalla dungeon. I can't imagine the condition of board of directors at the company right now. The pressure they must be under, children of three powerhouses, all logged in. One misstep, and the entire company and their employees could disappear by sunrise. Kayaba must be sweating bullets under that smug smile and that prideful ego of his. And I don't even wish to imagine if we all three were to get summoned to the new world. The Dragon Emperor's magic would be the death sentence for Kayaba and sadly he wouldn't even be getting the ticket to the new world, lest he leaves his employees out to hang, as their death sentences passed. That is if he were to come to know about the new world or is very lucky. He chuckled softly at the thought. Well, I can't let him die, now can I? The same can be said about his employees, it is because of them that I am presented with this opportunity. He mused, as he shook his head, lips twitching in dry amusement. The end. Drop a comment and leave a review. Be it negative or positive but make sure to give constructive criticism. Also if you think you can add anything of value to the FIC, then you are more than welcome to comment. Any thoughts or questions, ask them in the comment section. I'll try to answer them as soon as I can. 0 comments 0 vote. Chapter 11. If you notice any errors, please feel free to give me constructive feedback. English is not my first language, so if you notice any mistakes, please mention them in the comments section at the end of the chapter. I do not own Overlord. All property rights belong to their respective creators. Let's begin the story. Chapter 11. Valhalla Dungeon, Asgard. Yggdrasil. Earth. Year 2127. Overlord verse. Up ahead of Kai, Wandering Soul had started laying out the preliminary strategy, hands gesturing wildly, her upbeat tone contrasting with Shoko's sharper, practical logic. Indomitable Wall nodded in agreement, while Nameless Shadow offered a single nod here and there, more absorbed in on the discussion. Manabu, ever the politician, chimed in, clearly trying to sound capable without overstepping. Hitoshi remained quiet beside him. Kai lingered behind, hands tucked behind Zhongli styled coat of his. Their backs blurred slightly as his vision shifted, not with system effects, but from memory. The scene reminded him of a different moment. A different dungeon. A different fight. The first time he had faced a world enemy. A cavern cloaked in shadows. The sound of ice crackling beneath boots. A howl, long and dreadful, echoing through a glacial wind, bounded inside a dungeon. Fenrir. The first world enemy raid he had taken part in. The first in all of Yggdrasil to be discovered and successfully challenged. We lost the first time. Got utterly wiped. The memory was sharp. 3 full party wipes before they even got Fenrir to 50% HP. It hadn't been an open raid either. Hidden deep in Niflheim, in the center of a lake, on a lone island. It was only after Kai had questioned Kayaba about there being any raid events in the game that Kayaba had mentioned to him about the existence of the other world enemies that weren't part of raid mechanics and about the existence of others beside the World Devourer, who would appear later. His talk on the famous monsters and beasts that killed gods and those slayed by legendary heroes jogged his memory about Fenrir. Kai started researching the myths, digging into Fenrir's fate in Norse lore. Lake Amsvartnir. On the Lyngby Island on that lake. A glitched texture that wasn't quite part of the map. He traveled alone to his destination. Niflheim's cold bit deep, the zone mechanics applying constant HP drain, with visibility cut to a mere few meters. And yet, there it was. A dark cave-like dungeon, situated on the Lyngby Island. Kai hadn't expected himself to find the dungeon with a world enemy. So, it did fill him with pride. He later regrouped with Shoko, gathered Wandering Soul, Indomitable Soul, Nameless Shadow, and even contacted a mid-sized clan they had once allied with. Kai had been offered to join that clan more than once, but he always declined. Starting his own guild was still on the table, but he was holding off until he found players he could actually trust. Guilds or clan required a base, participating in guild wars or clan wars to defending the base in numbers to make it possible. He planned to hold it off, until he found a group of players he could actually trust. Not just to play with, but to hold ground alongside. Still, the raid needed numbers. So, with the clan's help, they formed a temporary alliance. It had taken 3 tries, endless strategies, and a crash course in resurrection cooldowns time and experience penalty, but they did it. The moment it happened, the entire server got the alert. A world enemy had been defeated. Fenrir had been beaten. And the location was added to the map. It was no longer a gray area, a glitched out region in the map. The loot had been generous. But there was one thing that stood out. A world item. It was a wonder to them. Kai and Shoko already had 2 world items in their possession by then, though the rest of the party hadn't known that. They had only heard or seen world items in tutorial sites or in Yggdrasil forum. As discoverer of the dungeon, Kai was granted first pick. And rather than fight for it, he offered to purchase the item outright, with real cash. The clan had agreed. Reluctantly at first, but eventually, they realized the deal was worth it. And that single transaction had changed everything. That clan started calling themselves a merchant guild after that. Turned their focus to rare items, off-market deals, under-the-radar trades. They had even recruited a couple of retired pro gamers. Then came the invite-only club. Then the private forum after Yggdrasil's company went after them. It snowballed from there. So much so, Yggdrasil parent company tried to shut it down. Kayaba himself had apparently planned to blacklist their entire group. But then he found out Shoko and I were VVIP members of the club. I am not sure of his source, lest I leaked it him. But who cares about it now? That stopped him cold. And Kayaba, half tired, half begrudging, let it go for a while. Kai, meanwhile, became their biggest patron. Whenever they had something rare, or information about unlisted dungeons, they approached him first. To this day, the whole thing had overwhelmed him, as much as it had shocked him. The whole situation was ridiculous as he watched the company crack down on them. He felt an ache in heart from the treasure trove he had amassed using their service, and considering the future prospect with his continued patronage. As Kai stood now, watching the rest finalize their formations in the distance, he casually flicked through his inventory, gearing up, picking items, readying the essentials like HP and MP potion and magic scrolls. Many of the more unique but weak weapons and gears he had were stored with the now supposed merchant or explorer guild for safekeeping. Ah! The space limitations for inventory in Yggdrasil is limited. One day soon, I will have to ask them to make it infinite with either world items like less than 5 elements of overcoming greater than or less than Ouroboros greater than. Or will have to use less than wish upon a star greater than, to expand my inventory infinitely. He mused. Kai quietly waved as the group stepped forward, standing in front of the Valhalla dungeon. Shoko turned briefly to glance at him, her face unreadable, then followed the others. She would be helping Wandering Soul, Indomitable Wall, and Nameless Shadow clear the earlier floors with Manabu and Hitoshi who were now added to the party. Unlike Kai, they hadn't made any progress yet. But Shoko had. She'd reached floor 17 before she capped her level during pre-release. Kai himself had cleared up to 14th floor. They had done the first 4 floors together, when the dungeon first opened, waiting for others to clear the challenge. Valhalla had changed since then. Difficulty level had scaled upward, rewards changed. From what Shoko had observed of the floor levels they cleared together. The difficulty has been increased by a lot, he mused. As they stood before the towering gate of the Valhalla dungeon, its monumental stone doors humming faintly with smooth animation, the group instinctively fell into silence. Kai stood a few steps behind them, quiet and unreadable. Unbeknownst to the others, he reached into his inventory and, with a fluid flick of his wrist, placed a polished monocle across his right eye. It settled into place with a soft shimmer, its obsidian frame subtle enough to pass off as ornamentation. Though its purpose was anything but an ordinary item, it was a world item. Less than the all-seeing eye of wisdom greater than. The monocle's faint glyphs activated in his peripheral vision as it locked onto Manabu Hojo. Level 100. Vampire, Kai murmured to himself, eyes narrowing. Huh. That's a surprise. A soft hum left him as he examined the details. He has quite a few interesting classes, for both the racial and the job. He mused. Kai leaned slightly to one side, shifting the monocle's focus toward the shorter player standing beside Manabu. And the dwarf, Hitoshi. Level 93. Obvious from the build, but, his gaze swept over the character's oddly customized equipment. Just like his build suggests, it leans towards building or creating things, maybe a hobby of his. He mused. Kai clicked his tongue softly and dismissed the monocle with a blink, the lens vanishing as discreetly as it had appeared. He slipped his hand back down into his coat pocket, watching the group in front of him with what he imagined to be a warm, relaxed smile. In reality, his expression, a result of his chosen avatar's regal design, looked more like the serene calm. Still, it amused him. The contrast, the absurdity, the quiet truth behind this little gathering. A child of Hashina, an heir of Hojo, and me, the discarded child of the Kurenai family, all standing here, pretending to be adventurers. His shoulders shifted with a soundless chuckle. Oh. Dragon Emperor do show mercy at the team working behind Yggdrasil. If anything happens to one of us, their whole company might get buried overnight. As he quipped himself with humor to fend off his imaginary loneliness that he remained oblivious to. As his past affected his perception with his current environment growing up. As it subconsciously forced him to question everything, loyalty, friendship, familial bond, trust and his humanity. Where he unknowingly projected his unsure self and compared it to his past, targeting and tearing down everything. While he lived under the illusion he had cast on himself, where he was in power and everything was alright. Still, the smile lingered on his lips. The events in Yggdrasil were increasing in good number with the rising player base. The air was thick with smoke and cinders, the battlefield a crumbling cliff of a broken frost. Pillars of black ice jutted from the ground like jagged fangs. Garmer snarled, his crimson maw dripping with venom as a frostbitten mist oozed from between his jagged fangs. His massive lupine frame was cloaked in chains of flame and frost, each link glowing with an unnatural, pulsing light. Standing nearly 10 times the size of a regular direwolf, he moved like a phantom predator. Everything on-screen was screaming danger. Kai ducked a sweeping claw, rolling to the side as a less than frostfire cleave greater than ability split the air where he'd just been. The wolf's claws left molten scars on the ground, shimmering with residual debuff effects. Less than burn greater than, less than slow greater than, less than frostbite greater than. Kai gritted his teeth as he slid back across the battlefield, the remnants of a magic shield fragmenting in front of him like cracked glass from the consecutive attacks. He's fast, Kai muttered. As a monocle adorned his right eye. Garmer HP, 38%. Status. Enraged phase active. Less than active skill. Abyssal skin greater than. Less than passive skill. Resist magic up to tier 7 greater than. As Garmer closed the gap, Kai's stance shifted. The moment claws met his spear, a shockwave rippled outwards. Kai's counterspell less than echo of repulsion greater than repelled him with twice the force. Garmr howled, skidding back along the frozen platform. Kai didn't waste the window. His screen pulsed gold. Chains of divine origin surged up from beneath the arena, ghostly and ethereal, less than Gleipnir greater than, the binding that once held the wolf of legend. The world item recognized the target, Garmr. The chain wrapped around Garmar's neck and limbs, halting his charge midair. Kai narrowed his eyes. The world shimmered, waiting for his follow-up. Kai switched his weapon to less than Trident of Poseidon greater than as he attacked Garmr. His world item changed everything. It boosted water affinity damage by 300%, granted him battlefield control, and overrode enemy environment modifiers within a 125-meter radius. With a sweep of the trident, the frozen battlefield was rewritten into a maelstrom. Water surged from beneath, geysers erupting as the Poseidon field took dominance. Kai's eyes sharpened. Time to get this battle over with. He raised the trident. The water took on a form of a large spear or lance, as it crashed into Garmr. Less than reign of the tyrant greater than. As, multiple gigantic hands made of earth and molten rocks with solidified lava that appeared as veins of the hands, began their onslaught. With his spells, doing their work. Less than maximize magic, reality / greater than. Less than obsidian lance greater than. From above, a jagged rift in space tore open, reality / a guaranteed hit spell that ignored evasion and resistances. It struck first, cleaving through Garmar's drowned leg, pinning him. Next, Kai hurled Obsidian Lance, an armor-penetrating Tier 8 spell. It hit Garmar's chest like a warhead, detonating in waves of energy. The health bar dropped. Garmr HP, 26%. The chain of Gleipnir cracked, shattering as it fell on the battlefield. Kai narrowed his eyes. The wolf bellowed again, now unchained and seething, and cast less than Devour the Moon greater than, a world-class, skill of the boss. The screen darkens. The arena rumbles. Kai's vision pans upward toward the sky, where a pale moon hangs. Suddenly, Garmar's massive shadow stretches unnaturally, twisting and rising until it towers above him. The elongated shadow snaps its jaws shut over the moon, as if devouring it whole. A crimson pulse bursts from the impact, turning the moon blood red and blanketing the arena in eternal twilight. A chilling whisper follows. The moon has fallen, and the gates of hell now stir. Closing square bracket. The end. Drop a comment and leave a review. Be it negative or positive, but make sure to give constructive criticism. Also, if you think you can add anything of value to the FIC, then you are more than welcome to comment. Any thoughts or questions, ask them in the comment section. I'll try to answer them as soon as I can. 0 comments 0 vote. Chapter 12. If you notice any errors, please feel free to give me constructive feedback. English is not my first language, so if you notice any mistakes, please mention them in the comments section at the end of the chapter. I do not own Overlord. All property rights belong to their respective creators. Let's begin the story. Chapter 12. Valhalla Dungeon, Asgard. Yggdrasil. Earth. Year 2127. Overlord verse. The sky remained dyed in crimson as the cutscene faded, its last frames lingering in Kai's vision. Garmar's immense shadow, jaws stretched to the heavens, devouring the moon itself. The battlefield was no longer the icy cavern it had once been. Underfoot, the frost crack that had turned water pond, gave way to obsidian rock veined with glowing red, as if the blood of Helheim pulsed beneath. All the ice and water evaporated. The game interface flickered briefly. Less than boss monster's final skill activated, Devour the Moon, world-class skill, greater than. Less than warning, summoning ritual complete. Hellwolves incoming greater than. Kai didn't move. Not yet. He stood alone, trident gripped in one hand, the crimson sky casting an ominous gleam over his obsidian black coat lined with gold. Behind him, the once quiet cavern had transformed into a hellish expanse, vast, stretching far past the confines of the dungeon. The illusion of space was artificial, but effective. A heartbeat later, they came. Dozens. Then hundreds. Wolves, jet black, shadow-bodied monstrosities with glowing red eyes and smoke for breath, burst out of the cracks that had split the earth. Their growls echoed like thunder across the corrupted battlefield. Kai sighed. What the FCK is wrong with them to be doing this for a boss monster of floor 90? Garmar's form towered at the center, his chains shattered, his frame larger than before, fur bristling with black flame. His eyes were hollow, aglow with voidal hatred. From his maw, fell not saliva, but molten ichor. Kai adjusted his grip on his trident and whispered, less than fly greater than, casting the spell. His form took to the air just as a wave of hellwolves lunged. From above, he surveyed the chaos. Let's thin the herd. He held up his left arm, the ornate cuff of the less than tyrant's heart greater than glowing brilliantly. Less than reign of the tyrant greater than. Four gigantic arms of earth and magma erupted from the burning ground, slamming into the encroaching horde, crushing the first wave with bone-shattering force. Burning rubble exploded outward. But it wasn't enough. More came. He raised his right hand. Less than maximize magic, wrath of gods greater than 10th tier spell. From the storm above, forged by the twisted sky, a serpentine bolt of white lightning descended with a deafening crack, ripping through the swarm below and reducing a dozen wolves into ash. He breathed out slowly. Now then, let's finish this. In one fluid motion, he reached into his inventory, pulling free a sleek, silver-gilded bow, slender, radiant, inlaid with luminous blue runes, its curve elegant and cruel like a crescent moon. Less than bow of Artemis greater than a world item. He drew the bowstring, without knocking an arrow. The weapon responded. One arrow formed from shimmering light, then multiplied. A single golden shaft split mid-flight, fracturing into 1,000 streaks of destruction, each arrow imbued with varying effects. Less than paralysis greater than, less than explosion greater than, less than binding greater than, less than penetrate armor greater than, less than dispel magic greater than, less than true damage greater than. The sky above shimmered with cascading light. Like divine rain, the arrows fell, raining devastation upon the battlefield, tearing through hellwolves by the dozens, pinning them to the crumbling earth, vaporizing clusters of them outright. Garmer, momentarily caught in the barrage, snarled and howled, knocked back by the force. But Kai wasn't done. He wove through incantations mid-air, spells flying from his fingers in tandem with each streak of light. Less than triplet maximize magic. Gravity maelstrom greater than. Black torrent formed in the air, crushing vortexes that tore up chunks of the summoned wolves. Less than twin maximize magic. Vermilion nova greater than. Twin spirals of flame engulfed the boss's left flank. Garmer screeched again, fur igniting, reeling back, but he didn't fall. Kai turned his gaze skyward, his next move already forming in his mind. Yep, it's time for the super tier spell of the match. Less than super tier magic. The promised starfall, Stella greater than. A new cutscene triggered with him snapping a small glass hourglass in his hands, a cash shop item to bypass casting time and cast a spell. Far above the blood-red clouds, the heavens parted. From within the celestial rift, a colossal white humanoid being, faceless, unveiling a surreal silhouette, an enormous, radiant white humanoid wreathed in celestial mist. In its hand, it held a golden bow of incomprehensible size. The being raised its arm. The entire battlefield fell into silence. It drew a bow, not unlike Kai's, but its string was thunder and its frame, as if stitched with nebula. A golden arrow formed, titanic, burning, radiant. The spectral being released it. A moment of silence followed, as though the world held its breath. It blazed like a falling star, igniting the sky as it descended. Kai watched without blinking. The golden arrow struck Garmer square in the chest. A deafening boom echoed across the dungeon. The impact cratered the land, incinerated most of the remaining hellwolves, the light swallowed the battlefield. A shockwave of heat and divine pressure tore outward in concentric circles and left behind nothing but smoking ruin where the boss had stood. Yet still, Garmer endured. Kai activated the last ace. Less than Tyrant's judgment greater than the final skill of the item, less than Tyrant's heart greater than. An illusion of the Tyrant's heart pulsed behind him, burning, creating an illusion of the setting sun, dusk. The earth cracked again. From the magma-veined terrain erupted with two colossal Tyrant's arms, similar to one summoned using less than reign of the Tyrant greater than. They held a 25-meter-long obsidian magma-forged sword, glowing at its edges with unending fire. The blade descended in a single, world-ending slash. The strike carved through the terrain, sundering rock and ash, before slamming into Garmer from above. The boss was cleaved in half, his corrupted body reduced to nothing. Fire engulfed the area in a pillar of destruction. A long silence followed. The system announcement echoed, confirming Garmar's defeat. Less than you have defeated the floor boss, Garmer greater than. Less than you 90 have cleared, floor of Valhalla greater than. The terrain shimmered. The bloodmoon sky faded, the dark clouds retracting like smoke in reverse. The corrupted terrain retracted. Water receded. The dungeon began to reset. Kai descended slowly, silent. His boots touched the now solid ground. With mental exhaustion struck, but not fatigue, just the after-battle weight. He walked forward and sat down, letting his back lean against a half-shattered pillar. His breath slowly calmed with excitement, the divine light still flickering faintly from the trident floating in the sky. He looked up at it, then over at the treasure forming near the center, with the other loot items. With all the theatrics, and not even a world item, he muttered with a sigh. 2 weeks later. With a resounding cry, Odin, the final guardian of Valhalla, staggered back, divine light flickering violently from his eyes, threatening to extinguish. A heavy silence weighed over the shattered golden hall. He was magnificent even in defeat. Armor broken, a golden mist that symbolized the divine essence leaking from fractured runes that shimmered across his body, yet he stood tall, bloodied and regal. Even as he tried to raise Gungnir one last time, an echo of his role as the Allfather. He failed. Kai stepping forward with his spear in hand less than piercing lance greater than, he whispered. The spear struck with clean finality, cleaving straight into the 6-meter-tall god Odin's chest, his divine frame erupting in a cascade of pale blue light. And like a crumbling pillar of stars, the god disintegrated. Less than you have defeated the final raid boss, Odin, Lord of Valhalla greater than. Less than you 100 have cleared, floor of Valhalla dungeon greater than. Less than world announcement, Valhalla dungeon has been cleared by party. Ligma balls at 6-9 plus Evernight Candidum, Wandering Soul, Indomitable Wall, Nameless Shadow, Rex Sub Luna, Heiki Kaji, Silent Witch, etc., greater than. A smile, small, almost tired, tugged at Kai's lips as the notification appeared. Finally. He mused relieved. He exhaled, calming his nerves from the adrenaline rush he experienced. This was by far the best and toughest boss fight of Yggdrasil. He mused. As the visual effects died down, he turned his eyes toward the rest of the party. Shoko stood beside him, her gold armor cracked at the shoulder, but her stance was as proud as ever. Wandering Soul looked like she might collapse any second from low stamina, giggling breathlessly as she fell into Indomitable Wall's shoulder. Nameless Shadow stood farther back, silent and unreadable behind his veil-like mask. Manabu, stoic as ever, sat near a shattered stone, arms crossed, hiding how close his HP had come to zero. Hitoshi gave him a thumbs up, grinning through a busted helmet and chest plate. And hovering just slightly off the ground, her wings twitching as faint particles of mana shimmered off her robes, was the new addition to their team, Silent Witch. A fairy race caster. Fragile, but devastating. He remembered how he'd found her, not too long ago. It had been 3 days since he cleared floor 99. The others were still catching up. Real life had its hold on them. Kai had gone out to farm data crystals and gain back experience in the Midgard, after many a humiliating defeat at the hands of Odin, challenging him alone. It was when he had spotted a group of Packers targeting a solo player. By the time he arrived, she was already low on HP, holding her ground behind a shimmering barrier, outnumbered 8-1. Her mana nearly drained. Still, she stood firm. Kai made short work of them. She didn't thank him immediately. She just looked at him, emotionless. While Kai remained oblivious to her thoughts. While her name, Silent Witch, floated above her head. Thank you, she finally whispered. I am grateful to you saving me, but why? Why did you save me? Her question made Kai release a sigh. And he introduced himself to her, while ignoring her question. And then, they had a small chat. She told him everything. About her small clan of 5. How they'd barely made it that far. About the player who had carried them before, who had left to join her boyfriend's guild. She said it without resentment. Just resignation. Everyone was racing toward clearing Valhalla. And her team. They were starting to fall behind. She spoke with frustration. Kai had paused for a while after that. Then smiled. Inviting her to his raid party, but before he participated with her clan to clear the floor 90. After spending time with those 4 girls, he could tell they were mediocre. They were neither too strong nor too weak. Though, 2 of them are slightly better at it. While the rest 2 are hopeless. So, for them to arrive till floor 90 their other teammate must have been very good. He mused. Now she stood here, with her team, along with his, and 8 others from the Merchant Explorer Guild he'd helped build by accident. Now they remained as a clan, their former glory forgotten, all thanks to Kayaba. The original players of the old guild. Old allies. Friends, in a strange way. They hadn't joined his non-existing guild but they had come at his request. To challenge Odin, the maximum of 36 players were allowed. With Odin being the raid boss, and a god. He was no less strong than the world enemies. Kai estimated Odin to be slightly stronger than Fenrir. A massive attack battle against the final boss, as parties that cleared Floor 99 banded together to challenge the final boss of Valhalla, the raid boss, the all-knowing father, Odin. They had achieved it on their 5th attempt. They had made history by clearing it with 19 players, despite Kai and Shoko going all out with the world items in their possession. As there existed many full raid teams that failed to defeat Odin. While he used the advantage of world items to his benefit, creating history as they gazed at the loot that had spawned in place of Odin's corpse. Kai and the rest were happy at the sight of loot, when their sight was drawn towards a blinding radiance. It didn't come from the loot chest. It came from the sky above. A column of golden light tore through the remains of the ceiling, stretching to the heavens. Then, a spear descended. Graceful and commanding. It landed with a divine chime, upright in the ground directly in front of Shoko. Everyone turned. Kai narrowed his eyes slightly as the system prompt flickered into place. Less than secret condition fulfilled. World item. Gingnir claimed greater than. Less than you have acquired. Gingnir, spear of the omnipotent and omniscient Allfather greater than. While Shoko lifted the spear, Kai's gaze turned to the notification alert that was displayed in front of her through his monocle, a world item. So, had the hidden condition not been met, the item would have spawned randomly across Yggdrasil upon Odin's defeat. In some boss monster, it's quite the useful information. He mused. Kai gave a faint shrug. A moment later, she looked at him. Say it. He raised both hands. I didn't say anything. She didn't look convinced. Wandering Soul broke the silence with a loud whoop. Hitoshi looked like he'd just seen a goddess descend in real time. It was his first world item sighting in Yggdrasil. Manabu nodded once, half in respect, half in awe. Kai turned back to look at the glowing hall. One final glance. Valhalla, cleared. He smiled quietly, tucking his hands into his coat pockets. As the thought of creating a clan crossed his mind, at least if not a guild. Kai turned around and spoke. I understand that this might come of as sudden to everyone. But first of all, congratulations on clearing Valhalla. We have created history as our names will be carved on the giant doors of Valhalla, standing beside the palace or the castle of the Asgard till the end of Yggdrasil. Forever monumented on annals of history of Yggdrasil. His speech gaining curiosity at the beginning, turned to joyful shouts at the mention of the special reward for clearing Valhalla event. While they still waited in anticipation for the promised reward from the Yggdrasil on clearing Valhalla. A smile adorned his face in real life, at the sight of his teammates. Convincing him of the idea, even more so. Kai clapped his hand, gaining the attention everyone as he continued. Well, this might be sudden, but I wish to propose something. His voice traveling to every corner of the divine hall of Odin, gaining their complete attention, as he continued. We, from the beginning of Yggdrasil have been wandering as vagabonds. Earning him a few chuckles, he paused, as he smiled with others before continuing. I think that it is finally time that we create a clan of our own. Let's start by small and grow as big as we can, strong enough to one day, when we shall explore and conquer the whole of Yggdrasil. He spoke. The little speech of Kai aided him in creating a clan that went on to become foundation for a guild that stood at the top of the guild rankings till the end of Yggdrasil. As it remained the undisputed champions of the guild wars and exploration of Yggdrasil. With owning more than couple of dozens of world items on public record, forum. While his speech, unbeknownst to him, was added to the promotional video of Yggdrasil with their battle recording, as they advertised the game and the Valhalla event, a never-before-seen event in MMORPG. Kayaba had used it as a jest against Kai, but it costed him quite a bit of his time to satisfy Kai by listening to his request, which was apparently a fee for his recording being used on the promotional video of Yggdrasil. The end. Drop a comment and leave a review. Be it negative or positive, but make sure to give constructive criticism. Also, if you think you can add anything of value to the FIC, then you are more than welcome to comment. Any thoughts or questions, ask them in the comment section. I'll try to answer them as soon as I can. 0 comments 0 vote. Chapter 13. If you notice any errors, please feel free to give me constructive feedback. English is not my first language, so if you notice any mistakes, please mention them in the comments section at the end of the chapter. I do not own Overlord. All property rights belong to their respective creators. Let's begin the story. Chapter 13. Muspelheim. Yggdrasil. Earth. Year 2129. Overlord verse. Year 2129, 2 years after the fall of Valhalla. The forge glowed with molten light of pixels as Hitoshi slammed on the piece of ore after completing designing its appearance and functions. Sparks danced across the obsidian-tiled chamber like tiny stars falling upward. Kai stood at the center of the clan's underground crafting hall, hands resting at the back. Across the room, Hitoshi, Heiki Kaji, stood hunched over the forge, hammering like a man possessed as he struck the metal down repeatedly. Each blow rang like a bell toll, fusing ores mined from 3 different mines. Lava veins flowed across the furnace, a faint hum resonating with each strike. Another one? Hitoshi asked without looking. Kai transferred over another batch of data crystals. Fear not and continue with your work, we still have quite a bit in our stock. Don't tempt me, answered Hitoshi. At the corner of the room, Kindred Star's soft laughter drifted through as she etched enchantment glyphs on a small golem. The sky-blue-haired elf sat cross-legged atop a levitating cushion, as she was busy creating a golem. Silent Witch floated behind her, arms crossed, waiting for Kindred Star, her friend, from her previous clan. So, as to pull her away after she finishes working on her golem, and before she could start another project of hers. With Kai encouraging them both, she had been quite a pain for Silent Witch to manage. She and her friends had been unable to go on adventures together. With Kai rallying them on their enthralled hobbies by purchasing everything he could get his hands on, in the market and from cash shop. Kindred Star had been skipping out on her friends' plans, missing on their shopping trips and when they hung out after college. The rest of the clan looked on from the elevated walkway with helpless amusement. Wandering Soul, now frequently found in oddly mismatched outfits, leaned toward Indomitable Wall, whispering, "Are we just a glorified weapons and items workshop now?" Indomitable Wall shrugged. Nameless Shadow sat on the rafters, observing with deadpan stillness. Shoko, Evernight Candidum, stood near Kai's side, her gaze distant but amused, her golden armor's red cape fastened at the shoulder with a pin shaped like the spearhead of Gingnur. It was a cash shop item, she had purchased during the festival celebrating the fall of Valhalla. "Do you ever get tired of this?" she asked dryly. Kai glanced over, smirking. "What? Will I ever get tired of making and collecting cool weapons and artifacts?" "Possibly not and hopefully never," he replied and continued, as he turned to face her. "Moreover, I do not wish to allocate my levels to production-type classes. And I am a born collector, it was same with the certificates and trophies I have collected so far. I had no interest in many of the fields of which I hold trophies, yet I competed in them and won to collect them." His little speech and his mindset managed to shock everyone present in the guild would be an understatement, their whole worldview had been flipped upside down. Such that Hitoshi and Kindred Star had paused their work to stare at Kai. Being in the same guild for 2 years now, they had come to know about the greatness of Kai by Shoko, Manabu and Hitoshi. So, for him to speak about winning with such detachment, while there were many who gave their all to achieve all they could, dedicating their life to their respective field. All for a young master to walk down the stage and beat them at their turf as if winning was all but a trivial matter to him. It was the day they got a glimpse into the character of Kai Kurenai. With his twisted desire to win, to give his all in everything he did, till he could win or possibly till he couldn't be counted amongst those who lost. With his presence of mind and the flexibility he had demonstrated in the game, with his obsession to win, amazed them. Having watched him and heard his stories, they had assumed him to have an ego the size of a star, but his grounded decisions despite his occasional narcissistic tendencies contradicted their preliminary opinion of him. In spite of his egoist behavior to win by himself, he surprisingly cooperated more than any other player during team events. While it remained unbeknownst to them and for Kai himself, his obsession to win and his aggressive attitude towards winning in everything in his life stemmed from his fixation to win in sports and video games from his past life. With his nearly perfect body and mind, as they worked in perfect sync to his thoughts and desires, more so than his past body or that of anyone else. Made him thirst for results as he remained wistful to master everything and excel at everything he tries, as he subconsciously turned aggressive towards everything, spent were many sleepless nights devoid of any form of entertainment, practicing and perfecting things he did not even understand the purpose of. Sacrificing novels, video games and some other things he loved, as he raced to live a perfect life, that he couldn't have in his past life. Though it remains a mystery, if whether he would have chosen such life, if he wasn't born with his current body. With the lifestyle he had chosen, the current situation of his body could be attributed to his toxic obsession, which also blinded him from the existence of DMMORPG. 2 years of ceaseless dungeons, conquering mines, clan wars, and exploration had amassed a hoard of raw materials many guilds couldn't even imagine. Data crystals, crafting materials, various ores, every piece hoarded and stored inside the clan vault. It had become routine. A silent obsession between Kai, Kindred Star and Hitoshi. Just as Hitoshi completed the weapon, he sighed. Lifting up the sword, he handed it to Kai. When a gate opened up at the meeting hall of their clan. Only those with the clan rings were allowed to enter the clan base. From it, stepped Red Order, armored in jet-straked crimson, the kanji for demonic sword, etched across the back plate of his armor. His black jikatabi boots clicked sharply on the floor. The black katana on his hip shimmered faintly with dull menace as it threatened to consume the souls of anyone who lays their hands on it, with occasional screams of dead humans and monsters that emitted from it and the visages of massacre and ghosts on the sheen of the katana. A world item less than Yokankagiri, demonic blade without limit greater than. Red Order similar to Nameless Shadow was a player with samurai syndrome. An old friend of Kai and Shoko, they had met him in the initial stages of the game. He had been a member of a guild later, but after its destruction he was left with team. On completion of his penalty for failing to protect his guild, he joined Kai in his clan after many invites. With his personality to venture out adventuring and exploring Yggdrasil alone as he hunted monsters had caused him to butt heads with quite a few of his old guildmates with his roleplay obsession. But in Ignotus Adventurers, the clan of Kai, he was allowed complete freedom except for some raids, where they called him to participate. As he explored Yggdrasil, mapping and hunting monsters, being one of the major contributors of data crystals and items to the clan. And Kai had tagged along on his many adventures, as they hunted monsters and explored new regions of Yggdrasil. With him getting along with Hitoshi Heiki Kaji, more so than the rest of the clan after Kai, with his katana and armor repairs. And to forge him new weapons, as he grew his katana collection. He had on one occasion shared his suspicion of love blooming between two plunderers of data crystals and ores from the vault of the clan, Heiki Kaji and Kindred Star to Kai on their venture in the outer region of Helheim. For Kai to laugh it off. Red Order had been too obsessed with his roleplay that he walked, talked and behaved as a samurai. It had been the first occasion for Kai where Red Order's samurai persona had come off speaking chatting about Heiki Kaji and Kindred Star's synergy, and other was today. As he rushed inside the clan base, rather than calmly walking in from the less than gate greater than, which he did even when he was on the verge of death while battling monsters or players. He rushed inside, as if entering a battlefield. One look, and Kai could already tell, something had happened. An attack? Kai asked. No. Red Order exhaled, his voice cutting across the room like a drawn blade. I found it. The enchanting stopped. Even Kindred Star lowered her hand. Everyone turned. Red Order stepped closer to the center, his voice carried uncharacteristic fervor. I found it, he said again, slower this time. A world-class dungeon. The air shifted. Red Order had managed to get everyone's attention. As they focused on him. Kai's turned around facing him. Go on. It's a 13-floor mega dungeon, Red Order said, voice steady now. I was mapping the area around Asgard outer region, south of the Labyrinth of Thorns dungeons. There's a hidden passage behind a waterfall. The dungeon entrance architecture is of Greek marble columns, gold statues of Greek gods. There's possibility of a world item. The next day, 12 trials beneath Olympus dungeon. The skies above Asgard's southern edge were clouded with snow clouds by the time the Ignotus adventurers assembled near the mouth of the waterfall. The entrance, hidden behind cascading waters and columns sculpted in marble, marked the start of a raid on the abode of the gods. Quite the fancy entrance, comparable to Asgard's castle. Mused Kai. They didn't waste time. Each floor was its own myth. The Nemean lion, whose fur nullified all damage from spells below 8th tier and attacks from weapons below relic class, was felled by a coordinated combo from Kai and Shoko, less than Gungar greater than cleaving the beast's armor in tandem with simultaneous attacks by less than Bow of Artemis greater than. The Lernaean Hydra, whose regenerative abilities triggered rollback effects on nearby skills, was brought down only after Silent Witch chained it within a region with barriers with Kindred Stars golems bombing destructive spells on it. Each floor boss from the legends of Hercules, the Erymanthian boar, Stymphalian birds, Augean stables turned into a battlefield of poison sludge and cursed waters, Cretan bull, mares of Diomedes, girdle of Hippolyta, cattle of Geryon, and apples of Hesperides, a riddle floor disguised as a maze. By the 12th floor, Cerberus, guardian of the underworld, the party moved in perfect rhythm as they fell the beast. Answering to their action, after the fall of the Cerberus, the gates to the 13th floor opened. Less than you have completed the 12 trials greater than. Less than final floor unlocked, the hall of the demigod, altar king Olympus, abode gods greater than. 13th floor, dungeon boss, Hercules, the son of God. The chamber was vast. Pillars of white marble rose to the high vaulted ceiling, each carved with tales of triumph and pain of Hercules in his 12 labors. At the far end stood a lone figure. Towering, 4 meters with a giant broadsword on his back. His frame swelled with buffs, muscles etched with scars upon laying his eyes on the intruders. And he roared, the players only blinked before he was on their face with his broadsword drawn to cut them down. Kai didn't remember all the moves, only the tempo. The rhythm. Every attack Hercules landed shattered floors, distorted the space. Even blocking his skills dealt damage. Hercules was unlike Odin. Not because he was stronger, on the contrary Odin could easily whip Hercules with his magic and Gungnir. Hercules unlike Odin did not rain down spells in tandem with strikes from his weapon but was on a rampage with no pauses in between his strikes. He went berserk. And then, after less than hands of tyrant greater than striked, he crushed all of the tyrant's hands to standing strong facing less than tyrant's judgment greater than head on, unflinching. Finally, after combined strikes from, less than trident of Poseidon greater than, less than bow of Artemis greater than, less than Zeus wrath greater than he wavered. With the less than Gungnir greater than special skill less than spear of the omnipotent and omniscient god greater than by Shoko, put a nail on his coffin. Hercules kneeled, as he disintegrated. Less than you have defeated the final boss, Hercules, hero of trials and the sun god greater than. Less than you have cleared, world enemy dungeon, 12 trials beneath Olympus greater than. Less than you are the first party to clear this dungeon raid greater than. Less than world announcement. The dungeon, 12 trials beneath Olympus, has been cleared by Ignotus Adventurers clan greater than. 13th floor, the hall of the demigod, the altar of the king of Olympus, the abode of the gods. The battle hall quieted. At the far end, nestled beneath a towering statue of Zeus, a golden pedestal shimmered into existence. A divine chalice sat atop it, as if carved from divinity, its liquid contents shifting from gold to red and back again like sunlight on wine. The golden rays shining on the chalice from the broken roof atop Zeus's statue. Kai's monocle glinted. The system prompt flickered before his eyes. Less than world item. Blood of God greater than. Everyone stared in amazement. Even Shoko said nothing at first. Hitoshi let out a long breath. We really found a world item. Kindred Star blinked rapidly, unsure whether to speak or let the moment breathe. Red Order stepped forward, silently kneeling in front of the chalice. His head bowed as he picked it up. The blood of God, he muttered. Kai gave a small, amused chuckle. He walked forward and stood beside the Red Order. Turning around, Red Order spoke to Kai. Ligma balls at 6'9", I am thankful for the katana you entrusted to me. As a samurai, it is my duty to pay my dues. I pledge on my samurai honor and present you with this less than blood of God greater than in exchange for less than Yokankagiri, demonic blade without limit greater than. And please do not reject this. He spoke, disregarding the world item rule of his clan. Surprising Kai and other members of the clan with his decision. Kai stood staring at Red Order, lost for words. The possession of world items was a sensitive topic among many clans and guilds but Ignotus Adventurers had an unwritten rule, where the world items found by individuals, members of the clan, they are free to decide the fate of the word item. While, those found during clan events, or raids, will belong to the clan. When Wandering Soul intervened. World item is all good, but what about making this place our clan base? She suggested. That would be quite risky, with our clan's possession of world items known by many. With this being a raid dungeon, it will be discovered soon. Especially after the world announcement of the fall of Hercules, raid boss. And the golden light show in the skies above the dungeon after clearing it. Spoke Indomitable Soul. I suppose there are already many players en route to this place after the announcement. Manabu spoke, nodding to Indomitable Soul's reply. The shouldn't we get out from here, ASAP? Spoke Silent Witch, in a hurried tone. As, they got to collecting all the loot from the raid and rushed towards the exit. Kai silently smiled at the sight, at the camaraderie of his clan. I suppose it's time we create a guild. We will have to search for a few new players soon. A problem he had been facing, as he mused. When he received a notification, and saw Red Order nod at him silently, before walking towards the exit. Less than you have acquired. World item, blood of God greater than. He smiled. The end. Drop a comment and leave a review. Be it negative or positive, but make sure to give constructive criticism. Also, if you think you can add anything of value to the FIC, then you are more than welcome to comment. Any thoughts or questions, ask them in the comment section. I'll try to answer them as soon as I can. Chapter 14. If you notice any errors, please feel free to give me constructive feedback. English is not my first language, so if you notice any mistakes, please mention them in the comments section at the end of the chapter. I do not own Overlord. All property rights belong to their respective creators. Let's begin the story. Chapter 14. Alfheim. Yggdrasil. Earth. Year 2129. Overlord verse. Year 2129, 7 months after the raid on 12 trials beneath Olympus. Avalon. The eternal flying palace of Utopia. The air within the cavern shimmered with magic particles as small orbs of light floated upwards. A false sky, so vivid, so perfect, it tricked even the most perceptive of eyes of players within the cavern besides the fake sun and moon hanging outside, in worlds of Yggdrasil. The fake sky inside the cavern mirrored the view of the outside. Above it all floated the majestic structure of magic and divinity. A castle laid on a giant piece of rock and land, a floating island, that lay suspended in air. It remained floating under the false sky inside the Yggdrasil's cavern in Alfheim. Its towers gleamed in sunlight that did not exist, banners fluttering on the wind that never blew. At its base was a moat of clouds, parting only to reveal golden gardens teeming with marble trees and winged lions that rested in the garden, as visible to those who floated above to pry into the floating piece of land, before they were chased away by the winged lions. Kai stood inside the cavern on the ground, staring at the wonder of the castle that floated above. While the others behind him chattered, checking gear, eyeing for possible enemies who could have followed them, while his amber eyes remained focused on the majestic castle above. That is possibly the most beautiful castle I've ever laid my eyes on, Wandering Soul muttered behind him. Kai smiled, as he observed her from the corner of his eyes, as she walked up beside him. That is certainly true. It is quite beautiful, alas, we can't turn it into our clan base, due to it being a world enemy raid base. He muttered. Right, she muttered under her breath, her eyes, longing to enter the castle. While Shoko, who stood at a distance chatting with other clanmates, turned around as she observed Kai and Wandering Soul engaged in conversation. She stood glazed out staring them, before she woke up from her stupor and continued her conversation with Manabu and Silent Witch. The Gardens of Avalon. The Garden of Avalon, it was the name of the outer region of the floating castle's rock or the piece of land that floated in midair. They had made numerous attempts to enter the Garden of Avalon through air but had failed in all their attempts, except for those who carried a world item. Their ascent into the castle grounds was met by resistance. They had no other option than to enter through the golden frame of a door placed on the ground right below the floating piece of land. Kai walked with his clanmates to enter the floating castle, when Shoko walked up to him, matching his pace. It's exciting, isn't it, to participate in a raid after nearly 4 months? She spoke. Her voice carried the excitement she tried conveying, but Kai felt a vague feeling from her. He wasn't able to pinpoint the exact feeling, but he felt as if something had been tugging on her mind. Before he could answer, they were attacked by an army of winged lions. Less than winged lions, guardians of the Garden of Avalon greater than. With eagle-like wings and goldish-brown fur, the creatures descended in packs of 6. Battle formations snapped into place. Arrows, spells, and barriers collided with bestial roars and blade strikes. Indomitable Wall took the vanguard, locking down the group of lions with battle taunts of his tank build, in front of him, while Red Order engaged them directly, katana flashing in a blur of dark light as he sliced through them. Less than Yokonkagiri greater than dealt with them in a single strike, as it grew stronger with the enemies it slayed. Don't let them take flight again. Shoko's voice cut through the chaos. She fired off arrows, eating away at their HP, as Kindred Star casts explosive spell, detonating 7 more in a flash of flames. Silent Witch floated near the rear, encased in her mana shields as her less than gravity fall greater than spell wrapped the battlefield. Winged lions bound to the land with the force of gravity projected on them, as they remained flattened to the ground. This is good, muttered Hitoshi, not taking his eyes off the war hammer he swung through a downed guardian. Being the unique type monsters, they must have unique drop items for them as well, he mused. Each fight stretched them, testing their coordination. The winged lions circled around as they tried splitting the players but were pushed back with continuous strikes. Kai inspected the data crystal they had collected and the new type of crafting materials dropped by the winged lions, as they moved deeper into the Garden of Avalon with others. With their coordination and skills, they had managed to get through the first hurdle without facing any losses on their end. Exiting the garden, they walked through the paved path toward the entrance of the castle. To halt their march, when they spotted two towering stone golems standing adjacent to the giant golden doors. Kai and his clanmates slowed their approach, preparing for a clash, when a thunderous voice echoed through the tranquil of the Garden of Avalon. The stone golems had drawn their giant swords, positioning them in a cross before the gates, blocking any further passage, as their glowing eyes turned toward the intruders. Halt your approach, intruders. You are not authorized to enter the great castle of Avalon. The gatekeeper of Avalon, stone golem. They speech confounding them of their next step. Unlike what they had expected, the golems did not move from their position or attack them after their warning. Do you think this is one of those? Muttered Silent Witch. Which one? Questioned Hitoshi, watching the motionless golems, while Kindred Star silently admired their design and size. Her desire to create a giant golem ignited. What type of situation? Silent Witch. Muttered Indomitable Soul. Where the guards of the gate assign task before opening the door, is it not common in adventuring and treasure hunting games? She answered, earning a nod from Kai. I suppose that is a possibility, he muttered, before he stepped forward alone, toward the stone golems. He advanced steadily toward the stone golems, despite the risk of facing first wave of attack alone. Yet, to his surprise, they made no move to attack. Kai, surprised by their indifference to his advancement, he sighed and activated, less than 1,000 steps greater than, and reappeared directly before the door, at a distance where the golems could strike him with a swing of their giant swords. Yet, he was met with none of it, as he eyed the golems. Raising his right hand, he signaled his clanmates to wait. Eyeing their impatience from the corner of his eyes, he set his foot forward. That's when the voice returned, louder than before, filled with righteous fury. You who have dared to approach this sacred and desolate castle of Avalon, despite the warning, what is it that makes you worthy to enter this castle and the sacred sanctuary, lowly demon? The loud and heavy voice of the stone golems reverberated throughout the Garden of Avalon, drawing the immediate attention of his clanmates, who teleported beside him in a hurry. While the stone golems continued their speech. A lowly demon such as you, with your pathetic band of thieves, what is it that makes you worthy to step foot in the great castle of the King Arthur Pendragon? You, who neither possess the strength of the knight King Arthur Pendragon, world champion, nor possess the magical might of the great wizard Merlin, world disaster. Kai's eyes widened at the mention of job class names that popped up, with fragmented system information of the class as they spoke. While the rest stared at the screen, wondering about the unknown job class, for they carried world in their name. Not giving them a moment to process the conversation, one among the two stone golem roared, as he challenged the players. Since none of you possess the qualities to enter, best me and my brother in a solo combat to enter Avalon. So, who among you is going to challenge us for the right to enter Avalon and is going to represent you pathetic lot? He roared. Rising to the challenge, Kai stepped forward along with Shoko, who beat Manabu and Red Order to the race. Both of them stood against the stone golem, ready to face them. The stone golem raised their swords simultaneously to strike, as Kai and Shoko also responded. The moment the twin swords of the stone golems rose, a thunderous pulse of magic echoed through the lush Garden of Avalon. Kai's hand gripped the hilt of his spear, and beside him, Shoko spun her golden spear once, its length humming as she activated her skill. The two stone golems, each over 15 meters tall, loomed like mountains of enchanted rock and steel, their heavy steps leaving craters in the ground as they advanced. The rest of the clan stood just beyond the threshold of the magical dueling ring, a circular clearing. System messages floated above them in translucent windows. Less than trial of the gate, duel worth greater than. Less than objective, defeat the twin sentinels of Avalon in individual combat greater than. Less than restriction, no outside interference permitted until the trial is complete greater than. Less than rewards, Great Wizard of Avalon, Grand Knight greater than. Less than note, only one player may select each job class greater than. Looks like we're locked out, Hitoshi muttered, folding his arms. This is going to be fun to watch. Red Order grunted. They're announcing the names of King Arthur and Merlin, with World Champion and World Disaster classes. I don't even know if those job class exist. Wandering Soul whispered. Well, now we know. Kai narrowed his eyes as the stone golem opposite him shifted its stance, its massive sword already coming down like a collapsing tower. The moment was thick with anticipation. And then the clash began. Standing over the fallen and the half-destroyed body of a stone golem, what he assumes to have died, Kai turned to his screen. He observed his clanmate Shoko still engaged in her fight. He scanned over the reward section for his battle in the meantime. 2 new classes but under the condition that you can only choose one of the classes and the other is left for the other player. He mused. So, both the players cannot choose the same class. Less than reward selected. Great Wizard of Avalon greater than. There was never an option to begin with. He mused. After Shoko dealt the finishing blow to the stone golem, they regrouped and healed themselves and stepped before the giant pair of doors leading to the castle. The doors of Avalon creaked open, revealing the vast halls beyond. They walked through, and were engulfed in light. The end. Drop a comment and leave a review. Be it negative or positive, but make sure to give constructive criticism. Also, if you think you can add anything of value to the FIC, then you are more than welcome to comment. Any thoughts or questions, ask them in the comment section. I'll try to answer them as soon as I can. 0 comments 0 vote. Chapter 15. If you notice any errors, please feel free to give me constructive feedback. English is not my first language, so if you notice any mistakes, please mention them in the comments section at the end of the chapter. I do not own Overlord. All property rights belong to their respective creators. Let's begin the story. Chapter 15. Alfheim. Yggdrasil. Earth. Year 2129. Overlord verse. The Grand Hall of Avalon. Stepping into the interior of Avalon was like stepping into a divine dream. Pillars of moonlight and crystal flanked the grand hallway. Vaulted ceilings rose higher than any building Kai had ever witnessed, even the throne hall of Nazareth paled in comparison. Opalescent chandeliers floated midair, dripping with magical luminescence. Tapestries of golden thread lined the walls, each depicting moments of chivalric myth and conquests. Kai stopped for a long moment. I've seen what the developers did with Asgard's palace, but this, he whispered. This might just surpass it. He muttered. Honestly, this is greater than anything I have seen in the anime of Overlord. Honestly, Kindred Star said, slowly spinning in place to admire the gilded architecture, if this isn't the most beautiful location in Yggdrasil, then what is? This is what I imagine, a place where gods reside would look like. Hitoshi added, as a player who loved designing things in grandiose ways and loved to complicate things and acted in a systematic manner, monitored and designed items to operate in an organized way. The place filled with unnecessary decorations for what could be a run-of-the-mill dungeon, excited him and fueled his imagination. Silent Witch admired the floral archways. Even the wall sconces are encrusted with gold and design is fabulous with gold works. Everything here are etched with diamonds, and the details, they have done a great job in making it opulent. Can we live here? Wandering Soul muttered under her breath. It really is a beautiful place, muttered Shoko. Right. Can't we have this as our clan base or maybe our guild base? Spoke Wandering Soul. Hasn't a lot of time passed since we created our clan, isn't it time to step it up and create a guild? And it is quite lavish. Food for thought, but let's finish our raid here, before planning for future. Kai replied. Understood, boss. Wandering Soul replied, as she saluted Kai. Earning a resigned sigh from Kai. Don't you think that our clan already surpasses many guilds in terms of our track record of raids, treasures and artifact hoarding, world items, dungeon clearings and players in top board for PvP rankings like Ligma Balls at 6-9, Evernight Candidum, Rex Sub Luna, Nameless Shadow, Red Thorn, Silent Witch muttered, the infamous player Kai had heard about from Silent Witch, their ex-clanmate who had left their previous clan to join her boyfriend in his guild. It had been a bit more than a month since she joined their clan after her breakup. Silent Witch continued, ignorant of Kai's monologue. Zeroth and Shining Knight. With you all here, who have been dominating in every PvP events and clan wars, there is nothing holding us back from creating a guild. Many guilds can't even imagine about picking a fight against us, despite us being a small clan. She spoke. Zeroth, a goat-headed demon, had joined their clan during a PvP event, and Shining Knight, a human knight who Kai had come across while Shining Knight was busy fighting off human players targeting a female character, heteromorphic player, a vampire. That day had been quite eventful for Kai to say the least. Shining Knight battling against the human players' party with his knightly and heroic dialogues in intervals was indeed a spectacle for Kai, as he had even managed to record the event, And at the end even laughed hard after Shining Knight, who had been an unknown player back then, after he got shocked finding out the female character vampire he had rescued, assuming to be a damsel, had been a man, roleplaying as a female character. Shining Knight's damage control had been hilarious to him, about how he had managed to retain his roleplaying as a knight in shining armor after finding out the identity of the helpless damsel in distress vampire he had saved was a man. The recording of the whole charade still saved in his account. What is the matter, K? Silent Witch spoke, drawing Kai from his daydreaming. Nothing, was just wondering how I met Shining Knight, he muttered, causing Shining Knight, who stood at the back, admiring a vase, to throw a dagger at Kai. Which Kai obviously evaded, without sparring a glance at him. Well, it matters not. So, what about guild creation, our dear clan leader, K? Spoke Silent Witch. Right, what about it, K? Agreed Wandering Soul. Red Order, tapping his foot loudly, interrupted the admiration and conversation about guild creation. Focus. This is a raid, not a vacation. Stick to protocol. The women groaned collectively, but began moving forward. The grand stairway at the far end of the hall beckoned. It rose in a perfect arc, flanked by marble lions and shimmering golden vines, leading toward a painting taller than any of them. A knight in ornate armor wielded a golden sword, facing off against a colossal red dragon, unleashing a storm of flame behind him. The world burned around them. That's King Arthur. Shoko guessed. Could be, Manabu mused, staring at the painting. Before they could get closer to examine the painting, the floor trembled. Then the wind shifted, heavily, violently. A monstrous shadow fell across the hall. From above, crashing down between them and the stairs, landed a beast stitched from nightmares. A chimera. Its center head was a roaring lion, flanked by a bleeding goat and a snarling drake. Its wings, draconic and torn, stretched wide. Its forelimbs were those of an eagle, its hind legs of a goat, and the body, a fusion of a lion and a drake. A serpent tail writhed behind it, hissing venom. The Great Hall of Avalon. The chimera let out a deafening, three-toned roar, the lion's thunderous growl, the goat's shrill bleat, and the drake's metallic hiss blending into a terrifying chorus. Its wings swept outward, kicking up a gale-force wind that scattered loose banners and shattered an ornamental column. Less than Guardian Encounter Warden. Chimera greater than. Less than Level 100 Elite Guardian greater than. Less than Enrage 8 Timer. Minutes, Stats Boost greater than. Less than Area Effects Active. Toxic Miasma, Flame Wake, Draconic Fear greater than. 3 overlapping debuffs. Hitoshi called out, adjusting his items to counteract the debuff. We're dealing with poison, burn, and fear stacks. Be ready with items to counter them. Rex. Front left. Indomitable wall, right flank. Red Order barked, already charging. Shoko and Kai, stick to its blind sides. Wandering Soul, focus down the goat head, it's casting. Silent Witch added, weaving across the party. As she cast a defensive barrier around the drake's head. Shoko and Kai moved in sync as they teleported behind the chimera without a moment's delay. Both of them bringing down their spear and tried to plunge their spear into the chimera, but with Snake's interference, Kai used Tyrant's hands and held the snake's head for a second, before it broke out, ripping apart the Tyrant's hand made of soil and rock. A second was all they needed and they managed to plunge their spear and cause a good amount of damage before retreating. Rex Sub Luna, Manabu rushed from the left side, as Drake's head remained covered by the barrier before bursting open from the flames spit by it. Silent Witch floated above, as Hitoshi jumped in front of her, holding a shield. The Drake relaxed its fire breath after tearing apart the barrier and looked for the enemies, when Rex Sub Luna used less than Shadow Step greater than to appear above it and punched its head, causing it to retreat its head a bit back. While Silent Witch, in sync with him, cast less than Meteor Fall greater than. A giant piece of rock was hurled at him from the sky, when Wandering Soul cast less than Implosion greater than on Goat Head, while Indomitable Wall stood his ground with his giant shield raised high, shielding his party from the assault of the center head, lion in its body with his aggro. While Kindred Star rained less than Explosion greater than 7th tier spell with her golems. Red Order ran across battlefield circling the chimera, as he jumped from its side, as its attention remained drawn to his teammates. He drew his katana in a long arc, descending on the chimera's body from side to make eye contact with Red Thorn, who similar to him dropped from the side opposite to him. Their blades landing simultaneously on the chimera, as they performed consecutive slashes from their weapons, sliding to the other, passing each other by. While Nameless Shadow dropped from the top, a dagger in both his hands. He descended spinning like a Beyblade, making eye contact with both Red Order and Red Thorn before landing. While Kai slid under the Chimera, plunging his spear into the Chimera and casting a spell, less than maximize magic, reality / greater than. While Shoko rained arrows from the front. All the while Zeroth smiled as he announced. It is time for the despair to descend. With multiple magic circles arrays rotating, revolving around, stretching to the skies. Less than end of earth greater than. Making way for 9 large boulder, each being 5 times the size of the rock summoned using less than meteor fall greater than. Taking his call as a cue, all his clanmates dispersed. Letting the 9 large boulders free fall upon the Chimera. While Kai stood holding Zeus's wrath, ready to rain down lightning strikes along with its ultimate skill, less than fury of the gods greater than, if required. All of their action happening within a moment's notice. The damage unleashed by the less than end of earth greater than left the Chimera with quite a lot of damage, continued by Kai passing the Zeus's wrath to Shoko. He activated an array of large magic circles similar to Zeroth's as he evoked, less than fall of a star greater than by crushing a small hourglass he held. A supertier spell that replicates the death of a star, with the fall of gravity around the target, blooming in array of colors. The target experiences the explosive power of the supernova at point-blank range. A spell Kai learnt not long after receiving Great Wizard of Avalon job class. Which not only opened a new branch of spells for him and a supertier spell, it even let him bypass the rule of only single player of a party being allowed to cast a supertier spell with the whole party facing the cooldown time, which had been modified not long ago. The team cooldown for supertier not affecting, letting him use it, with individual cooldown time not relating to his party. Surprising his teammates, Shoko, who remained calm seeing the spectacle, from her own experience of gaining a new special class. Rained down lightning strikes and activated the special skill of the world item, less than Zeus's wrath greater than. Less than ultimate skill, fury of the gods greater than. Red Order stood with his leg rested atop the fallen Chimera's drake head. While Hitoshi was busy sorting the drop items with Kai, and Kindred Star repairing her golems, as the rest looked around the hall, with Shoko standing before the painting at the end of the hallway with Wandering Soul and Manabu, admiring the painting. It really is a beautiful piece of art. Muttered Manabu. It truly is, agreed Shoko. Yep, the devs did a great job with this painting. Spoke Wandering Soul. While Shining Knight walked up beside them, admiring the art. It depicts the true form of chivalry that any knight could ever hope for, spoke Shining Knight. Yes, replied Manabu, while Wandering Soul laughed looking at his side profile. I suppose that is true, Mr. Heroic Knight in shining armor. Quipped Wandering Soul. I beg your pardon, my lady, voiced Shining Knight. Controlling her puffs of laughter, she spoke. Well, unlike others, you struggled fighting in this raid, landing a few slashes against the Chimera, didn't you? Turning the ever-proud Shining Knight to abstain from speaking from embarrassment. To only be interrupted by Manabu, while Shoko watched on with interest. Wandering Soul, don't tease the guy too much. It has only been a little more than 3 months since he joined and we haven't even participated in raids by much in this time. So, for him to improve his coordination with us, this early is quite difficult. He spoke. Earning a nod from Shoko and quick response from Shining Knight, while your assistance is much appreciated Mr. Rex Sub Luna, I can handle my own battles just fine. He voiced his opinion to Manabu and turned to Wandering Soul. As for my lack of contribution in this fight is painfully obvious, I plan to work on that. Shining Knight stood proud as he declared his stance, with his back facing the painting. Striking a knightly pose, as he remained solemn to follow his knightly path. His prattle of knighthood had been getting on Wandering Soul's nerves, as he interjected at every moment to protect her, treating her like a delicate maiden. Still, Mr. Knight in shining armor, the video of how met K, was quite spectacular and entertaining to say the least, she spoke, creating a dramatic flair with her voice modulation and hand gestures. Causing the proud Shining Knight to turn silent for a moment, before he walked up to her. Questioning as his voice brimmed with doubt and maybe embarrassment, where did you see that? Ho ho, ho oh. Laughed Wandering Soul mocking Shining Knight, covering her mouth via back of her palm, confounding both Manabu and Shoko of the video she spoke about. I was curious about your funny acts with K, so I cornered him and forced him to show me that video. Sooner had words left her mouth, a pair of daggers made way toward Kai, which he effortlessly evaded by turning his head a bit on both sides by timing it with the daggers. A sigh left Shining Knight at the embarrassing event of his life being exposed, but that was to be expected. Right after he pulled a prank on Kai with Red Order. To expect him to keep it a secret after the prank was asking for too much. While Wandering Soul looked over at Red Order and Zeroth clicking pictures, hitting different poses with the fallen Chimera. Chimera, unlike dungeon bosses, didn't disappear after its fall. The end. Drop a comment and leave a review. Be it negative or positive, but make sure to give constructive criticism. Also, if you think you can add anything of value to the FIC, then you are more than welcome to comment. Any thoughts or questions, ask them in the comment section. I'll try to answer them as soon as I can. 0 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 16. If you notice any errors, please feel free to give me constructive feedback. English is not my first language, so if you notice any mistakes, please mention them in the comments section at the end of the chapter. I do not own Overlord. All property rights belong to their respective creators. Let's begin the story. Chapter 16. Alfheim. Yggdrasil. Earth. Year 2129. Overlord vs. Midgard. A bit more than a month ago. On the floating island city to the south of the world, beside the glowing waterfalls, a tower rose into the clouds like a spiraling cathedral of skyglass and white marble that could be rented by players stood beside the waterfall. The players could rent the place to host auction or parties and gatherings of clans or guilds. On this particular occasion, an auction was taking place in this building, conducted by a union of guilds. The auction where they could barter their items and the seller could decide the buyer from the wares presented to him or her. Players from various worlds teleported in, from guild masters to clan leaders and solo players, all had come to visit the auction happening in the Hall of Valmaris. The buzz across forums was immediate. XYX. Rumor, Ignotus clan has registered a world-class magic scroll. XXX. Confirmed, they cleared a raid boss in some undisclosed dungeon. XZY. Red Order and Shining Knight are co-hosting. Kai, however, knew none of this. While he had been invited by Red Order and Shining Knight to attend the event with special divine tier items registered for the auction, gaining Kai's interest. Kai had been online in the game for more than 3 hours before the appointed time for the auction, as he remained oblivious to the happenings in Yggdrasil forums. XXX. 1 hour earlier to auction. It's time, huh? Kai leaned over the chair inspecting his console. Shining Knight and Red Order stood to the side, trading glances. You're coming, right? Red Order asked. I heard they have many Divinetier items on auction this time. Kai nodded. Yeah, I'll attend. What about you guys? Yes, Shining Knight said quickly. As Red Order continued. Also, I heard about a secret auction taking place this time after the main auction with only guild masters and members of some major guilds allowed. Kai narrowed his eyes. Secret auction. Exclusive bidder event, Red Order said with a nod. Private, and guess what? This honorable member of this clan managed to get us into the invite list of the auction. Shining Knight nodding in agreement. But they have a condition of maintaining secrecy, and we should all wear masks of incognito. Spoke Red Order. Shining Knight handed him a sleek, black mask. Less than you have received. Incognito mask greater than. Kai less than appraised greater than it, but the result returned only. Incognito mask. A ceremonial mask for hiding identity. Inspect disabled. Only world items may reveal identity of the wearer. The mask looked identical to the ones being passed around to the other guildmates. He saw Wandering Soul take one with a shrug. Shoko accepted hers too, while Silent Witch twirled and laughed with dramatic flair, as she tried it. Everyone accepted one. Everyone, but only Kai's had been subtly altered. XXX. The Tower of Valmaris. The tower rose into the clouds like a spiraling cathedral of skyglass and obsidian. Its main hall glittered with shifting constellations and floating platforms. Red Order, Hitoshi and Kindred Star led the auction by buying items from legendary ores, Spirit Knight set pieces, a rare drop scroll labeled Song of the White Dragon to many Divinetier items with Kai's assistance. Kai stood on the private balcony with his arms crossed, watching the crowd quietly. The auction passed uneventfully. After the last item was sold, Red Order clapped his hands loudly, gaining his clanmates' attention. And now, as promised, the secret auction. These kinds of post-auction events weren't uncommon. Rare boss drops with unusual and rare effects or cosmetic illusions were sold in private auction to hide the buyer's guild or clan identity, protection against theft or raid and attack on the player or his guild. The guild members followed the two conspirators through a side door, across the bridge path of floating marbles, to the back of the tower where a shimmering waterfall flowed upward toward the clouds. I think I've seen this backdrop in a gacha game, Hitoshi muttered. Red Order turned, lifting a hand. Everyone, put on your masks. The auction house is just past this waterfall. As everyone slid their masks back on, the clearing dimmed. Then came the sound, soft, lilting, followed by a sudden rush of music. From the trees and waterfalls stepped a dozen NPC bards, clothed in frilly uniforms of pink and violet. Glitter exploded from magic sigils underfoot. Their instruments shimmered. The music was played, an orchestral cover with lyrics of an old anime opening, a 2000 Sarah Magical Girl series whose copyright had expired years ago. Then came the spotlight. Floating crystals redirected light toward the center of the clearing, where Kai stood, now frozen. Less than incognito mask override, active greater than. Less than custom appearance initiated greater than. Less than effect 10 duration, minutes remaining, 9:59 greater than. Less than you cannot unequip this item until effect concludes. Greater than. The others turned. Kai's mask shimmered and vanished, replaced by a full cosmetic override. His black coat had transformed into a shining battledress of pastel violet and crystalline ribbons. Magical energy pulsed with every step. A glittery staff topped with a heart and crescent moon replaced his weapon and stuck to his hand. A title hovered above him, Kawaii Overlord, Demonic Princess of Pain. With it, a single bard stepped forward singing a personalized song written by Red Order and Shining Knight in collaboration with Zeroth. The demonic overlord came with doom and destruction. But now she rides a sparkly broom. With hearts and stars and mighty flare. She fights with love, and perfect hair. A flash blinded him. Wandering Soul had used her camera. This is going on my wall. Red Order bowed theatrically. Presenting our beloved raid leader, and clan leader, the Kawaii Overlord, demonic princess of pain herself. Shining Knight, failing to breathe from laughing too hard, wiped a tear from his eye. You look great. Kai gritted his teeth. He couldn't dispel the override. Neither could he teleport with dimension lock and delay teleportation in many scrolls they had used. Silent Witch walked forward slowly. Kai, you look precious. Even Shoko was doubled over. Then came the final blow. The NPC bards burst into synchronized motion, forming a half-circle. One by one, they began singing, adding magical echo effects and fireworks with every chorus. She brings justice with a sparkle. Evil trembles at her glare. With ribbons sharp and shining heart. She casts her love into the air. Closing curly bracket. Fireworks were released at the last stanza of the lyrics, as a pink-colored heart-shaped firecracker bursts behind him, illuminating the waterfall. While Silent Witch shouted, "You're going viral. Wandering Soul. OMG, you look so cute right now, lol." As Shoko laughed and spoke in between her fit of laughter with others. You better let me screenshot this. Please. For educational purpose. Kai glared down at the crowd. Then at the two bastards below. His usual dark coat had been replaced by pink, lacy armor. With frills, sparkles, butterfly motifs. And a comically oversized heart-shaped staff that replaced his weapon entirely. And worse. The staff squeaked every time he moved. Squeaked. Shining Knight, raising a finger to his lips, tried to suppress laughter. Ladies and gentlemen, our auction overseer for tonight, none other than the beloved tyrant of demons, now in all his glory. Red Order solemnly added, the Kawaii Overlord, Princess of Pain, title is part of an extremely rare drop. Only one exists per server. Fans can queue up and remember it costs 1 million yen per picture. Red Order made his announcement while, trying hard to control his laugh, was froze to see Shoko raise her hand, willing to pay. Shocking the rest of the clan at the absurdity. Kai, tired of this charade, retrieved less than trident of Poseidon greater than and drowned everyone in water, from their careless behavior, while they were occupied laughing at him. As, he flew with the trident and teleported after traveling beyond the range of less than dimension lock greater than. Kai vanished from their sight, as they calmed themselves down. Do you think we went too far? Shining Knight asked, finally catching his breath. He's not going to kill us till we lose all our levels now, would he? Red Order said plainly. XXX. Kai sat alone on a chair, in his coat, arms folded, face unreadable. As he observed the mask placed in his inventory. He stared hard at it. He wished to destroy the abomination and be done with it, his instincts told him, but the collector in him refused to destroy the item. He sat alone, contemplating today's events. It made him smile at the incident and angry at those two at the same time. He remained in impasse for his emotions that remained conflicted with joy at having friends who would joke around and have fun with him, not exactly bully him. Which was quite different from the relation they shared, while indifference or superficial relation being closer to the relation built on bullying. It was neither them getting back at him, but a prank to have fun, similar to the ones Wandering Soul pulled on Nameless Shadow and Indomitable Wall. He sighed, while he remained unsure of his emotions. Just then, Wandering Soul entered, holding a framed screenshot in her hands while Shoko stood, leaned against the door frame. I brought you something, Wandering Soul said, setting it down. It was the exact moment of the bard's chorus. His glittery staff midswing, pink aura flaring, the title floating proudly above. Kai stared at it. Burn it. Never, she whispered, and left. Alas, Kai did not sit quiet after the incident and tricked Red Order into wearing bunny girl set with headband and tail included upon his samurai armor set and shining knight into cat-made uniform. Present. The flying castle of Avalon. They ventured deeper, finding the castle filled with grand decorations and admiring the architectural marvel of the castle. The castle's halls were wide and quiet. The walls glimmered faintly with embedded light stones, their glow shifting gently like candlelight in water. Kai let his eyes wander as they moved deeper inside. Vaulted ceilings stretched far above, supported by columns carved and adorned with spiraling stones and precious materials. A ceiling dome came into view further ahead. It captured the light from above and reflected and refracted it across the walls and floors. They really went all out, Shoko said under her breath, her tone more thoughtful than impressed. Kai nodded, as he observed the place. For a raid dungeon, this wasn't normal. This wasn't designed for namesake dungeon with the amount of detail that went into it added with the better texture used inside and outside the castle. This was built with an idea of perfection. A place built to turn heads, not just for its functionality. Red Order broke the quiet with a scoff. Are we sightseeing or clearing? Let's keep moving. Still, none of them moved right away. Kindred Star lingered by a window cut into the wall. On the other side was a narrow courtyard with suspended bridges, glowing moss, and lanterns that hung from nothing at all. Small skirmishes dotted the crystal-floored corridors, forcing the party to rotate leaders as they fought through an army of fairies and walls that rearranged themselves. Separating to better explore the castle to find their way to the boss of this raid dungeon. They moved along the hallway, inspecting the items, hoping to find a secret pathway or a valuable item. One hallway led them up a spiral staircase to a wide terrace near the highest tower. Kai and Shoko stepped out alone. Before them stretched the full view of Avalon. The gardens below shimmered in hues of gold and violet. Off in the distance, other pieces of small floating island drifted like slow-moving ships, each adorned with temples, groves, or small castles, visible and they remained accessible only through the Garden of Avalon and not from outside, distorting space-time, with a white tower standing out among the other structures. Eventually, they descended to the castle's lowest level, a massive hall flanked by giant white marble columns. At the far end stood a monumental pair of golden doors, inscribed with mysterious patterns. A lone fairy stood. Unlike the tiny ones, she looked similar to an elf, if not for the wings. The fairy stood before them, clad in armor made of stained glass wings. Her voice echoed like bells. You shall pass this door, for a dragon of destruction, world enemy, remains sealed beyond the doors. Your intrusion would disturb the slumber of the dragon, bringing catastrophe on these lands. Turn around and be gone from this place, young ones. Lest you wish to face death and destruction and plunge these lands into calamity once again. The battle began immediately after she made her announcement. She moved like light, teleporting midcast. Red Order took a grievous hit early, nearly dropping to 0 HP, as Indomitable Wall failed to reach him in time. Wandering Soul revived him mid-combat, while Kai used less than Hands of Tyrants greater than to hold the fairy down for a moment. Before she teleported and strikes Kai from behind, while Indomitable Wall blocked the fairy's attack and Shoko engaged her in close-quarter combat. The fight continued, while she remained nimble for magic to target her, turning most magic cast wasteful. Shoko delivered the finishing blow, leaping overhead and driving her spear through the fairy's crystallized heart. The fairy cried a final note, and vanished. The doors creaked open. Beyond them was not another chamber, but the stars. A swirling expanse of galaxies and nebulas, space itself, suspended like a backdrop of infinity. Kai and Hitoshi stepped forward, looting the rewards carefully, while clanmates observed the view beyond the door. Kai and Hitoshi, after sorting and storing the drop loot, joined other to inspect the door and the space beyond it. Then Kai stepped into the starry void. And vanished. Surprising his clanmates, but one by one, the rest followed. The end. Drop a comment and leave a review. Be it negative or positive, but make sure to give constructive criticism. Also, if you think you can add anything of value to the FIC, then you are more than welcome to comment. Any thoughts or questions, ask them in the comment section. I'll try to answer them as soon as I can. 1 comments 0 vote. Chapter 17. If you notice any errors, please feel free to give me constructive feedback. English is not my first language, so if you notice any mistakes, please mention them in the comments section at the end of the chapter. I do not own Overlord. All property rights belong to their respective creators. Let's begin the story. Chapter 17. Alfheim. Yggdrasil. Earth. Year 2129. Overlord verse. The Tower of Avalon. The moment each player passed through the door, they were separated, each flung into a different floor, randomly with mismatch parties, banded together to challenge the raid together. Despite teleporting to different floors with different layout and surroundings, they were all attacked by empty shells of knights, astral beings inhabiting empty full-body knight armors. Knights of Avalon, members of Round Table. XXX. First seat. Sword. Manabu, and nameless shadow stood in an arena floating above a sea of swords. Weapons rained from the sky as their foe, the sword seat, descended, after an armored knight moving with perfect tempo. After they had managed to clear more than 300 armored knights wielding sword. Every attack was a parry drill. Manabu tanked each hit using timed stances, while Nameless Shadow disrupted his footing with shadow movement and surprise attacks. Manabu teleported, matching the knight's timing punch, taking in the gaps in its defense. After a synchronized flurry, the knight was impaled from 3 angles. A golden embroidered sigil on a flag dropped behind the Knight of Sword, as he disintegrated, revealing a door. XXX. Second seat. Spear. Shoko, and Silent Witch landed on a glowing lake. Their opponent, the Spear Seat, skated across the water with unreal speed. His spear strikes caused mana burns on contact. After luring him into a slowed field hex, Silent Witch bashed him midish with barrier. Shoko countered with her spear. XXX. Third seat. Bow. In a dark, endless forest, Hitoshi and Kindred Star faced a ghostly archer whose arrows bent around trees and terrain. After near-death dodges, Kindred Star planted illusion fields. The archer finally missed, just once. Hitoshi's ended the duel with support from the golems. XXX. Fourth seat. Magi. Wandering Soul and 2 others entered a floating mirror maze. The Magi seat mostly cast no direct spells, he only reflected an occasion flicks of magic spells. Through trick tactics and curse timing, they managed to bypass his layers and strike his true form. Before they concentrated their attacks. XXX. Fifth seat. Shield. Indomitable Wall and Red Order fought a knight who did not attack, only blocked. A pure tank war, while he used his giant shield as hammer. Before he fell from Indomitable and 1 other player. XXX. Sixth seat. Honor Guard. Zeroth faced this one solo. As he stood raining destructive spell, laughing like a maniac and barely moved, dodging every attack from the knight with a lance and shield. The Honor Guard moved with elegance. Zeroth slowed his movements, controlled every motion. After a 10-minute duel, he landed a pressure point magic strikes that dissolved the knight's form, as he disintegrated. XXX. Seventh seat. Riders. The Shining Knight along other players led through a maze of ethereal cavalry, with cavalry knights charging through winding halls, riding horses, griffins, and various other mounts. A chaotic battle. With coordinated ambushes and mounted duels, as he and others at last battled the 7th seat, knight riding a pure white Sleipnir, and they emerged victorious. XXX. 8th seat. Tank. Kai stood along with few of his other clanmates, as they cleared the mobs to finally face a giant of a being with 3.5 meter height, with bulky armor built for a tank. They fought, dealing damage without approaching it, and felled it. It crumbled as they advanced to the next floor. After entering through the door that revealed itself after the fall of the Knights of Avalon, Kai and his clanmates find themselves under the open sky. A silver moon hung above them, unnaturally large. It cast a pale, soothing glow across a field of quiet grass that rustled ever so slightly despite the absence of wind mechanics in this zone. While they still remained inside the confines of Flying Castle of Avalon. The view they had witnessed multiple times within the game. Are we finally in boss room? Red Order asked, rotating slowly to scan their surroundings. God knows, Wandering Soul muttered. Ahead, a trail lined with cobbled white stone extended forward, winding gently up a slope towards a pristine white castle. Not as massive as the flying fortress of Avalon, but intricate, elegant. The castle rested atop a hill draped in mist. Quote. That's almost too perfect, Shoko said, as her red cape fluttered with non-existing wind. A bit too fairy tale for my taste, Red Order grunted. Speak for yourself, Silent Witch smiled, shifting closer to the path. This is a piece of beauty, not that a chunibyo like you would understand. Wandering Soul chuckled beside her. Yeah, it's like we're in a fairy tale world where I am a princess. I was going to say like a lost stepmother of a pitiful princess. Which makes you what? The cursed witch who guides her. I'll hex you next time you say something like that. Their banter earned a few smirks, even from Kai. For a moment, it broke the feeling of impatience that had settled in between them from venturing into the Avalon. It had been nearly 5.5 hours since their expedition began. Though it was not the longest dungeon dive of theirs, but those were specialized dungeons that notified about the challenge at the beginning. While this place housed measly 10 floors and was classified as simultaneous dungeon, the hardest type of dungeon in Yggdrasil, similar to the great underground tomb of Nazareth. Can we teleport there? Hitoshi asked, trying to cast the spell, his impatience running out, similar to Red Order to face the boss of this dungeon. Alas, he failed. I'll try flying, Zeroth offered, already midcast to activate the less than fly greater than spell. He tried multiple times, and each attempt ended up in failure. Kai tilted his head. It's forcing us to walk. Seriously. Red Order groaned. Just enjoy the atmosphere, Shoko said. The devs clearly wanted this moment to feel different. Then next time I'm walking in full plate armor, you can carry me, Kai muttered jokingly, making everyone laugh, while all he needed to walk the distance was to control his console. He stepped forward, leading the entourage. Well, shouldn't we enjoy the atmosphere till the hill? Muttered Silent Witch after Kai. True, the ambience of this floor is also great, mumbled Red Thorn. Surprisingly showing her girlish side, her fondness towards princess fairy tales. After a round of healing spells, buffs, and potion use, the clan began their ascent. The walk was peaceful. No enemies. No hidden traps. No status effects triggering from the terrain. Just quiet. As they walked, the ground underfoot shimmered subtly, as if infused with mana. Grass parted where they stepped. Floating lights danced lazily above the flowers lining the path. Insects that didn't exist in any other part of Yggdrasil flitted about, purely decorative. This really feels like a fairy tale world, Silent Witch mumbled under her breath, earning a nod from Shoko and Kindred Star. Yes, Wandering Soul answered as she nodded. While Kai was surprised to discover Shoko and the rest of the girls in his clan liking such stuff without exception. He hadn't given it much thought, but he at least expected one among them to be not interested in such tales. But to find everyone interested in it, surprised him, especially Shoko, who he had least expectations from, for these matters. It matters not if they like it. Not like it will change anything. He mused, continuing his journey. Somewhere along, insects chirping echoed faintly, likely an area-wide ambient effect, tied to the floor mechanics. And above it all, the White Castle waited. The White Castle. The walk to the castle felt longer than it truly was. It wasn't distance that slowed them, but the silence. Not a tense, ominous silence. A deliberate, contemplative one, as they enjoyed the walk. Like stepping through a place not meant for battle, but for memories. The grass underfoot crunched, the cobbled path glowing faintly in the moonlight and small orbs of lights occupying the path, and fire lanterns lit along the way, floating in the clear sky. As each step brought them closer to the castle. It had a grand gate, with no guards posted along the gate and walls. Inside the gate, walking past the garden, they arrived near the stairs leading to the main door of the castle. The tall doors were ajar, just slightly, as though waiting. As though someone had left them open for a guest that never came. Kai was the first to approach, followed along with Shining Knight, Indomitable Wall, Red Order and Nameless Shadow. Not a monster in sight, Red Order murmured, walking beside him. Kai gave a slow nod. Inside the castle was a corridor unlike any they had passed before. Pristine white marble stretched in every direction. The floor beneath their boots glimmered with threads of gold, weaving geometric patterns that shifted ever so slightly when looked at directly, laid on the white marble tiles. Pillars of transparent crystal arched overhead, refracting the pale blue light of floating orbs that acted as ceiling chandeliers along with pristine chandeliers that hung around the hallway with the giant chandelier at the center. And then, less than aura of despair I greater than. Less than aura of despair E greater than. Less than aura of despair E greater than. Less than aura of despair I V greater than. Less than aura of despair V greater than. Less than aura of despair VI greater than. Less than aura of despair VII greater than. The debuff that extended up to 7 levels, which remained exclusive to world enemies. While, players could access that same skill up to 5 levels. Debuff, muttered Kai, as he observed his log. Lovely, Manabu muttered. So, we're walking into a slow crawl, before we've even met the boss. Red Order opened his status window and clicked through the icons. Debuff with aura of despair up to 7 levels, the resistance we have, combined with our equipment cannot resist level 7, debuff. He sighed. Well, it's just another Yggdrasil dev joke, what use is resistance if we can't protect ourselves? Hitoshi replied. Still, no one turned back. Kai stepped further in. The moment he passed the first set of crystalline columns, they were hit by another set of debuffs. Less than debuff, MP region 20% greater than. Less than debuff, HP region 25% greater than. Less than debuff, agility 35% greater than. Shoko leaned closer, examining her own debuffs. They're not stacking. Just increasing with distance. We are hit by random debuff as we move inside. Spoke Shoko. Causing them to all hurry their advance. They continued deeper into the castle, footsteps echoing softly off stone. At the far end of the white corridor, a spiral staircase began its slow rise, curving upward. And above it, faintly painted across the ceiling in subtle shimmer. A dragon and a knight, locked in combat beneath a silver tree. Kai's eyes lingered on it. Before they rushed toward the stairs, they entered the door at the end of the stairway. Kai and his clanmates found themselves in a grand circular hall, wider than anything they had seen in the castle so far, the size of the grand hall dwarfing the castle outside, including the whole floor they walked across to arrive at the grand hall inside the castle. The ceiling rose into a dome of crystal, allowing a false night sky to shimmer above them, one designed with such care it mirrored constellations from the real world. At the center of the room, asleep and coiled in a lazy, languid sprawl, was a red dragon. He was massive. A world enemy no less, his stats surpassing the level cap of Yggdrasil. Crimson scales, great wings folded, and his horns spiraled backward like blades. They stood gazing at the monstrosity that slept at the center of the hall. When they were hit by multiple notifications. Less than you have entered the inner sanctum of Avalon greater than. Less than final boss, Drake world enemy greater than. The dragon's eyelids, iron plates split by glowing cracks, slowly opened. Crimson eyes the size of walls raised around the city, gazed down upon them. When he spoke, the words did not echo aloud, but appeared directly in their minds. So, you are the ones who have come to claim Avalon. A foolish dream of hatchlings. But so be it, you shall be the key that will set me free from this cage. He rose, slowly, deliberately. Every movement was massive, yet fluid. The hall trembled as his wings spread wide, blocking out the false stars above, as the dome that covered the top blew open. The dragon dwarfed the players by a big margin. As the tallest player in the party, Indomitable Wall was barely 1/10, long as the eyelids of the dragon. Notification. Less than world enemy Dre has awakened greater than. Less than raid. 26 players raid begins greater than. Less than Dre combat strength increased greater than. Less than world announcement. A world enemy. Raid has been initiated by the clan Ignotus adventurers. Greater than. Brace. Kai barked. Positions. Dre opened his jaws. A crimson pulse built in the back of his throat. Move. Shoko shouted. Less than absolute wall greater than indomitable wall triggered the wide area defensive skill, projecting a shield just as Dre breath unleashed. It was unlike any breath attack of dragons they had faced. The barrier cracked. Everyone's HP nearly dipped by a quarter, despite protection. Spread. Hitoshi called, dashing sideways, hammer in hand. He's charging again. Wandering Soul floated above, casting rapid mass buffs. Less than greater resilience greater than. Less than true speed greater than. Less than mana infusion greater than. She signaled to Kindred Star. I need 3 seconds, prepare your golem. Already preloaded. Kindred replied, releasing her level 100 golem rather than the usual army Crystallis engine, onto the field. The massive golem stomped forward, taking position as a midline tank. Zeroth cackled. Oh. Dragon, behold, O scaled tyrant, the end of flame lies in the void beyond despair. He cast less than Crimson Oblivion greater than, a 10th tier spell from his racial class. Nameless Shadow blinked behind Dre, triggering less than Phantom Siphon greater than, a high-speed triple strike. The hits connected, barely, but the damage was minimal or obsolete. Kai narrowed his eyes. His physical defense is too high for mid-tier magic. Focus on damage over time, magic or attacks paired with high damage spells and skills. I'll draw aggro, Red Order said, triggering his samurai stance. Less than cherry blossom reversal greater than sent him slicing along the dragon's limb in a blur of red and silver. Supporting him, Shining Knight added, drawing his blade and glowing shield. Pulling left wing. Kai, can you aim for his heart? Kai nodded. Shoko. I'll cover his flank. Shoko cut in, already midair. Her spear lit with less than thunder edge greater than, her movement fast, spiraling toward the dragon's head. Dre roared, his tail lashed, slamming Red Thorn and sending him flying into the wall. HP dipped to 20%. Silent Witch barely healed him in time. Brace. Indomitable Wall shouted, slamming his shield into the marble as Dre exhaled a sweeping arc of crimson flames. Hitoshi charged in with his hammer igniting briefly before slamming into the marked leg. The dragon roared, then lunged. Down. Manabu shouted. Kai barely managed to parry. Shoko, caught mid-lunge, twisted into less than skyward vault greater than, avoiding a direct hit. Left blind spot. Shoko called out. Kai and Shoko teleported in unison, appearing to the left of Drea's flank. Kai's spear flared with mana as he activated less than dark implode greater than, aiming for the lower joint of the wing. The attack connected, dealing visible damage and briefly disrupting Drea's flight posture. Zeroth, ever the dramatist, raised his hand toward the ceiling. Then tremble, for I shall gift you an ending worthy of ruin. Just cast the damn spell, Wandering Soul muttered while she was busy supporting Indomitable Wall with her healing and buffs. Less than volcanic tempest greater than detonated above Drea's torso, raining molten fragments. Wandering Soul followed it up with a less than earthquake greater than, staggering the dragon long enough for Red Order and Manabu to get in close. Red Order launched a flurry of slashes with less than rising ember greater than, the twin hits leaving a burning status. Manabu ducked and weaved under Drea's limbs, fists glowing with less than moonlight requiem greater than. He punched into the skull, once, twice, before spinning out of range. Dre roared this time. The chamber shook. It reared back and expelled a wave of fire, not forward, but skyward. The flames curved unnaturally, clinging to the walls before sweeping down in a ring. Aoi incoming. Wandering Soul warned. Nameless Shadow used the moment of chaos to vanish from sight. He reappeared above Drea's nape and slammed both daggers into the base of the dragon's skull with less than venomous spiral greater than. Barely adding the damage toll on the dragon. And he vanished again, narrowly avoiding Drea's counter-strike in form of lightning that draped over its body. The battle continued. Minutes passed in controlled chaos. As the health bar of the dragon dropped, the ambient heat doubled. Its scales began to shimmer with inner magma, and it stopped using its wings for movement, relying entirely on ground attacks. Mana low, Silent Witch added. Kai adjusted his grip. He had saved it for this. Shoko. She looked at him and nodded. They moved. Kai activated less than Star Spear, Star Breaker greater than, a 10th tier spell of Great Wizard of Avalon class. 5 spectral spears orbited him. He launched them on the dragon. Shoko, in tandem, triggered less than Night Valor, Crescent Arc greater than, using the gap to leap over the collapsing wall and aim for the dragon's exposed eye. The two strikes hit within frames of each other. Dre recoiled. Zeroth. Now. The demon grinned, spinning a ring of several casting circles. Less than super tier spell, Crimson Oblivion greater than. A golden sphere ignited at the center of the room, expanding outward with a slow pulse of searing light. Dre roared. Everyone. Unload. Red Order shouted. Kindred Stars golems fired simultaneously, their enchanted magical attacks detonating against Drea's chest, while dolls she had crafted, exploded on the dragon's body. Red Thorn and Shining Knight executed a cross-slash combo from opposite ends, while Manabu landed a concussive uppercut into the jaw. Kai cast less than Star Implode greater than, his final offensive cooldown, converting a chunk of his HP into pure damage. As the rest continued raining down attacks, Kai invoked his supertier spell, less than Fall of a Star greater than with combined efforts from other clanmates who all activated world items to rain down attacks. Ignotus adventurers had pulled all stops for this raid. Now, shouted Manabu after Kai had casted his spell. Less than Zeus's wrath greater than, less than Poseidon's ultimatum greater than, less than Artemis' fury greater than, less than flames of destruction greater than, and finally less than spear of the omnipotent and omniscient god greater than. While Kai equipped world item, Helm of Esir, and summoned all the players from Valhalla, he fought in PvP challenge without outside interference, in solo combat and bested. Though the players summoned were replicas of the players he had won against, but they only possessed half their strength. And the attack continued. Before long, Dreya's health bar hit zero with continuous strikes. It roared as its eyes light with radiance, pests. Before it fell, its body disintegrated into particles and they were hit by a message confirming their kill. Yet, they all stood stupefied at not receiving the corresponding message for clearing the dungeon. So, wasn't he the boss of this dungeon? Muttered Red Order. I believed so, but what now? Mumbled Silent Witch. And such conversation took place in between players of Ignotus Adventurers. The end. Drop a comment and leave a review. Be it negative or positive, but make sure to give constructive criticism. Also, if you think you can add anything of value to the FIC, then you are more than welcome to comment. Any thoughts or questions, ask them in the comment section. I'll try to answer them as soon as I can. Chapter 18. If you notice any errors, please feel free to give me constructive feedback. English is not my first language, so if you notice any mistakes, please mention them in the comments section at the end of the chapter. I do not own Overlord. All property rights belong to their respective creators. Let's begin the story. Chapter 18. Alfheim. Yggdrasil. Earth. Year 2129. Overlord verse. The Grand Hall remained silent after the fall of Dre, his body long gone, reduced to glowing embers that still floated in the air like dying fireflies. Kai stood at the side of the elevated platform with Hitoshi and Kindred Star. Between them, the loot window displayed the cache, rarity or crafting materials, enchantment gems, data crystals, and a cache of uncategorized relics tied to the Avalon tag. Kai was already categorizing them. Nothing world-breaking, Hitoshi muttered, scratching his beard. But these enchanted stones and materials, definitely Avalon exclusive. No custom gear drops, Kai added, scrolling through the final column. We'll check the relics later. If there's a next room, it might still be ahead. That, Kindred Star said softly, is regrettable. Still, there's no world item. Mumbled Kindred Star. And Kai and Hitoshi nodded as they continued their work. As they sorted, the others had scattered around the chamber. Zeroth traced his fingers along a pilar's carved edges, muttering about forgotten bloodlines and cursed seats of power. Shining Knight leaned his elbow on the hilt of his blade, glancing up at the moonlit dome with a rare softness. Red Order stood in silence beside Gold, gazing at the moon. Wandering Soul floated upward with Silent Witch, inspecting the motifs engraved across the dome's inner ring. The details in this dungeon are crazy, she said. Compared to other dungeons, yes. Wandering Soul replied. Rather than details explicitly, the work put here to add extra useless stuff is crazy. Right. Agreed Silent Witch with Wandering Soul, the place is quite dreamy. They both sighed, of how they had wished to have a place of their own, to build a guild. Yet, Kai had always postponed their suggestion to create a guild. Reasons unknown to them, by mentioning about finding a suitable place for their guild first. Still, it's great that we have a clan leader like Kay, added with Hitoshi and my dear friend Kindred Star. Muttered Silent Star, her gaze wandering toward them. True, or who else would have taken on the mantle of dividing the loot equally, and with their passion for creating items, we don't even need to bother with items and equipment from cash shop or stores. Nodded Wandering Soul, turning to Silent Witch after looking over at her clan leader busy at work. Well, with their passion burning our clan's resources is also kind of funny. As they go on creating useless junk. Still, we can't demean their effort, as they do create useful and better equipment, and with Kai being the hoarder he is, he doesn't even dispose those useless junk or sells them. Muttered Wandering Soul. Well, that's our clan leader, and with him purchasing everything he sets his sight on, encouraged by Evernight and Rex, they do get out of hand. I just wonder, how much money they have managed to throw in this game. Silent Witch nodded as she sighed. Her last comment managed to make them both sigh. Meanwhile, Redthorn had been circling the far wall, the one opposite from where they'd entered. Hidden behind where Dreya's massive body had once curled, she found something odd. A circular wall nestled within the main chamber's curve, like a partitioned ring built into the structure. Curious, she moved around it, brushing her hand against the surface, until the faint shimmer of a detection spell confirmed her suspicion as her hand phased through the wall. Guys, she called out, her voice sharp and clear. Over here. The others turned. Kai and the rest finished organizing the loot and moved to her side. What greeted them wasn't another wall. It was a forest. An enormous circular opening now stood revealed where the partition had been, an illusory boundary disguising a gateway to the next section. A forest of multicolored leaved trees and grass stretched endlessly under the moonlight, framed by ethereal mist at the horizon. No interface message popped up. No, boss room cleared, notification. It simply existed. That doesn't look like an exit, Red Order muttered, narrowing his eyes. Or possibly, Wandering Soul added, the true boss room of this dungeon. You think another boss waits inside? Hitoshi asked, already checking his inventory for potions and other wards. I wouldn't be surprised if Dre was just the gatekeeper, after checking out the work the devs have put into this dungeon. Kai said, exhaling slowly. Everyone top up. Support players moved to the front. Buffs were refreshed, status effects cleansed, and mana reserves managed. Kai stared at the forest one last time before nodding. Let's move. They proceeded on foot. Flying still wasn't permitted. Neither was teleportation. Even less than gate greater than failed to function, the skill fizzling out before it completed its cast animation. So, they walked. Through tall colorful grass that reached their knees, between colorful trees that seemed to sway despite the windless air. Soft lights blinked in and out in the distance, possibly fairies, possibly ambient effects. Everything was rich with detail. Immersive in a way that Yggdrasil rarely indulged in such dungeons. Eventually, the path cleared. It led them to a lake. Wide. Its surface mirrored the moonlight with unnatural clarity. At the center sat a small island, no wider than 40 meters across, and upon it, a golden sword, embedded into stone. Its design was distinct. You seeing what I'm seeing? Red Order asked quietly. Excalibur, Silent Witch said, almost reverently. Or whatever this game's version of it is, Wandering Soul added. Everyone exchanged glances, and sprinted. Despite not being able to fly, they didn't hesitate. Boots hit the water with a splash, and they swam. It clung to their avatars with an effect that caused a mild tick of damage to some. Kai blinked, watching his HP drop by. Negative karma, he muttered looking around the status of his clanmates. I'm unaffected, Shoko said, looking back, kind of smug expression adorned her face, though the game failed to convey her expression to Kai and Yggdrasil. Kai slowed his swim. I'll heal and come back. You are giving up, Shoko teased, half-smiling. I'm not dying to water, he replied, shrugging. I was hit by the most number of debuffs in the world enemy raid. Though the players who had died in the battle had been resurrected, and healed, despite losing levels they all competed and raced to the sword. While some swam, some walked on water, others tried their best to drag their bodies across the water. Yet, they weren't able to get rid of the debuff that Dre had cast on them. Nameless Shadow was first. He landed on the island, boots squelching against the grass, and strode up to the sword without hesitation. With a confident grip, he wrapped both hands around the hilt and pulled. Nothing. It didn't even budge. Red Thorn arrived next, followed by Wandering Soul and Kindred Star. One after another, they tried. None moved it. Not even an inch. Shining Knight stepped up, solemn. The others gave him room. He gripped the sword and let out a breath. Mana pulsed through his body. The sword budged. Just barely. But it didn't release. Even he stepped back, a sigh escaping him. It's not about strength, he muttered. The others murmured among themselves. Possibilities. Hidden stats. Event triggers. Kai, who had remained at the edge of the group, arms crossed loosely, as he watched the last of his clanmates except Shoko and himself, give up and step back from the blade. His gaze lingered on Shining Knight, who had managed to make the sword shift slightly. A feat no one else had come close to. The information swirled in his mind, like pieces of a puzzle half-snapped into place. Maximum positive karma. An unknown condition, he mused. He glanced at the surface of the lake again. Positive karma, he muttered, almost to himself. Shining Knights at max. So's Shoko. That narrowed it down. There were only 2 in their clan. Still, even with positive karma, Shining Knight hasn't drawn it. A second requirement. He mumbled to himself. He turned, speaking aloud now. What if the other trigger isn't just karma? What if it's World Champion class? Mentioning the class that the giant guard golems mentioned at the gate. As shared his thoughts, to which the rest agreed. Shoko, still standing beside Kai, glanced up at him and arched a brow. Your turn. He gave her a flat look and sighed. Kai walked up beside the blade, giving it one more lingering look. He gestured to Shoko. You've got maximum positive karma. You should try, maybe then we can understand the conditions clearly. But Shoko didn't move. Instead, she tilted her head, folding her arms, her posture casual, voice light. Hearing your theory, I have a theory of my own. Kai blinked. Huh. She smiled faintly. Try pulling it for me, will you? What kind of backward logic is that? Humor me. Kai sighed, walking up once more. The stone still glowed faintly from Shining Knight's earlier attempt, the faint shimmer of light just under the surface. He gripped the hilt with both hands and pulled. This time, it moved just like Shining Knight, rejecting his theory. Kai stood still for a moment, frowning as if the sword itself owed him an explanation. Shoko stepped beside Kai and, in a flourish, pushed him lightly aside, as her cape brushed past his face. And then she placed both hands on the hilt. A piercing, blinding divine glow erupted from the blade, pure white, expanding like a wave across the island and lake. Negative karma players grunted instantly, their HP dipping as a new debuff icon appeared on their screens, damage tick eating at their HP, with just being under the presence of the drawn sword. As the light faded, the giant moon that hung above dimmed and blinked out of existence, replaced by the sun that shined bright. Its rays reaching every corner of the forest. Less than world item. Excalibur greater than. I guess, Shoko said, turning her head just enough to meet Kai's gaze. I'm the chosen one after all, young Master Kai. Then, less than notification. Avalon raid complete greater than. Less than world item acquired, Excalibur greater than. Less than world item acquired, the eternal flying garden of Utopia Avalon greater than. The message scrolled across their screens in succession, almost too fast to process. There was silence. And then, screams. The female players broke into spontaneous cheers, hands raised, voices overlapping in excitement. Silent Witch hugged Red Thorn with a loud squeal. Wandering Soul and Kindred Star locked arms and danced a circle around Zeroth, who was pretending not to enjoy the celebration. Hitoshi was already opening the map overlay with Kindred Star, their voices low but fast as they discussed renovation ideas. Garden placement. NPC assignments. Shoko remained where she was, the blade still resting loosely in her hand, watching the others with a serene smile. They had received the Excalibur for being the first party to clear the world enemy dungeon of Dre and the Avalon Castle for being the first party to clear the dungeon in their first attempt. Kai, meanwhile, took a slow breath, then turned as a loud explosion echoed behind him. Wandering Soul stood, clapping her hands dramatically. After having cast a 9th-tier spell, less than nuclear explosion greater than. Everyone turned. She walked to the center of the island and turned to face Kai. And then she knelt. One knee down, one hand across her chest. Now that we have found a place to call home, she said grandly, I plead to our guild master, K. Kai's eyebrow twitched. It is time that we step out, form our guild, and begin our conquest to conquer the whole of Yggdrasil. The rest followed, kneeling in mock unison. Even Shoko and Manabu followed, with an exaggerated bow. Kai stood amidst them all, staring at the scene with practiced annoyance and mild disbelief. But even so, his fingers curled slightly at his sides, joy at the reward and at the beginning and the birth of the place that he would probably call home, for eons to come. The end. Drop a comment and leave a review. Be it negative or positive, but make sure to give constructive criticism. Also, if you think you can add anything of value to the FIC, then you are more than welcome to comment. Any thoughts or questions, ask them in the comment section. I'll try to answer them as soon as I can. Chapter 19. If you notice any errors, please feel free to give me constructive feedback. English is not my first language, so if you notice any mistakes, please mention them in the comments section at the end of the chapter. I do not own Overlord. All property rights belong to their respective creators. Let's begin the story. Chapter 19. Asgard. Yggdrasil. Earth. January of year 2130. Overlord vs. World Champion Event. Asgard. Finals. Evernight Candidum, Astral Spirit, Divine Spirit, V's Harden, Angel. The roar of the crowd in the Colosseum rumbled like a storm, layered in sound effects and artificial acoustics designed to mimic an ancient battle arena. Floating panels hovered overhead, projecting the names and icons of the final two combatants. The structure was modeled after Rome's Colosseum, complete with weather shaders casting golden sunlight through its arches. Spectators, real and NPC alike, filled the seats, although many NPCs were used for flair. Shoko stood at the center of the arena. Wind stirred her long white silver hair, her blue eyes narrowed on him. As her spears glinted under the artificial sun. Across the field stood Harden clad in full white body armor with 6 pair of radiant wings spread wide, he excluded a divine aura around him. His greatsword burned with fire, supplemented with light attribute enchantments. Less than match 1 start in 3, 2, greater than. Shoko didn't charge. Instead, She stepped back and began counting internally. 1, 2, 3. A flash of light. The air shimmered. She bent at the waist, dodging the first slash of his sword, as he passed by her in a gif. Less than radiant flash greater than. An AoE spell to attack with divine light to purge. The ground shimmered. But Shoko had already moved. Running already. Hardin called from across the field, voice modulated to sound both haughty and divine. Shoko didn't respond. She didn't wish to engage in dramatics. Hardin descended with a two-handed strike. Shoko met him midair, her spear twisting in a blur. Less than divine radiance greater than was met with her spear. Hardin recovered first, rising above with less than fly greater than, attempting to maintain his air advantage. But Shoko had already flicked her hand, making Hardin raise barriers, wary of her action. He hadn't had the chance to spectate her previous matches, but from the information he received from his teammates, he knew she was strong. A moment was all she needed to turn the tide of battle in her favor and end it. Shoko, after flicking her hand, took a step back. And teleported above him, bypassing his less than dimension lock greater than skill. Dimension lock was a skill of mightier angels and demons. Divine Spirit, a special custom race that the devs had created for her, modeled after Origin class which Kai possessed. It was designed with angels, gods and dragons built as base in the game. Allowing her to access their skillset and magic. Allowing her to also phase through Dimension Lock, only world items possessed the might to disrupt her movement. From the vantage point, she began cast a spell in tandem with her spear thrust with other hand. Less than 7 trumpeter greater than, less than divine blade of stars greater than. The fight became a dance, Shoko keeping pressure with relentless movement and angle shifts, while Hardin attempted to pin her with radiant beams, and skills. Twice he nearly clipped her with less than divine hammerfall greater than, only for her to blink out of range midcast. But Hardin made a mistake. He cast less than Heaven's Wall greater than, a powerful but stationary field defense to her consecutive spear thrusts. The moment he did, she used it against him. Less than maximize magic, gravity anchor greater than less than twin strike, crescent divide plus spearfall bloom greater than. Pinned within his own field, his mobility crashed and he fell with his barrier shattering on her last strike for her to continue with, a 10th tier spell less than Uriel greater than. The spell ate away at his HP, nearly dropping it to 43% mark. Left with no other choice, he invoked a supertier spell, less than Wind of Corruption greater than, dealing significant damage to Shoko. To which she answered with her own supertier spell, less than Eternal Judgment greater than, a spell that summons the fire from the depths of abyss and burns till everything in the vicinity is burned and is left, devoid of anything and everything. The spell is effective against both positive karma and negative karma beings but even super effective against angels and gods. Significantly bringing his HP to danger zone, when he casts a 10th tier spell, less than Uriel greater than on her, which to his surprise she endured and did not put up resistance, the action ringing alarms in his mind. When she raised her spear and activated the ultimate skill of the Spear Gungar, less than Spear of the Omnipotent and Omniscient God greater than, the skill shattered his defense and brought him to his knees. His HP bar empty, the Colosseum erupted. Lights flared in golden rings around her as virtual fireworks exploded in the sky dome overhead. Flowers fell from nowhere, NPC bards played a victory theme. The fireworks exploded all around Asgard, and muffled by the war cry of the warriors of Valhalla, which remained as leveling spot after the dungeon cleared, where challengers could battle gods and warriors of Valhalla and participate in battle royal that took place every week. With a giant obsidian slab before Valhalla that still recorded the names of the players that cleared the dungeon. As, the warriors whose names were engraved on the rock did not belong to any clan or guild at the time, the space for clan or guild name responsible for the achievement is left blank. World Champion of Asgard, Evernight Candidum. A corresponding world announcement was made in whole of Asgard with her name being displayer in various billboards of Yggdrasil and their game site. With grandiose parade marching through the city of Asgard. The festive celebration occupied the whole city and the game, infecting everyone with the festive mood. Joyous at the outcome, Shoko alone stood at the center of the Colosseum, her spear by her side, its tip nested on the ground. She gazed at the skies, a sense of accomplishment dawning over her. Despite the custom-built race of hers, the stats of her character remained equal to other level 100 players, though she came in the upper echelon or top players of Yggdrasil in terms of character strength or total stats. In a similar arena built in a different world, A black-haired vampire stood gazing at the congratulatory message with disinterest, and similar to him in other arena, a human knight with platinum full-body armor with a sword and shield stood proud as he sheathed his sword in a regal motion mimicking a knight and gazed at the similar message with a smile and satisfaction. Similar to the vampire and knight, a red-haired angel-demon hybrid gazed at the congratulatory message and the fireworks, as she sliced her red blade through air and sheathed it, a small smile adorning her face. While, a black-haired man with amber-colored eyes stood with his hands tied back, looking over at the message with disinterred look on the outside, while he jumped in joy on the inside. And an insectoid warrior with a name of a plant, in another arena stood victorious, with his sword raised high, with justice text floating above him. Shoko was hit by congratulatory messages from the game management and devs, when she got teleported to starry space, with the giant world tree, in front of her. The place where every player who first logged inside the game came to create their character. Evernight Candidum. She turned hearing the voice, she saw no one around, but received a notification on her console. Opening it, she read the mail and the invitation attached to it, for a video call. Clicking on it, she saw no one on the screen and just heard voice and looked over to find only audio enabled of the other person. Congrats on the win, Miss Hoshino. I'm from GM support team. While, a dev was supposed to handle this talk but to save you the hassle, I will be the one handling your request. He spoke. Shoko tilted her head slightly. Thanks. She heard a click, as if he tapped something into a floating console. You've officially received the class unlock, World Champion. That's added to your account and is a special reward, part of the win for all World Champions. You'll be getting a custom item reward, a warrior kit, mage kit or anything else that you desire. You'll get to submit design concepts over the next 2 weeks. Got it, she said. Is there any restriction on the item? No world-breaking effects. But if you wish for it, he sighed. I'll try my best to get it done but please, can you take care to not upset the game balance while designing the item? He spoke, his voice of resignation and almost pleading. All right. She nodded awkwardly. He nodded once more, tapped a few more inputs, then looked up. We'll auto-teleport you to your last location. Good fight, miss. And please do not forget the Battle of World Champions will be next week. A few seconds later, she found herself before the castle of Asgard, the city fully immersed in festive mood. Shoko stood at the outskirts of the city of Asgard, just outside the towering gates of the castle of Asgard. The event festivities still echoed in the distance, players celebrating, banners fluttering, system messages drifting like petals in the sky above. Her cloak stirred lightly in the artificial wind. She was just about to cast a spell, on her way to meet her friends, when she heard a voice, calling out to her. Evernight Candidum. She turned. Walking toward her were 5 players, their armor uniform and gleaming white, armor painted with golden emblems of a winged chalice. At the front strode a tall swordsman with platinum blonde hair and pristine armor. Harton, Paladin class, Guild Master of Holy Spirit, one of the largest and oldest Asgardian-based guilds. His name was known to most PvP players and guild masters, and so was his guild's reputation, part of Trinity Alliance, present at the top of leaderboard or guild rankings. Shoko gave a polite nod, but didn't move. Congratulations on your victory, Harden said with a warm tone, a bit layered with bitterness that he failed to hide with his easygoing attitude. That was a magnificent fight. Thank you, she replied, her tone reserved but courteous. His guildmates offered their own applause, a few of them clearly looking her over, perhaps wondering if she was worth the hype. We'd like to speak with you for a moment, Harden continued, now fully beside her. Now that the World Champion event is concluded, I'd like to formally extend an invitation for you to join Holy Spirit. We would, of course, offer you the rank of Vice Guild Master. You've earned that, at the very least. Shoko blinked once. She didn't answer right away. Harden took her silence as hesitation, so he continued, you won on the Asgard, that alone should suffice to enter Holy Spirit Guild. We believe in unity, strength, and shining together. You would be honored and. She shook her head once. No. Harden's smile twitched. If it's about rank, we can renegotiate. We can guarantee resources. The best gear, scheduled raids, reserved equipment. I'm not interested, she cut in, flatly. It did surprise Harden but he wasn't one to back down easily. He tried his best to recruit her but failed in his attempts. A shorter player behind him, some who looked like a tank to her, clicked his tongue. What guild are you in right now that you think it's better than Holy Spirit? You could be on top, and you're saying no. It was followed by a female player, who wore a priestess robe, possibly a support player, Shoko mused eyeing her. Raidster is right, we are offering you such generous offer and yet you are rejecting us. You do understand that the Holy Spirit is part of the Trinity and at the top, she muttered, flabbergasted. Shoko turned her gaze toward her, then sighed and smiled, slow and dry, a hint of sarcasm coloring the edge of her voice. I'm already in a small guild, she said. You would have probably never heard of it. They looked at each other, puzzled. It's called Vanitas Regnum Anta. Pretty low profile, newbie guild. With just a bunch of nobodies. Harton's expression stiffened ever so slightly. His gaze narrowed. Vanitas Regnum Anta was a new guild that had suddenly appeared out of the blue. Some hypothesized it to have been a clan before they took on the mantle of the guild. The guild home base remained mysterious and so did their members, except their most recent conquest. The Father Guild that was also part of the Trinity with 100 members, had been outdone by a small guild with measly 26 players in their ranks and risen to the top of the guild rankings, from their track record of PvP matches, guild matches and Yggdrasil exploration. But, she added, brushing her hair back, I suppose I can tell you this much. She stepped back and snapped her finger, casting less than greater teleportation greater than and disappeared, while her last words echoed in their ears. I'm the Vice Guild Master. And please be careful, you wouldn't want to upset our guild master, Morinidium Kaitelos. Before any of them could respond, the spell was cast, and she had disappeared. Harton stood silent, his jaw clenching in the real world, as his gaze turned cold toward the place where she had disappeared. Vice Guild Master of that guild. Someone muttered. And across the sky, more fireworks erupted, celebrating the new world champion of Asgard. The end. Drop a comment and leave a review. Be it negative or positive, but make sure to give constructive criticism. Also, if you think you can add anything of value to the FIC, then you are more than welcome to comment. Any thoughts or questions, ask them in the comment section. I'll try to answer them as soon as I can. 2 comments 0 vote. Chapter 20. If you notice any errors, please feel free to give me constructive feedback. English is not my first language, so if you notice any mistakes, please mention them in the comments section at the end of the chapter. I do not own Overlord. All property rights belong to their respective creators. Let's begin the story. Chapter 20. Asgard. Yggdrasil. Earth. January of year 2130. Overlord verse. Battle of World Champions, Valhalla, Asgard. The Battle of World Champions had been planned for the week after the event where the winners of the World Tournament in every world were crowned with World Champion title. This small tournament in terms of number of participants, had been announced to find the strongest player in all of Yggdrasil. It was a grand event, as hordes of players had logged in to spectate. In the arena of the Valhalla, the players packed the stands and the holographic display at every corner of the game to watch the tournament. Thousands watched the match, across guild halls, player hubs, city squares, and even casual viewers across dozens of community sites. In the arena, the cheers were deafening, announcers shouted from floating platforms, system messages hovered in the air, and fireworks filled the clouds. 9 world champions competing for the title of the strongest player in Yggdrasil. At the center of the arena stood a crouched figure. Black-haired heteromorphic player of demon race, world champion of Muspelheim. His amber eyes staring at his opponent in the eye, as his coat fluttered. The demon gazed at his opponent with his spear embedded into the chest of his opponent. A pale-skinned vampire with black hair, froze as his HP hit 0 and his body shattered into pixels, disappearing from the arena. Less than player eliminated, Rex sub Luna greater than. The notification echoed like a divine proclamation, as a pillar of light shot up, bursting into a display of light works. While the black-haired demon stood, he released his grip on the spear, letting it fall. The spear shattered into pixels, disappearing, before it hit the ground. And there you have it, folks. Came the booming voice of the announcer, a brilliant counterstrike, using less than reverse fully greater than in sync with less than rupture fate greater than from the crouch. What a play. That's a full set of reaction pulled off at under 0.2 seconds. This isn't just fast, it's absurd. And there you have it, the winner, and last finalist of the Battle of World Champions, Morinidium Kaitelos. The crowd roared. And, the in-game viewer chat exploded, emotes, praises, debates, and more. Even the PvP masters were typing out. And, WTF was that reaction speed, in live reactions. And let's not forget, Morinidium Kaitelos is none other than the guild master of the now top-ranking underdog guild, Vanitas Regnum Anta. The announcer continued with barely contained excitement. A guild that seemingly rose from nowhere and now boasts 5 world champions in its roster. And also the members of the party that cleared Valhalla dungeon. There was a brief pause, giving way to murmurs across viewers' live comments. That's right, 5 world champions, and they have only 37 players. Talk about exclusive. I don't know what the recruitment requirements are, but if you're watching this and you think you are in need for a strong guild, maybe it's time to apply for this guild, while you still have the chance. Moreover, the final is between the guild master and the vice guild master of Vanitas Regnum Anta. Talk about fate. With the match ended, a new text appeared on the central platform. 2 names hovered in golden text above it. Evernight Candidum vs more Inidium Kai Telos. While Kai stood spectating at the display mentioning the participants for the finals, as he cursed under his breath. It was difficult as it was to beat Manabu, the fight was a close call. He sighed. With this being a battle to determine the strongest warrior of Yggdrasil, there's a limit set for the spells used, allowing only warrior class spells including the spells learned through racial class. With supertier spells allowed, which basically acted as skills, it was quite difficult to win in Muspelheim and to reach this position, and now this, you could say, she was a bane to my build with her divine spirit nonsense. He let out a breath, he didn't think he had been holding back. Shaking his head, he continued. With the Grand Knight of Avalon class of hers, I don't even wish to find out her current strength. Kai once again sighed, of how he wished to move as her, create a custom race and build for himself if not for that damned dream he had every time messing with the game, to wake up to the feeling of coldness that could freeze his very soul. The fear of death hanging on his shoulder, and his dream of aiming for champion of Yggdrasil class getting further away. If that hadn't been enough, we both have unlocked World Break, but, I am not sure of how useful it will be in this battle, with the unknown factor hovering above my head, the unknown skill that was said to unlock after I gained World Disaster class and she, World Champion class for the class we got after defeating those golems during Avalon raid. Kai sighed again, cursing his fate, for tying his hands. With World Disaster class still out of my reach, and even if I had managed to get my hands on it, I doubt whether it would have made any difference from it being a magic-related class for magic casters. Nonetheless, I have put my all into it, if I want that special class. He mused. Battle of World Champions. World Champion of Asgard, Evernight Candidum vs World Champion of Muspelheim, more Inidium Kai Telos. Fuck me, was all he muttered, as he spread his arms wide in resignation or in triumph, inviting the white beam of light, with golden and silver lightning swirling around it, as Shoko activated her skill, less than sword of the promised star greater than. A skill she had unlocked from Grand Knight of Avalon class after winning the World Tournament and obtaining World Champion class. Added with the ultimate skill of the Grand Knight of Avalon, less than sword of Avalon greater than, while Kai had unlocked, less than fall of a star greater than a supertier spell from his Great Wizard of Avalon class. The different skills allowed, with the limitation set to magic build players in the tournament, Kai was heavily disadvantageous. Kai just watched the incoming attack as he speculated other options he could have taken. I should have brought Aegis with me, but a promise is a promise, we both promised to not use world items in this match. He mused when he was hit by the attack, bringing his already low HP to 0. As he turned into speck of light, pixelated and disappeared from the arena, Shoko stood with her sword in her hand, a smug smile plastered across her face. Numerous pillars of lights shot upward, bursting in lightworks, blanketing the sky of Yggdrasil across all worlds, followed by the world announcement, declaring the strongest player of Yggdrasil. Shoko's name flaring and gaining fame across Yggdrasil players, overshadowing Kai's existence. Though his loss left a bitter taste in his mouth, but was later grateful toward Shoko for the assist, for taking the stage. This fame rocketed, gaining traction across many forums, with her beautiful appearance and being a female world champion with her friend accompanying her for the title. Shoko was the talk of the gamers, each speculating the type of person she was IRL. From many friend requests to guild invitation, Shoko was popular among the player base, with replicas of her gear and weapons circulating among the newbies. Kai, upon finding himself floating in the blank and dark space with numerous stars blotting in his surrounding with a humongous tree stretching in front of him. He sighed. I should have taken Grand Knight of Avalon class back then. He regretted and gazed at his current build. The build he had specifically designed to participate in the world tournament by deleveling and allotting warrior classes. Still, I love magic more, to switch to warrior class for the champion of Yggdrasil class and title. Yet, she with the Grand Knight of Avalon class with her racial advantage over my race, gave her the edge to end the fight. He mused silently. After his defeat at her hands at the beginning of Yggdrasil, they had fought numerous times and he had managed to win mostly using his diverse magic spells and his pure destructive build. Now, he questioned himself, if everything was for naught. Kai was just like a spring, who was being pressed hard by not letting him run amok in the game, burdened with his crazed dream, hanging around his shoulder threatening his end. I suppose the knowledge of this world and this universe is my weapon, an advantage in the grand scheme of things, and is also a chain that binds me, else I would have straight up took World Devourer build and built my character upon it, becoming invincible, hoarding world's items or better, devouring world items and ruling over Yggdrasil. He laughed at his thought process, amused by his small, what-ifs. Just when Kai thought of returning to his guild, he saw another player or a being manifest, and appear beside him, though the man wore a white coat. His appearance an oddity from the fantasy setting of the game. Yet, Kai calmly waited for the man. That was quite a fight, Kai. The man spoke, addressing Kai by his real name rather than his in-game id. The voice, Kai recognized, but was surprised to meet his friend now. Clearing his mind of all the distracting thoughts, Kai responded, not to keep the man waiting. I suppose it was, Kayaba. Sadly, your team's pampering of Shoko snatched this match away from my hands. Kai muttered. That is true, he mumbled before continuing, but that is out of my hands, I have no power to intervene. The man named Kayaba spoke, his tone indifferent, as if he had given up on the issue altogether. Kai laughed at the helplessness of his friend and sarcastically spoke, if the co-creator of the Yggdrasil were to give up in hopelessness against the tyranny of the strong, then what are the innocent and hard-working players like me, are supposed to do? Kai's speech earned a chuckle from Kayaba. Well, I may be a co-creator of the game but you are one of the valued investors and a director of our company, and have the power to vote and bring real change. As the member of the board of directors, what action have you taken against that young lady in your guild? Kayaba spoke to Kai in nonchalant manner before continuing, not to mention, it still eludes of how you aren't indulging in your prowess and abusing the game yourself, to make it easier. Knowing your personality, I had expected it and from your track record in game. I had suspected you were, but alas, I have yet to find any evidence of your action pointing toward it. Kai nodded at his friend's remark, sighing at his fate, for he also indirectly benefited from her tinkering from time to time. Though he can't explain that to Kayaba, going in detail about his past life and his reincarnation in a light novel world that also had a manga and an anime. People would treat him like an insane and as a deranged person who is also constituted with terminal illness. A crazy fool who is or was destined to die, would be the common phrase that would be used to mean him behind his back now and after he moved to the new world. And how he wished to indulge in the game, yet with his hands tied by Cosmos, he was helpless, following the order. Kai smiled at Kayaba, moving over from his silence, he replied. Kayaba remained silent, as his gaze wandered to the giant tree stretching across them. Letting Kai mull over whatever it was, he was contemplating about. You wound me, my dear friend. Kai spoke, a resigned smile plastered across his face in reality. While his avatar's face remained stoic, he looked Kayaba's avatar in the eye. To think, you suspected me of cheating, that's a hard accusation you're making against me. Kai muttered. Well, you have quite a unique history in the game, and your build, I can definitely say this is the creator and overseer of Yggdrasil. You have the strongest build in the array of classes in Yggdrasil, excluding for your dear friend, Evernight Candidum. Still, if you both were to fight without any restriction, I would without a doubt, bet on you. He spoke, alas, fate had different plans and different things in store for you. Hearing his answer, Kai smiled and remained silent, observing the vast space environment around him, in Yggdrasil and muttered. Fate huh? Never considered you to believe in fate. Never mind that, I just didn't know of any other method or way to console you. He replied. What else could I have expected from you? Kai sighed at the detached answer and replied, so, what does she get from winning this tournament, along with champion of Yggdrasil class? Or is this it? He mused. Kayaba stroked his chin as he nodded, well, for starters she gets a world-class artifact, along with a pet. Quite similar to yours, he spoke, pointing toward Kai's illusionary shadow in the never-ending darkness of the space. Kai smiled happily and summoned his pet he had received in his beta days with the condition to join or create a guild to receive it in the official game. It was a tiny eastern dragon with black obsidian scales, covered with both white and black fur across its body. Lifting it up, he happily held it and stroked its head, patting it. While, I wonder why you haven't leveled it up using the silver fruits from the divine tree of immortality. rather than raiding dungeons in your free time to level it up. Kayaba muttered. Kai sighed at his question, unable to explain the existence of the new world to Kayaba and his wish to enjoy adventuring for now. I can, but I would rather enjoy watching him grow up, as we venture into Yggdrasil, traveling and exploring the uncharted territory of the worlds. His is my pet, my faithful companion in this game. He mused, while he held the dragon close to his chest. I suppose, you really do enjoy role-playing, don't you? Anyway, this is enough for now. I'll be waiting for in the next board of directors meeting. Kayaba spoke, and continued with a smile. But I wonder, if we will be seeing Miss Hoshino in the meeting as well, with a teasing remark. Earning a resigned sigh from Kai, Kayaba laughed. Women can be tiring. Kai muttered. Well, that's how they are, I suppose. Right before I forget, my child's birthday is next month. You and Miss Hoshino are both cordially invited. I understand that big shots like yourself and Miss Hoshino will find it difficult to attend a small party hosted by a no one like me. Still, I hope that you both can free your schedule a bit to attend. Koru also wished for you guys to come. Kayaba spoke to Kai. Kai smiled in return. I'll attend and also bring Shoko with me. Thanks, I didn't know of how I would explain it to Koru and survive the catastrophe from upsetting him and my wife by extension. Kayaba muttered with a relieved tone. Happy at the load Kai took off of him, Kayaba smiled. So, my dear creator of Yggdrasil, Kai muttered, raising Kayaba's senses. Wary of the tone and speech pattern of Kai, he gave out a tired sigh for whatever was coming. It was in Kai's nature, according to Kayaba, to demand things or make an exception for him. To not cheat in the game, at least not openly, yet he couldn't help it. As both Kai and Shoko were both cut from the same cloth for him. Moreover, the race she had, was a compensation decided by the team, for the rude remarks made by a bunch of devs toward Shoko's request. To not earn her ire or that of her grandfathers. They were too accommodating and chauffeuring her, all of it to please her. And so, Kayaba waited, patiently, don't I get anything for qualifying for the finals? At least a consolation prize. You know there is no winning against women, don't you? What do you expect from me, that what you cannot do it yourself? Kai muttered. I understand your stance, but there is no designated reward for the runner-up. Kayaba mumbled, earning a stink eye from Kai. And a click of tongue, followed by a remark. Don't you think the loyal and fair players are the ones losing from your stance here? Kai muttered. Kai's speech hit where it could do the most damage, hurting his pride. Kayaba raised his arms in surrender. Fine, I'll let you have the world-class artifact as you already have a companion from the beta days. Great, so, can we work on the artifact now? We sure have the time, don't we? Kai muttered, conveying it as an order than a question. His wish to delay returning to his guild to escape Shoko's flaunts, dominating the situation. Just like your partner, you could get things done with your power and not resort to such indirect ways. I wonder why you don't. Well, for starters, I am but a simple player. In Yggdrasil, all I am is a player and nothing more. I follow the rules and maintain order, while as a player I work and move, just like the rest to get things done. And as a director, it is my role to set an example for the players to follow. Kai muttered, innocently, making Kayaba sigh in resignation. There is no winning against you nor Shoko, even among the directors. Kayaba mumbled, resigned to his fate, struck between the two tyrants hovering over his game. You have quite a funny perspective, Kayaba. We are the definition of accommodating and have supported all your decisions, opposing other insignificant fellows. Yet, you paint us in such bad light. You are quite cruel, aren't you? Kai mumbled, his tone playful. Sure, so what do you wish for? Spoke Kayaba, ignoring his teasing. Let's make Dragon Balls, shall we? Kai muttered. While Kai stood conversing with Kayaba, both of them busy with their work to create an artifact for Kai to compensate for his team's foolishness. All the while, the draconic iris of the tiny dragon shimmered with light, as part of the animation set of the pet. Its eyes gazing at the giant tree, observing the never-ending cosmos and the Yggdrasil that contained the worlds that it and the rest of creatures and the beings it had come across till now, called them their home for the first time. The words and their conversation falling on its still ears, and for how this conversation would shape and set the perspective of the NPCs and the new world's residents toward Kai, remained a mystery. The end. Drop a comment and leave a review. Be it negative or positive, but make sure to give constructive criticism. Also, if you think you can add anything of value to the FIC, then you are more than welcome to comment. Any thoughts or questions, ask them in the comment section. I'll try to answer them as soon as I can.